The NASCAR Cup Series is in the midst of a busy stretch. 4 races in 12 days, and that continues today at Texas Motor Speedway, where the playoff pressure is rising as high as the mercury. With fans on hand, what kind of show are they going to get today?
Number one thing that's always been the same at Texas, it's bad boy.
11, Denny Hamlin across the grass.
However much you think you're woke up and how much you think you're prepared and ready.
No goodness, ever.
Trust me, Cat, you're not even close to being ready.
It's going to be a great afternoon for racing here at Lone Star State. Johnson has been untouchable and unstoppable at Texas Motor Speedway. Joey Logano wins. Kyle Busch wins in Texas.
Denny Hamlin able to drive away with the victory.
Kevin Harvick wins in Texas.
Oh, yeah, boy! Way to go!
So, cowboy up and put on one hell of a show.
The pre-race edition of NASCAR America, presented by Progressive, is back. The hottest temperature ever recorded on this date was 128 degrees in Death Valley. It will be over that temperature in the race cars today. A steak cooks at 137. Steak, cattle, racing in Texas. You know where I'm going with this. You can brand these drivers and teams with a T for tough today. It's the first time Kyle Petty, Dale Jarrett, and I have been together in person since the pandemic began. We are socially distanced, so Kyle's reaction to my bad puns, I've had 3+ months, Kyle, to get these out. Your reaction may be a bit delayed as we're spread across the office. Something else that's back, though, the fans, and they are going to bake today.
Yeah, and listen, you mentioned it all right there. You know what they say? T is for thermometer, and that's what we're going to need in Texas. I'm going to tell you, the thermometer has no limits in Texas today. It's going to be hot down there, but it is good to see the fans back. And I know NASCAR and all these drivers are glad to be back in Texas.
Yeah, and we talk about the heat and how hot it's going to be inside of these race cars and preparing yourself. It's easy to get yourself prepared, but then this is a different time. Drivers usually have some practice to get used to this, but they're just walking out of these cars today. It's going to be 140 degrees inside the cars, and at the time that you need to be at your best towards the end of this long 500 miles is going to be the time that you're getting a little bit fatigued and a little bit dehydrated. These drivers have a long afternoon ahead of them.
Well, and some drivers have already been busy. Texas providing a big headline. Kyle Busch swept the day yesterday, winning both the Truck and Xfinity Series races, but he was disqualified following the Xfinity race, so the win goes to Austin Cindric. Dale, will Kyle use that as fuel today? He has yet to win a Cup race this season.
Yeah, it's a surprise to all of us that they haven't done that, but Kyle Busch doesn't need much fuel for him. I'm certain it was good for him to go to victory lane yesterday, even though the Xfinity race was taken away from him as far as that win goes. But I think the best thing that he can have is a better driving race car. He understands his talents and his abilities are good enough to get the job done here. He's proven that over the years. But I look for him to be better here today. But this tire has given him and his teammates some concerns every time that they've run this tire.
All right, something to watch for sure. He isn't the only driver, by the way, hungry for a win. That hunger has a new taste of urgency after last weekend's race in Kentucky, when this playoff picture was blown wide open. Wider than a cattle stampede on a Texas prairie. Yep, got another one in there. Cole Custer, a 22-year-old rookie, jumped from 25th in the standings. He wasn't even on this list. Now he's in the playoffs with the first win of the season and career. That put Jimmy Johnson on the playoff cut line. Jimmy is just 24 points up on Austin Dillon for the final playoff spot. Austin is with Dave Burns.
And Krista, let's start with your first topic, because I'm reminded as I'm standing here masked up, as is Austin Dillon, that you guys are always covered in fireproof material. You've got your helmet on, everything, so you're always hot inside those cars, and there's not a lot of air moving. How will today be different at Texas?
Shouldn't be any different than just hotter. You know, I mean, it's a hot day. I thought the heat index was going to be really high, and just do everything we can beforehand to hydrate, to keep ourselves cool, and keep up with our hydration throughout the race.
you're not unfamiliar with the bubble situation with the playoffs, and Custer's win last week pushed you down and out of that. So what's it going to be like for you now moving forward with the last 9 races of the regular season?
Well, you know, we just got to really hit our marks, do everything we can to gain every point we can. It's pretty hard with the draw to gain points in that first stage, so the second stage is pretty critical for us to put ourselves in good track position to be able to get stage points. Stage points are really key and can jump you forward. Can't make mistakes with 9 to go in this tight of a points battle. But truthfully, the 3 team right now, our Bass Pro Shop Chevy, we've had some really solid runs this year. We feel like we get track position at the right times, we can win races, and we want to win a race. That really will solidify your spot and make you feel good going to the playoffs instead of pointing your way in.
Well, Krista, his crew chief, Justin Alexander, he'll have to use all his options today. Austin starts 21st, about halfway back through this pack.
Thank you, Dave. It's nice to see and talk to Dave Burns again as you see Austin Dillon's car there on the grid. So, Dale, I mean, he talked about, I guess, kind of 3 different strategies. I mean, there's the race within the race when you're in the points position that Austin is, track position, stage points, no mistakes. There's a lot of thinking going on with that race team.
Yeah, and that's everything that I had written down on my paper as to what this driver and team need to do. First and foremost, no more mistakes. You've got 9 weeks left to make the very most of this, get as many points as you possibly can. When those stage points are available, you have to jump out there and get them. That might change your strategy for that last stage of the race, but get what you can there and then maximize those opportunities if you find yourself in that right position, like Cole Custer did last weekend.
Yeah, and we heard Austin right there, and we heard Dave Burns say it knocked you back a notch. That's a notch towards the bubble, and the bubble is the all-important place that you have to be to make the playoffs or get bumped out of the playoffs. Let's go back to 2016. Chris Buescher wins at Pocono. He knocks one guy out. Tony Stewart, if you guys remember, missed a few races that year. He won, and he was outside the top 25. That knocked a few more people, or another guy, out of the playoffs. So what happens is that was a Casey Kane and a Ryan Newman gets knocked out of the playoff. When we look at that bubble, we see Austin Dillon, we see Jimmy Johnson, we see big-time players that are on that bubble. So if somebody in the back jumps in and wins a race, man, these guys, all the stage points in the world and all the points in the world are not going to get you in. A win is the only thing.
Yeah, there is a sense of desperation with just 9 races to go before the cut. Well, we are broadcasting today from here in Charlotte, North Carolina, live in Texas, of course, and also from Rutt's house. Yeah, Rutt's basement. It's where he gets to know the drivers. It's also where he's getting to know you, the fans. Hey Rutt has gone viral. Rutledge, explain what you're doing and how fans can get involved.
Oh, Kristen, it's so great to hear from you. I'm so glad we're back. Yeah, all weekend long, we've been asking fans to reach out and show us what they're doing, how they're watching the races, because we want to bring them closer than ever before. And you are not going to believe we've gotten videos, great questions that we used yesterday in the race. But take a look at some of these great videos that we got this weekend just using the hashtag HeyRutt.
NASCAR on NBC. We love NASCAR. Drivers, start your engines. Start your engines. Drivers, start the engines. Go Harvick. Woo-hoo.
So how cool is that? Race fans just reaching out, showing us some amazing kids that are fans of this sport. So today, here's what we want. We want to see pictures of you, where you're watching, who you're watching with. If you have any videos like that you can send, or if you got a question for Dale, for Kyle, for Krista, even the guys in the booth, just tweet us or send us a message somewhere on social media. Use that hashtag HeyRutt, and hopefully we'll be able to get you and your question on the race with us, Krista.
All right, hashtag HeyRutt as we see the fans there at the racetrack getting ready, and fans at home, get your questions and comments in as well. Coming up, 4 races in 12 days. That's the stretch these teams are in. We will revisit Wednesday's All-Star event where Chase Elliott became the $1 Million Son. And how did Bubba's sheet metal shenanigans turn into cash for charity? Cole Custer has the first win among this year's freshmen. Is more success on the way for the next gen class? And Kevin Harvick has been the toast of Texas. Can he win in the Lone Star State for a 4th straight year? NASCAR America continues after this. NASCAR America is brought to you by Progressive. Stay on track with great rates at progressive.com. NASCAR America is brought to you by Progressive. Stay on track with great rates at progressive.com. Let's meet today's Progressive Safe Driver. Chase Elliott was already set for the playoffs, but on Wednesday night at Bristol, it was all about the Benjamins. Chase earned his first win in the NASCAR All-Star race, taking home $1 million. He and his father, Hall of Famer Bill Elliott, are now the second father-son duo to win the All-Star race, joining the Earnhardts. And here's a quirky note. The Elliottes won the only 2 All-Star races not held at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Bill won in 1986 at Atlanta. Okay, Kyle, so talking about, I guess, we talked Jimmy Johnson and the bubble. Chase is in, but Chevy doesn't necessarily have the momentum that the other camps seem to have. Is All-Star buzz enough to turn the tide at this point in the season?
It's enough to start you in the right direction, and I do believe that, because I talked to Chase earlier this week, an interview for NBC Sports, and he was pumped up. He was talkative. He was excited about it, excited to get to Texas. One win does not make the season, and one win in the All-Star race does not make the season. But I think these guys, sometimes when you're a little behind, you've got to press a little harder, you've got to work a little harder, you got to put yourself in that position to take advantage of when you have a good day. The problem today is he's coming off a win in the All-Star event. He failed inspection twice, and now he has to start at the rear of the field. So he's put himself in a little bit of a box, but I think momentum is a big deal for this team.
Okay, Dale, the other headline from Bristol was Bubba and McDowell. A crash and a bumper now has turned into a win for charity. Here you see how it all kind of transpired with the 43 and the 34. So Bubba went and put the front bumper of the 43 at McDowell's hauler. Michael McDowell is now auctioning that off to benefit MRO, Motor Racing Outreach, an organization that does so much for the racing community. And that auction is still live, by the way. Fans can still bid on that. So did Michael McDowell basically diffuse the situation by giving it a charitable spin?
Well, certainly he did the right thing in this type situation. 2 drivers having a disagreement over what happened on a short track as they're trying to drive their way in to be a part of the All-Star race. You have to expect something from that. And Bubba, as we saw in his interview, was not happy whatsoever with the way Michael McDowell treated him on the racetrack there. So then Michael McDowell took something there, and he's got the bumper, so hey, let's do something good. And Motor Racing Outreach is the ministry that goes to all the tracks, is there for the drivers and their families during all of this time. So a great thing, a great opportunity. There are still 8 days left to bid on this, but I think that you better be in Chase Elliott's category, because this is already up to over $15,300. And so I think Chase is the person to do that. But I've never seen a bumper cost quite that much.
Let me tell you something, people. If you want a 43 bumper for $15,000, contact Kyle Petty, and I will make sure that you get one. We'll donate the money to charity, but I'll make sure you get one.
Oh, Motor Racing Outreach is going to love to hear that. Victory Junction as well. So many great charities in the sport. I like that. All right, enough about the All-Star race. Let's talk Texas. Drivers we're taking note of today. Let's go on the clock, Dale. Start us off.
All right, well, I'm going to look at Denny Hamlin here. And Denny, with his 4 wins this season, obviously in a great position, has performed probably the best and had the most speed of any Toyota out there. But this tire, we've run it at Las Vegas and Kentucky, has not been his friend so far. Are they going to give Denny a chance to get his 4th victory here at Texas today?
Yeah, I'll go with Ryan Blaney. 7 top 5 finishes so far this year, 1 victory. What I like about Ryan Blaney is he's getting looks at wins. He's getting looks at victories. But you know the old saying, take a picture, it lasts longer. He needs to put this thing in victory lane, so he's got some photographs hanging on his walls. They last a lot longer than taking a look at a win.
Why don't you take a picture of Brad Keselowski, his teammate's car, because Brad has 225 people riding along with him. They are the graduates from Universal Technical Institute. And since 2010, Penske Truck Racing Leasing has actually employed over 700 graduates from UTI. Brad Keselowski starts 6th today.
Yeah, my next driver is Eric Almirola on a great roll here. 5 top 5s and then an 8th place finish at Kentucky last weekend. I think this is a driver that's really benefiting, and this team, from not having practice. I can assure you there were many times that I messed up a good setup we came to the racetrack with, and I think Eric Almirola's taking his cars right off the truck and doing a great job with them. We'll do that today.
Yeah, that's a great point on Eric. William Byron, I'm going to move to him. When you're at this point in the season and your iRacing stats look better than your Cup stats, you've got to take a hard look at what's going on with you. I just don't believe this team has gotten on track so far this year. They make little mistakes. Things have happened to them. But just as we talked about Chase Elliott, the Chevy may be a little bit of that problem.
Why does Eric Jones like this track? He's from Michigan, but his high school graduation was at Texas Motor Speedway. What? Well, Eddie Gossage actually planned a high school graduation ceremony for Eric Jones several years ago because Jones missed his own high school graduation so he could race at the truck race there at Texas Motor Speedway.
Yeah, and I'm going to go with Matt DiBenedetto next. He and the Wood brothers, what a great fit. They're running well. You see them inside the top 10 on a regular basis now, putting themselves in good position, really getting a lot of stage points and doing the right things. That third at Kentucky last weekend, I think that's a big momentum builder for them. They keep themselves inside that top 12 and getting good starting spots, too.
Yeah, I go with Daniel Suarez, my next one. Finished third in the November race at Texas. Do not look for that quality of performance today. This team is just starting to run the full season, just getting up to speed. Daniel is almost like Clint Boyer a couple of years ago. Takes a step off the treadmill, gets organized, and comes back. I look for great things in the future, but it's going to be a tough day.
Okay, well, keep your eye on Chris Buescher in that 17 because, well, this is his home track. He grew up in Prosper, Texas, there in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So it's really special to him. He, of course, made the playoffs in 2016, and 16 is the number, it's a starting position. He starts 16th today. And we mentioned Chris Buescher because, well, there's been a rookie theme, at least this week. Chris Buescher had been the last full-time rookie to win in the Cup Series until last Sunday. Up next, Nate Ryan gives us an inside look at this year's rookie class and how Cole Custer's win might be the start of something big for the freshman foursome. The official app of NASCAR puts race coverage and live in-car cameras at your fingertips. Unlock premium content today with a free trial to get access to driver and team radio communications and enhanced telemetry. Search NASCAR in your app store or visit NASCAR.com/mobile. Well, this has been a season unlike any other, but the rookie class of 2020 has risen to the challenge. Nate Ryan looks at how and why they've come this far.
No practice, an unfamiliar and unwieldy car. For rookies, the 2020 season might be the toughest in NASCAR history. And if graded on a curve, the freshman foursome in the Cup Series might be the best rookie class in years. Cole Custer delivered the group's first victory at Kentucky Speedway. The white-knuckled four-wide outside pass around two Cup champions was simply sublime, a validation of his father's longtime support, and also a reminder of the divergent paths each first-year driver took to NASCAR's premier circuit. Tyler Reddick rode the High Line from California to 2 Xfinity championships. Oklahoma native Christopher Bell made his name as a dirt track ace. John Hunter Nemechek grew up in NASCAR and in its ladder series. There's still time for the three of them to make another bolt from the blue. A rookie win has some veterans wondering, how good would these guys already be if they had practice?
It's a great question. Let's go ahead and bring in Jeff Burton, who got his first Cup win at Texas in 1997. We talked with Cole this week, Jeff, and he used the word relief, talking about that first win. Does it remove a weight from his shoulders and, in essence, open up the floodgate?
Yeah, it does. I think anytime a rookie driver gets his first win, or a young driver gets his first win, it's a huge deal. And it also provides confidence not just to him, but the car owner, right? The car owner, Gene Haas, took a gamble on him, a young guy, and he said until he won regularly in the Xfinity Series, he wasn't going to move into the Cup Series. So to win in his first year in a shootout with three of the best, that even added to it. So, yeah, I think it takes a lot of pressure on him, and it's going to give him that experience of the pressure of the playoffs early in his career, and that will yield results for him later in his career.
Okay, Jeff, so we're not going to ask you to be quite as eloquent with your answers and words as what Nate Ryan put together right there.
Thank you.
But I have to say, these late race restarts are great opportunities for these rookies to get themselves in a position to go grab that win. Do you anticipate more crew chiefs trying to put their driver in that position late in the race and not think about the stage points as much as putting my driver where he might steal a win for us?
Well, if you look at the points, and I heard you guys talking earlier, and, you know, Kyle's right. Some of these guys aren't going to get in on points. So if you have a shot to give yourself a win that's going to move you into the playoffs, yes, I think you do it. And also, I think that the crew chiefs can trust this rookie class, right? I think there's a lot of rookie classes that aren't really ready. These guys are ready. And I think if you trust your driver and you show you trust him and put him in that situation, these guys can deliver. These guys are accustomed to winning. They're accustomed to being in those tough situations, and they can step up and make it happen. So I think the crew chiefs have to trust them a little bit and give them that shot.
All right, Jeff, I'm going to ask you to put on your Nostradamus hat here. I want you to look way into the future. If I go back to 1979, if I go back to 79, Earnhardt, Labonte, Gant, Bodine, those guys won 116 races at the end of their career and 9 championships. 93, Gordon and Bobby Labonte won 114 races at the end of their careers and 5 championships. I look at this group that can rival those 2 years. Do you feel the same way when you stand in the booth and watch these guys drive?
I do, because of what we saw them do last year, what we've seen them do in different situations, right, is when the chips are down, some guys find a way to win. And these guys are they're that type of people. And when I've watched them do this year, right, what we're accustomed to seeing with rookies is just a ton of mistakes. If you really look at their years, they really haven't had that many mistakes. Now, they've had races they didn't run well. They've certainly made mistakes. But if you look at them, I don't look at them if I was racing against them and say, oh, I don't want to be near them. They have the ability. They need more opportunity. And regardless of what they say, right, I know that when we talk to them, they say, hey, the lack of practice is hurting me. I don't buy it. I don't believe that for a minute. They have no choice but to believe that because that makes them better. They can't go into a weekend saying, I'm in trouble because I didn't get any practice. But when you're a rookie and you're stepping into a series where the cars drive completely different than what you're accustomed to, and the racers are completely different than what you're accustomed to, and the field is this deep, track time would be beneficial for every one of them. And even if, you know, what they say is, well, Kyle Busch is so good, if you give him practice, he's going to learn how to make his car better. Well, they need to learn how to do that too. And so the lack of practice hurts them on Sunday, on that day, in my opinion, but it also hurts them into next year when they have to go through that process of learning how practice is used to make your car as good as it can be.
All right, we know they're going to be, you guys are going to be watching them today. Thank you, Jeff. And the rookies are going to have to do something they've never had to do before today, drive 500 miles in temperatures over 100 degrees on a Texas Sunday in July. This race has never been on this spot on the calendar. And we want to join the family and friends of Raymond Arnold, who gathered Friday night to celebrate his life after he passed away earlier this month. Raymond was the last living member of Hall of Fame driver Wendell Scott's pit crew. Scott was the first African-American driver to compete full-time and win in NASCAR's premier division. Raymond Arnold was 85 years old. Is back on NBC and NBCSN. The NHL returns August 1st with the Stanley Cup qualifiers, an unprecedented 2014 tournament with the ultimate prize, Lord Stanley's Cup, waiting at the end. Hockey is back.
We have a lot of great fans in Texas, obviously, and, you know, it's just going to be good to see them.
The energy that the fans bring affects us. We sense it, we feel it.
You know, whether they're flipping you off and booing you or cheering like crazy. Just the fact that they make noise.
Maybe that's why we're not running as good. I don't have the haters to feed off of, you know? So they got to come back and give us something to work for.
I knew they'd be ready for it. We're going to be ready for them.
Welcome to Countdown to Green, presented by Sonic, as we get you ready to go racing in Texas. The state of Texas always goes big. When we've seen some fans in the stands weeks before, that trend continues today. But those fans and the drivers and the teams, well, they will earn it this afternoon as temperatures will near 100 degrees. What else is on the menu, presented by Sonic? They cook Sonic dogs and burgers over 100 degrees, by the way. As he makes his 700th career start in the Cup Series, Kevin Harvick goes for his 4th win at Texas in as many seasons. Wow, he's hot. Stewart-Haas teammate Eric Almirola starts from the pole today. He's on the best run of the season, but can he finally close the deal? Sticking with Stewart-Haas, Cole Custer's win last week has put Jimmy Johnson in the final playoff spot, 24 points ahead of the cut line. With just 9 races left before the playoffs, 9 drivers have locked in with a win. But the reigning champ has yet to find victory lane. And with just 9 races to go, is this the time some drivers start to panic? Let's bring in Dale Earnhardt Jr. Of course, Dale Earnhardt Jr. knows what it's like to win at Texas. So, Junior, I guess 9 to go. Is this the time when kind of desperation sets in? There's a new sense of urgency. Do drivers feel that? Do you feel that?
Oh, absolutely. You know, some of the guys are already panicking. They were panicking weeks ago. You know, it's just hard to get points in this series. It's so competitive. So if you find yourself, you know, if you're setting 40 points above the cut line or 40 points below it, man, you're worried. Whether it's race 2 in the season or race 15, it doesn't matter. The one thing that stands out to me, obviously, Kevin Harvick, he's in championship form. Denny Hamlin, we always say every year that this is his best year for a championship. Well, he's topped last year. This is obviously an even better season for him. Can he continue that? He's had a little bit of a stumble, obviously, on his way to victory at Indy, but has a right front tire blowdown. And, you know, kind of struggled last week at Kentucky. Be interesting to see if he can rebound, get back into competitive form right away. He's going to have to be able to have a shot at this championship. And would you believe it if I told you that Kurt Busch would be the highest Busch brother in the points at this point in the season? I don't think any of us would have taken that bet. Kurt's a great driver, done some great things with his one car. But Kyle Busch, man, he's really struggling. He's admitted that they're off. Has no playoff points when he was leading the series in playoff points last year at this point. So that's a huge turn of events that I don't think any of us expected this year.
Hey, Junior, we've heard drivers last year and even this year talking about how difficult this racetrack is at Texas Motor Speedway. I thought all mile and a half were the same. So what makes this one so difficult?
Well, you know, they've made some changes to this racetrack, and you know, turns 1 and 2, you're way out of the gas, and you drive the car completely different down in turns 3 and 4, using a lot more throttle. You're seeing guys here just really not understanding how much grip they have. It's really hard to understand what kind of grip you have out of the PJ1, in the PJ1. The PJ1's changing all day long, improving in grip, going away as you start to wear it out throughout the race. So it's a moving target for these drivers to understand really how much they can trust the race car when they get down in the corner. Then you put cars around you that is changing the air dramatically with these big spoilers on the cars. And dirty air is just unpredictable, and we're going to see a lot of problems that guys are going to be having on these restarts and so forth as they're back in the middle of the pack trying to understand where their cars are getting down in the corner. It's been pretty exciting to watch, but from behind the wheel, it's really tough for those drivers to try to maintain track position, try to gain track position. On restarts, you got to be so aggressive, and it's a real opportunity for those guys to get in trouble.
Okay, you talk about the change that they made to the racetrack, and we talk about the PJ1 and the changing conditions. This week, we've heard Kevin Harvick and Denny Hamlin and other drivers speak out about track prep. I've never heard track prep in my life as much as I've heard it over the last little bit. We don't hear that in the NFL. We don't hear it in Major League Baseball, field prep, but we're hearing track prep. And we saw yesterday during the Xfinity race, the blowers blowing the marbles back down into the groove. How big a concern is that for these drivers?
Well, you know, they get comfortable in the initial lower, you know, right in the initial low groove of the traction compound, the PJ1. They get comfortable in that area. They sort of activate that traction compound, and it starts to work, and the cars have grip. It's a very sticky surface, even if they're not using it. So as they have debris come off their tires, marbles, or anything else for that matter, it gets thrown up out of that groove into the higher areas of PJ1 and sticks to that. So when the car gets out of the groove that they're using, it's ice. We saw it yesterday. Anthony Alfredo goes into the fence, has no control over his race car once he got up out of the groove that they were utilizing. And you can't see it as a driver. You know, you don't know where that edge is or where the marbles are at, but they start to collect right on top of that PJ1. And if the guys are going out there under caution and blowing that debris from the top of the racetrack down across that surface, it's going to stick to it like tape. So it just makes it even more treacherous for the drivers when they go back to green.
hearing you, Dale, talk about a racetrack. I know it's something that you enjoy, and Lost Speedways is streaming now on Peacock. It's a project you're excited about. Tell us about it.
Absolutely, man. I've been wanting to make this TV show for so many years. Me and Matthew Dillner teamed up together. We both have a passion for these abandoned racetracks, and we want to show you what they look like today, how nature sort of reclaimed some of these old relics from the past. Some of these racetracks date back into the 40s, 50s, 60s, and so forth. We really uncover their story, what they meant to the drivers there, but also what they meant to the communities that they were a part of. And we really learn a lot. Right, as you're watching the show, we're kind of learning with you some of these great stories that these tracks have.
Yeah, I know you talked to my dad about it, and he had a great time walking back down memory lane and talking about the racetracks. Here's my question. Is your old go-kart track going to be on an edition of Lost Speedways?
It is the final episode. We talk about the ghost track that I actually have on my property, and some pretty interesting stories. One that involves my sister. One of the physical, almost physical altercations we had there that night involved Kelly when she got turned over by somebody else. So we tell that story, and we have a lot of fun. I show you a little bit of the race car graveyard too, which is a lot of fun for me to show folks, and how that all originated is a really interesting story.
Racing history and a little Earnhardt family history. Lost Speedway is now streaming for free on Peacock. Sign up at peacocktv.com. Countdown to Green is brought to you by the Lemon Berry Slush Float for $2.99 only for a limited time at Sonic. Countdown to Green is brought to you by the Lemon Berry Slush Float. Just $2.99 for a medium. When life gives you lemonade slush, add real ice cream, more slush, and plenty of strawberries. Sip it and savor it this summer, only for a limited time at Sonic.
Burn them down, brother. Texas W.
Texas has always been so great to us. Felt like it fit the style of our cars.
For the third straight fall, Kevin Harvick has cowboyed up at Texas Motor Speedway.
Hell yeah, boy! What a race car!
Flames, cowboy hats, 6 shooters, they've got it all.
Execution's what the day was all about. Hell of a job, Kevin.
Damn, it's good to be in Victory Lane here at Texas.
And we're getting you ready to race at Texas. There you see the cars on the grid at Texas Motor Speedway. A few moments ago, you heard from Dale Earnhardt Jr. He's up in the broadcast booth at Charlotte Motor Speedway. You may have seen some race cars behind him with a driving experience, one of the driving schools here in the area, taking fans for rides around Charlotte Motor Speedway. But back at Texas, Kevin Harvick has won 3 of the last 5 races there. He is the favorite to take the checkered flag again. Harvick is also reaching a career milestone. 700 starts at NASCAR's top level, and he is standing by with Marty Snyder.
Yeah, Krista, before we talk about the Texas stuff, I want to talk about the career stuff. Start number 700 for Kevin Harvick today. So let's be honest, as a guy who moved to North Carolina as a young man, you're sleeping on Ron Hornaday's couch. Did you ever dream this day would come to fruition, Kevin?
I really don't keep track of the numbers, but when you start thinking about there's 36 races in the season and 700 total starts, I've been here for a while. So, no, I don't think those were any part of the conversation as you got started for sure. But I think as you look at it now, I've been pretty fortunate to have been able to sit in some really fast race cars, and I told Rick earlier, I said the main thing that I'm the most proud of at 700, we're still competitive.
Mm-hmm. That's a very good point. We saw all those competitive highlights at Texas. You've won half of the races here since the track has been reconfigured, Kevin. But how much of a game changer is 100 degrees of heat going to be this afternoon for the race today?
Yeah, you know, I think it's definitely different for sure. I think that handling is definitely going to be more of a player than it has been in the past. I think as you look at the PJ1, obviously that second groove is running pretty well from both races as we've watched through the weekend. So there are definitely some drastic differences in what we've done here before, but everybody on our Mobil 1 Ford Mustang does a great job, and hopefully we can wind up in the same spot today.
Hey, Krista, Kyle, and DJ, here's the deal. We got to start beating Dale Jr. at fantasy somehow, so let's all make sure we have Kevin Harvick in our lineup today, 11 straight top 10s here at Texas, because this junior winning every week thing is kind of getting old, isn't it, Krista?
So ulterior motives, I feel like, brewing there at Texas Motor Speedway. Thanks, Marty. You guys try to keep cool if you can today. So what Harvick's talking about there, Dale, I mean, his numbers, and you see them. just phenomenal. But is there any reason to believe he won't be as good as he's always been at Texas? I mean, coming off Kentucky, Happy Harvick wasn't so happy last week.
Yeah, but no, but I don't think there's any reason to think that he won't be the man to beat when it comes time to win. Now, the only thing is he going to dominate this race, or is he going to play these guys? You know, remember Atlanta, where he didn't show up for the first 2 stages, really? But when it came time to win that race, he pulled out his best David Pearson impersonation and really put a whipping on those guys. So whichever way it is, I think Kevin Harvick goes to victory lane.
Yeah, and I love that Dale brings up David Pearson, because that's Kevin Harvick. He's that old school mentality. He's tough between his ears. Forget the physical ability. He knows he's competitive right now at 700 starts. And we heard him recently talk about, maybe I can drive until my early 50s. That's throwback numbers right there. Yeah.
Well, Kevin Harvick, we know he's good at Texas, but driver that's hungry is Kyle Busch. You know, nobody's better when the temperature's above 90 degrees than Kyle Busch. We have the numbers to prove it. It's not too late to start playing NASCAR Fantasy Live. Create an entry, join a league today for your chance to win a $10,000 prize. For the best overall score at Texas, visit NASCAR.com/fantasy to get started. Fans at Texas Motor Speedway are ready. Dave Burns, are they ready for a Kyle Busch win?
Well, Krista, they were ready for Kyle to win back in the spring when it was cool here and the flowers were out, birds were singing. But now, Kyle, you have to do this triple header weekend in this possibly 150-degree heat inside the race car. How did you prepare differently, knowing that you'd have to do over 1,000 miles in this heat?
I really didn't do a whole lot differently. Just, you know, kept up my repetitions of working out and things like that and being in the gym. And obviously being hot out here. I'm from Vegas, even though I haven't been living in Vegas for a long time. I still remember the days of running Legends cars, late models, modifieds, whatever, sometimes 2 a night, sometimes 3 a night, out there in Vegas at the bull ring. So, you know, hopefully everything today goes smooth and, you know, we can have a fast Interstate Batteries Camry and try to stay up front, but making sure to stay hydrated as well with some Rowdy Energy, mixing in some water as well, too, but getting ready for today. It's going to be a warm one.
Kyle at Bristol earlier this week, second in the All-Star race. Yesterday, 2 trips to victory lane. Does that kind of momentum help you possibly get back to victory lane in the Cup Series today?
Yes and no. I mean, it's all about circumstances with this series and these cars and racing against the drivers that you're racing against here. You know, we've been a little bit behind the 8 ball for some reason this year, so we got to get ourselves a little bit better. I feel like I'm trying to do the best I can with what I got, so, you know, kind of showing that it's a matter of being able to just get acclimated and accustomed to how your car's handling, how it's driving. And these things are so finicky because it's like, man, you can change a little bit of packer here or there or change your balance just a little bit and you can pick up 3-4 tenths of a second, and that's huge. So that just goes to show you how strong some of these guys are with their preparations and getting to the track a little closer than we have.
All right, well, Kyle will try to make his first trip to victory lane in 2020. DJ, did you ever have a finicky race car?
Yes, quite a few times. Yeah, no doubt about that. Kyle Busch, confidence is not something he's lacking in. What he's been lacking is getting a race car that he could utilize his talents. They haven't been very good at the start of these races. Hopefully they can hit on it and he can be more of a factor here today. I've never seen heat really bother this guy. He's just extremely fit, does a great job. We'll see how things go at Texas this afternoon.
And he leads all active drivers with 7 wins on 90-plus afternoons. 2 wins yesterday. The Xfinity win was taken away for a DQ. Austin Cindric is the winner of that race. Now, if you're just joining us and wishing you could be in Texas for today's race, well, you can virtually. Rutledge Wood is making it happen. Hey, Rhett, tell us how.
That's right, Christina. All weekend long, we're using the hashtag HeyRut. We want to get you, the fans, up close and personal for Texas race, even if you can't be there. Since I'm from home, you're probably watching at home too. Let's put it all together. So I thought, let's combine my 2 favorite loves, NASCAR fans and the Brady Bunch, and check out the Brady Bunch wall we made. Is this amazing or what? Look at all these great fans. So let's start right up top. We got Hard in the Wall and his family. Gregory, he's kicking back with a cold one over there on the left. Scott and his family backyard camping this weekend. They're watching the race. Alex and his die-cast collection, they're ready to get rolling. We got down below John and his family keeping cool in the pool. poolside watching the race. We got Sean. Huggins is watching with his racing buddy. Marvin Blue, the legendary, he's watching with his dad. Kevin from Virginia is watching too. So all weekend long, we want to feature you. If you've got questions for the booth or Kyle, DJ, anybody else, use that hashtag HeyRut. If you're watching there from Texas Motor Speedway, we want to see you too, but send them in. We want to try to get you up close and make you part of the race this weekend, Krista.
It looks fun, Kyle.
Yeah, I like the Brady Bunch look. I did not realize how much Rutledge looked like Alice from the Brady Bunch, though. Did not realize it.
Wait,
But he has plenty of friends. Plenty of friends.
Was Alice in the middle? Was Alice in the middle, right? Okay, we're learning things here on the pre-race show. All right, we're going to wrap things up, get you ready to race at Texas when we come back right after this. Countdown to Green is brought to you by the Lemon Berry Slush Float for $2.99 only for a limited time at Sonic. We'll draw a horizontal line at Denver, Colorado across the globe. If you are watching us anywhere south of that line, you know the temperature is over 90 degrees. It's going to be a tough one today. As we get you closer to green flag, download the NBC Sports Predictor app for free and play NASCAR Pick'em for a jackpot of $10,000 each week. All right, Dale, show us how it's done. Do you have your picks for stage one?
Yes, I've got my guesses for stage one. And whenever I look at these drivers as to who I might choose, the weather's not the only thing hot. Eric Almirola is hot. He's got a lot of good things going on. Look for him to stay up front from that pole position.
Okay, so that's your pick of those four drivers for stage one. Now you do the same thing for stage two. Of these four, who's going to have the best finish?
Yeah, got a lot easier in this second stage. But when I look at this, I think the Fords are going to have a really good day. I'm going to go with Ryan Blaney here.
Okay, and then your race winner.
Race winner, I've said it, Kevin Harvick. Doug Yates, horsepower there under the hood of that Ford.
All right, KP, what do you think? That's a pretty good pick.
Yeah, listen, I don't have a pick. I'm going with Jared and Associates like I do every week. Those were not guesses. Those were solid picks, man.
Well, the playoff picture definitely has a feeling of urgency. Drivers on the bubble, they're also on an island, cut off from practice, from face-to-face contact. All they can do today is drive. Rick, Steve, Jeff, Dale Jr. have the call next.
This could be the final restart.
It's going to be a real short one. We want max power. Go get it.
Cole Custer leading it outside line.
41's outside it now.
4 wide. Cole Custer goes around it in turn 1.
Coming in front of the 41.
A rookie is going to win Kentucky. Can you believe it?
That was the best car I've ever driven in my life.
Oh, you are the man.
A brilliant move. Took them 4 wide. Got a big draft.
That's the first of many.
Today it's Texas Motor Speedway, and it has been Kevin Harvick's playground as of late, but that's not saying a rookie like Cole Custer can't come in here and steal one again. Take a look at the playoff standings. Everyone in yellow has won. They are locked in to the playoffs. Everyone above 16th, they are also in the playoffs right now, but on points. But that has been a moving target. As we bring in the booth boys, we are actually located at Charlotte Motor Speedway. And as we are looking at those playoff standings, I want to talk to the drivers a little bit here. Mayor Jeff Burton and the newest member of the Hall of Fame, Dale Earnhardt Jr. Guys, 9 races until the playoffs start. What is the urgency that these drivers are feeling right now?
Well, as they go through the season, Rick, these guys are trying to get as many playoff points as they possibly can. They know that those are kind of the insulator. If they have any trouble as they're going through the playoffs, those playoff points really come in handy. One of the guys that was leading all drivers in playoff points last year, Kyle Busch, he has no playoff points right now at this point this season. That's incredible. I'd have never guessed that possible. That, to me, really raises the urgency in that 18 camp.
Yeah, and Cole Custer's win, he put a lot of pressure on everybody from, I think, 14th all the way down to 19th. Clint Boyer in 14th, Eric Jones down in 19th. They got to make something happen. They can't assume they're going to point their way in. They need to win a race. But the guy I'm looking at is Jimmie Johnson for today's race. Here's a guy, he's a 7-time Texas winner. He led 131 laps last year. Only 131, but 100 of those were right here at Texas Motor Speedway, and he ran really strong at Kentucky last week. So when I'm thinking about this race, I got my eye on 7-time Jimmie Jimmie Johnson.
Well, a lot of people are looking to see if Jimmie Johnson can get back to victory lane and get into the playoffs. And Steve Letarte, crew chief, all right, so we bring in the heat and we add that to all the pressure that these guys are looking at trying to get into the playoffs.
Well, the heat wave is obvious all across the country, and anyone knows when you go outside in this heat, everything becomes more difficult. But that's just the physical aspect. Think about the mental aspect. The driver must stay focused. The crew chief is going to have to make some split decisions, but how about the pit crews? They're going to be asked to perform 6 to 8 times today, and they're going to be sitting there baking in this temperature in their fire suits. That's uncomfortable. It makes the physical aspect tougher, but I really look at the mental aspect of being the biggest challenge at a 3.5-hour race today.
500 miles that they will be racing here at Texas. You saw the temperature already, 95 degrees. And it's time for pre-race ceremonies.
Western Hills High School JROTC Honor Guard presents our nation's colors. Please remain standing as Brett Schisler with Texas Alliance Raceway Ministries offers today's invocation.
Would you please pray with me? Most loving and gracious God, we come here today and we thank you. We thank you for the men and women all over the world, both near and far, that help to keep us free so we can pray. Lord, we come here today and we ask that you would be with each and every one of the drivers, with all of the crews, and with all of our track workers, and with our world. And finally, Lord, we thank you for the blessings we understand and those we'll never understand. And as we come to you and we pray, Lord, we ask that you would guide and direct all of our leaders. It is in the strong and beautiful name of your Son, Jesus Christ, we come here today and we pray. Amen.
Here to perform God Bless America, please welcome Texas native singer-songwriter performing live for the first time in years, Terry's daughter, Rachel Bradshaw.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans, why with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome members of the Fort Worth Symphony Orchestra, Kyle Sherman, Oscar Garcia, and Cordelia D. Decker. Let's hear it for Rachel.
And it's great to hear the crowd in the grandstands at Texas Motor Speedway. Jeff Burton made his pick earlier. Could he get back to victory lane? That's Jimmie Johnson.
Chevy, and he will win at Texas Motor Speedway. Johnson has been untouchable and unstoppable at Texas Motor Speedway.
Checkered flag, Jimmie Johnson wins Texas.
Johnson wins at Texas again.
NBC Sports has the opportunity to join the morning drive on Sirius XM, NASCAR Radio Channel 90. That's on Wednesdays at 8 a.m. Eastern. To join the Bagman, Pistol Pete, at 8 o'clock and then again at 10. This coming week, it's Kyle Petty. He will be joining the guys on the morning drive. And I'm sure they'll be talking about the heat and everything happening here at Texas. For more on what's going to happen here at Texas, let's go trackside to Dave Burns.
Well, you've recently seen highlights of Jimmie Johnson and his success at Texas Motor Speedway. He'd like to see some of that again today. When we talked to Cliff Daniels, his crew chief, about that this week, he said of all the tracks on the list of those where Jimmie could have some magic come back, we think Texas ranks, quote, very high. It's been 3 years since Jimmie's won here or anywhere else. Today could be the day, Marty.
Well, Dave, last week at Kentucky, Martin Truex Jr. finished second after getting passed by Cole Custer on that final restart. But he told me before that race, we went back to some basics, looked at our 2019 notes, took some stuff from this year, and finally, for the first time this year, at a 1.5 mile track, the car felt comfortable to me. We took some of those principles, put it on the car today, hoping for some magic, Rick, to get his first ever Texas win.
Marty, I'll grab it here. Brad Keselowski is in the playoffs by virtue of 2 wins this season. One of them came at the 1.5 mile Charlotte Motor Speedway. In fact, of his 32 career wins, nearly half have been on 1.5 mile ovals. Just never this 1.5 mile oval. He's led over 600 laps here at Texas in a Cup car. Maybe today he can lead the last one. Marty?
And Dave, Chase Elliott is at one of his toughest racetracks. He'll admit it, Texas, but coming off the big All-Star win where they won $1 million at Bristol on Wednesday night, they're hoping they can carry some of that momentum, but they'll have to do it from the back. Chase Elliott failed inspection twice this morning. He will start the back this afternoon and have to work his way forward. It is hot here at Texas. Let's make it a little warmer. Let's crank up the engines here for the Cup race at Texas.
Here to give the command to start engines, please welcome acclaimed sports broadcaster and championship quarter horse breeder, not to mention 4-time Super Bowl winning quarterback, Terry Bradshaw.
Hello, all you beautiful people. Famous words, are you ready? Drivers, start your engine!
Hi, Cranker, you ready?
It took a Hall of Fame quarterback to bark out that beautiful words, the commands. Engines are fired. Thanks, Terry Bradshaw.
Number one thing that's always been the same at Texas, it's bad boy.
11, Denny Hamlin across the grass.
However much you think you're woke up and how much you think you're prepared and ready.
No goodness, everything.
Trust me, Cat, you're not even close to being ready.
It's going to be a great afternoon for racing here at Lone Star State. Johnson has been untouchable and unstoppable at Texas Motor Speedway.
Joey Logano wins. Kyle Busch wins in Texas.
Denny Hamlin able to drive away with the victory.
Kevin Harvick wins at Texas.
Oh, yeah, boy! Ready to go!
So, cowboy up and put on one hell of a show.
It's NASCAR Cup Series from Texas. The O'Reilly Auto Parts 500. Want to take a look at today's starting grid brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Steve, as we look at rows 1 through 5 here, anybody jumping out at you?
Well, I think the big question is the Busch brothers in row 2, both Texas winners. Kyle looking to rebound from his season, and Chase Elliott down in row 4. $1 million on Wednesday, starting from the rear here today.
And again, no qualifying, so random draw for these drivers and their positions. Let's hear from rows 6 through 10.
Matt DiBenedetto, Grass Valley, California.
Alex Bowman, Tucson, Arizona. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Olive Branch, Mississippi.
Bubba Wallace, Mobile, Alabama. Ryan Newman, South Bend, Indiana.
Chris Buescher,
Prosper, Texas.
Clint Boyer, Emporia, Kansas.
William Byron, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Cole Custer, Ladera Ranch, California.
Jimmy Johnson, El Cajon, California.
All right, we take a look now through 11-15, and names like Reddick jump out at you as a guy who's a rookie. He saw what Cole Custer did last week. They've been competitive. Can they jump in there and surprise somebody and steal a win at Texas?
That's the question as I look back to the field here. 6 different winners at the first 6.5 mile races of 2020. Could one of these other drivers jump out? Maybe Christopher Bell back in row 17. Could he get his first ever win? Suarez trying to make something happen in that 96 car from all the way back in row 19. It's going to be interesting to see who can battle the track, the temperatures, and the competition.
All right, with the cars starting to roll, we want to chat with one of the drivers before they see the green flag. So we'll dial up Denny Hamlin. And Junior, have you got him on the radio?
Hey, Denny, it's Dale Jr. at the booth. You got me?
Yeah,
hey, man, you got 3 wins here. What's it going to take to get number 4 today?
Well, you're first going to have fast car. Then you're going to need the strategy to work out where you don't have any untimely cautions and no pit road penalties. And you really got to put it all together if you want to win here. So hopefully we do that today.
Yeah, what about the heat? It's the hottest race of the season. How you going to deal with that?
Yeah, I mean, we do all we can to hydrate. That's all we can do is just give it our best shot. Deal with the heat the best you can, and you watch your diet, you watch what you put in for fluids, days in advance, and hopefully by the time you finish this race, you got a little less in the tank.
All right, buddy. Thanks for chatting with us. Good luck today.
So the heat has been obviously one of the biggest topics. Right now, the temperature's 95 degrees. They're saying that it feels like it's about 103 at the track. The track temperature is over 135 degrees. It's going to be upwards of 140 degrees inside these cars. And remember, they're going to be in there for 500 miles. That's probably going to go almost 4 hours, Steve.
Yeah, this race statistically lasts about 3.5, 4 hours. We listen to all these drivers. Let's listen to Clint Boyer in his conversation about the heat.
Man, get this moving. I feel like I got in the oven.
There you go. And that's really it. I think at this point, your biggest concern on a race like this is long cautions or red flags. Under green, between focus and the air, it's bearable. But if you sit under a red flag condition, that car is just going to cook.
You look at today's high temperatures across the country. Vegas, as you know, we heard Kyle Busch talking about. He grew up in Vegas, ran at the Bull Ring there when it was very hot, but hadn't been back there for a while. It's 95 degrees here in the Fort Worth area. So now the cars, because there has been no practice, there's been no qualifying, the cars will be brought onto pit road. And Steve, they have to check their speed here.
Yeah, so basically there's no speedometer in this car. Look at Denny Hamlin's onboard. You see the green lights all the way on the right-hand side of the screen. Now they're flashing. Every driver sets it differently, but the concept is that he's looking down at that tack at those green and red lights to find out what he thinks he can run for the appropriate speed setting. Then they'll be checking this with NASCAR. The crew chief will let them know if they did all their calculations right, make adjustments for the rest of the day.
Second gear, is that what they are?
Second gear.
Second gear, and they have to go by that tachometer. Again, speeding, you can't do that. It puts you to the back of the field if you speed on pit road. And so as the cars start to go 2 by 2, again, we're here in Charlotte Motor Speedway. Everybody on pit road, they are at the racetrack, Texas Motor Speedway. Our pre-race show is in Charlotte, the Charlotte studios, and Rut is actually joining us from his house. So Rutledge Wood, hey Rut, let's bring the fans into this one.
Rick, that's it. That's what we're going to do today. We saw it yesterday in the Xfinity race. We want you fans at home to send us pictures, questions. We've got some great questions rolling in for Dale and Jeff and Steve. If there's something you're wondering, something that sticks out to your head, tweet it to us. Use that hashtag #HeyRut. But I want to show you pictures, and some of the fans are coming back this weekend. We saw at Texas Motor Speedway. Take a look at this sweet little Kyle Busch fan. She's here with Rudy Gloria. She's so excited to be back there at the race. She took her face mask off just for a second to get a smile, but she's hoping Kyle Busch can pull off one more win there this weekend. But we've been getting some amazing pictures, questions, and videos from the fans. So keep it up. We want to put you in the race with us today, fans. Rick?
Yeah, and again, send the pictures. We saw a guy just taking a picture there. Send us your pictures, questions, anything. Just hashtag it #HeyRut, and Rut is going to be sifting through those, find out what's happening in the world with the fans. All right, Dave, what's going on with the tent?
Well, he just took the outside, which is his prerogative as a pole sitter, but listen to this team radio.
It's like one of the masters or something's wrong. It's it's not zero pedal, but it is. It goes all the way down till it stops, and it does apply very little brake. And then if I pump it the second or third time, I have brakes.
He knew he had no brakes before he left the grid. He has said, when I move the lever all the way forward and pump the brakes, I do get some pedal back. But guys, how do you drive a race car at 200 miles an hour into the turns if you got that issue going on?
I think the big issue for Eric right now is understanding where in the pedal the brake begins, right? So normally you push a pedal, you immediately have brakes, but now he's going to have to find, where he does have pedal, and that's very difficult. The good thing here is you don't use a lot of brake at this racetrack with this package, so that may not hurt him too much.
Not a very good thing, though, to think about when you're diving into turn number 1. All right, give us the breakdown, Steve.
Well, he's going to have to put up with that for 334 laps, 500 miles, a bunch of stages, right? 1 and 2, a little over 100 laps each. The final stage, 124 laps. Fuel window, 60 to 63 laps. Another note, comp yellow, lap 20, Rick, with no practice, no qualifying. Competition yellow, lap 20. They can't put fuel in before, but here it is. We have seen a lot of action in this first lap, Rick, and the pole sitter has brake issues. I'm nervous.
Yeah, this will be the first time at speed they will be diving into turn number 1. Texas Motor Speedway, you hear the crowd roaring. That is what these drivers have been waiting for. And fans, we're back to racing.
See Eric Almirola pick that outside. He's hoping to have a little more speed on the exit of 4 right here. Exactly what he thought would happen.
Got a couple guys in the back there slipping up the racetrack. Like Bubba Wallace. Ricky Stenhouse having some trouble back there.
A little congestion back here as you see the 3. Austin Dillon hugging the white line. Everybody else kind of running up a little bit higher.
It's fascinating watching these drivers. First time they've been in the cars side by side at these speeds. Have no idea what the car is going to do. Great shot from the Monster Energy cam from Kurt Busch.
Looking back from his bumper, we see his younger brother. That's Kyle Busch back there in the green number 18. Brad Keselowski in the 2 on the inside of him. Those two have not been too good of friends off the racetrack, and they've shown it on the track from time to time, but they give each other plenty of room now as they race side by side.
And Kyle ran in the Xfinity race yesterday as we were right along Harvick's car, the Hunt Brothers Pizza side panner. Those guys, like Kyle, he's the only one that had opportunity to race yesterday and kind of understands where the grip is at this racetrack. You see him running really high in that traction compound in 1 and 2 because he trusts it.
There's Kevin Harvick. We talked extensively about how much success he has had in the 4 at this racetrack. And right now he's mid-pack. Again, qualifying didn't happen. This is the first time the guys have been in the cars all weekend. And so a random draw determines where everyone starts. They do it by the top 12 in points, then the next 12 in points, and then on down.
Listen to the engine here, how much they're off throttle getting into turn 1.
All the way out of the gas.
And then down in turn 3 and 4, a lot more banking. Should have more throttle, quite a bit more throttle down here.
Steve, this is the first of 3 stages.
Wow,
and
never lifts.
The length of these stages have changed. 105 laps for stage 1 and 2 today.
Yeah, so NASCAR wanted to really generate some more action on and off pit road during the different stages, so they've changed the lengths around. You mentioned 105 laps. We know they can go about 60 laps on fuel. So every crew chief I talked to today was concerned about this lap 20 caution. It doesn't help you for a fuel situation, but do you need tires? Do you need track position? 6 laps in already as we see Matt DiBenedetto look underneath the 2 of Brad Keselowski. Those crew chiefs have been sweating this pit decision all night. We'll see what they have to do at lap 20.
This track was reconfigured in 2017, and here's what they did. Turns 1 and 2, it's only 20 degrees banking. Turns 3 and 4 is 24 degrees banking. That is a big difference, and the width of turn 1 is 80 feet wide. They did that trying to create multiple grooves, trying to make the track different from one end of the track to the other so that drivers could find places to pass.
Like we just saw with Matt DiBenedetto there. Yeah. 2 Fords battling it out for positions.
Matt did a great job using the higher groove in 1 and 2 to create some momentum off of turn 2 to make that pass. 21 car, man, he's been running really good over the last couple of weeks, sitting around just in comfortable position above that cut line in the playoffs, performing at the right time of the season to put himself into those playoffs later this year.
Talked about being really frustrated early in the year. He had high expectations. He felt like they were not living up to those expectations, but lately they've looked really good. And last time we talked to him, he was smiling and much happier.
Yeah, and Jeff, you know, he had mentioned because this is a new group. I mean, he's with this organization for the first year, and then you have COVID, which keeps him away from his team. He said the newer groups, they can't learn as fast because of the restrictions, so they don't have face-to-face meetings. It's more difficult for them to learn from their team, as we see the 9 of Chase Elliott getting by the 34 right now of Michael McDowell.
There you see Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy Johnson is driven up to 13th, all the way back from 20th.
Do you think Chase Elliott's sitting a little bit different in his seat because his wallet's a little fatter on one side? $1 million winner of the All-Star race on Wednesday.
So normally that race would be held at Charlotte Motor Speedway. For the first year, it was held at Bristol. And, you know, momentum's real. It wasn't a points-paying event, but it had all the big names in it. Chase Elliott was victorious. I'm waiting to see if Chase Elliott will take that momentum into this race. You know, this is a team that at the beginning of the year, I thought Hendrick Motorsports had made big gains with the Chevrolet, but post the pandemic break, they seem to have lost a little bit of that edge.
Yeah. So I mentioned Jimmy Johnson. He was up to 13th. Well, in that one lap, he passed 3 cars. He's actually up to 10th. I talked to Jimmy this morning. He said he was tired of running this mid-pack stuff. He was going to the front, felt good about his opportunity today.
They felt very strong that Texas Motor Speedway could be where they could change their luck. Right now, top 10 for JJ. The official app of NASCAR can put race coverage and live in-car cameras right at your fingertips. All you have to do is search NASCAR in your app store or visit NASCAR.com/mobile. Take a look at the thermometer in Ty Dillon's car. 131 and climbing is the temperature. That's going to be a story all day. Eric Almirola out front. We heard earlier brake issues potentially there. Dave, have they figured anything out?
They have not, Rick, and since the racing resumed during this pandemic, Eric Almirola has been on the front row to start races 5 different times, has not parlayed it into a victory. So you can imagine how disappointed he was to have no brake pedal when he left pit road. He's been pumping him periodically, only needs to have a little bit of brake to go through these corners, but it's mostly wide open, so that's not a big deal. But when he pits for the first time, he's got to be able to stop his car in the pit box. We'll see if he has any brakes at that point, Marty.
Dave, Joey Logano hanging on in 10th, and when I say hanging on, I mean literally hanging on. Listen to the radio.
I was pretty hard when I moved up in 3 and 4. I was a little bit loose in 3rd. Now I'm a little bit tight in the center. Car's vibrating pretty bad. That's where we got you. If you move up in 3 and 4 and it bounces a little bit, just try to stay about a half a car length lower like we talked about. Try to straddle it if you can. No pressure. You get down the splitter in the 2/3 and it's bouncing really hard.
Yeah, spotter TJ Majors chiming in there, trying to help him to find a lane. Very bumpy racetrack at Texas, but Jeff, I would assume as bumpy as this place is, you don't want it literally bottoming around the racetrack all the way around. Tough to keep the throttle down when that's happening.
Yeah, that's one of the challenges of this racetrack, that it is so rough. But on top of that, the loading is completely different in 3 and 4 than it is 1 and 2. The speed is so much faster in 3 and 4 that if you get it where you really want them in 1 and 2 is too low in 3 and 4. And that's also the roughest part of the racetrack. So one of the many things that causes a huge challenge for the crew chiefs trying to set these race cars up.
Yes, hopefully as the run goes on, it builds a little more pressure in those tires, and maybe that'll improve a little bit, but they'll still probably want to do some adjustments to fix that car so it can take off on those low air pressures.
Well, you mentioned adjustments. This competition yellow should be out any time, and you're going to have to decide. There it is, Rick. There's the yellow. Competition yellow for these drivers to make adjustments. Now the question is, right here, the 10 team, what do you do? He's having a brake issue, so do you just do a normal pit stop and see if the brakes work themselves out? Do you come up with a mechanical issue? Do you bleed the brakes? There's options, but they have the golden egg. Track position, Rick, you don't want to give that up. You're first. You're in front of the pack, so...
You think you can pump them up enough to hold pressure on it and come to pit road that way or not?
That's a question from the crew chief.
So Steve...
Give 3 or 4 stabs. I have a pedal and it stays firm under pressure. It does not bleed down. It is just nowhere close to...
So it takes 2 or 3 pumps is what he's saying. So he initially steps on the brake pedal, it goes to the floor, no brakes. So it's a hydraulic system. He pumps the brakes 2 or 3 times, and then he has brakes, and then it holds firm, which tells me it's maybe not a leak. Maybe it's a piece of trash in the system. I mean, listen, that's tough to diagnose at the shop when you have air conditioning and all afternoon to try to fix that on a pit stop. But as we've talked, Rick, this is a 500-mile race. You know, you may want to stop. It's a tough decision for Mike Bugarewicz to figure out what he wants to do with Aric Almirola here.
If this were practice, you would come in and just bleed the brakes. That's what you would do. Bleed the brakes means push fluid through it, try to get the air out of the system, right? If he pumps the pedal, and after the 3rd or 4th pump, he has a solid pedal, that means there's probably air in there, and you got to get it out, but that takes time. That's not something you can do quickly. He stays out on this stop.
And that's interesting. The race leader, Aric Almirola, will stay out on this competition. Caution the rest of the field making their way in front of Marty.
The first fork in the road in terms of strategy. Steve made the call there. Kurt Busch having a very nice run. And one of the things you have to get used to when you're trying to come and just race right away, no practice. Kurt said, there's a bump in one. I had no idea it was there. I don't remember it being there in the past. A little bit tight for Kurt Busch. Ryan Blaney coming down here. Going to take 4 fresh Goodyear tires. Check the tire wear. Todd Gordon told me they would take advantage of this comp caution. Blaney saying he's hitting the splitter in 3 and 4. Needs a little more front feel for Ryan Blaney. So split strategy, Rick. Some staying on the track, some coming to pit road.
Yeah, the big names, Aric Almirola, Kevin Harvick, those two stayed out on the racetrack, and then there was the race off of pit road. NASCAR on NBCSN is brought to you by Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR. Perfect for race fans. Toyota. Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. And by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day. Well, there's one guy who's still riding the high from a week ago, and that has to be Cole Custer after getting his first win in the Cup Series. The rookie at Kentucky did some amazing moves. He said, you know what? It's pretty amazing to think that I used to sweep the floor at Stewart-Haas Racing and pick up the rivets, and now I've won at the highest level of stock car racing for them.
What a move. 2 champs. He passed Kevin Harvick, Martin Truex 4 wide, and then the celebration. Talk a lot about points. He doesn't have to worry about those anymore. He knows he's advancing into the playoffs.
22 years old. You look at the youngest winners. 22 years, 5 months. And sounds as though there's going to be an issue for the 48 team, a safety violation.
Sounds like they had too many guys, Rick. I'm not sure one actually completely went over the wall, but you're not even allowed to touch the hot side. I think it's maybe somebody grabbing a tire. Hey, we talk about crew limitations. The guys behind pit wall, they're asked to do more during these pit stops. This one touched the pit wall, got a penalty.
Field approaching the Geico restart zone. Again up front, Aric Almirola, Kevin Harvick, they stayed out. Harvick's getting a big shove from Martin Truex Jr. in that 19 right behind him.
Yeah, we had 3 cars stay out there. A lot of guys behind them took 2 tires.
Left sides too, Junior. Yeah. Very interesting. Normally it's a guaranteed rights, but a lot of guys are worried about left side wear. So we saw some left side tires be changed.
Ryan Blaney's the first car on 4 tires.
Blaney's back there in that.
Oh, the
12,
24
yellow 12.
loose underneath Kyle Busch. Man, these restarts are important for these guys to try to maintain or be on attack mode. But, man, you have to be on attack mode. You put yourself in position to get loose, lift, lose a lot of track position.
Look how that stacked everybody up. That let the one car there, Kurt Busch, drive underneath, a battle for the lead. Harvick on the outside.
How about Almirola charging back on the inside in the 10? Will he slide up in front of Kevin? These two are teammates. They come out of the Stewart-Haas stable.
I have to imagine Kevin's going to have the momentum off of turn 4. There you see it down the front straightaway. The 10's going to try to side draft a little bit there, not too aggressive.
This is where it's so difficult on that bottom with that traction compound in that middle groove where Kevin Harvick is. The bottom's tough sledding down there. It's hard to make the pass, hard to complete it.
So Harvick up front once again at Texas Motor Speedway as we ride along with Harvick, and you see the look back at Eric Almirola from the Hunt Brothers Pizza Can. And the eyes, look at his eyes. Awesome. Looking out the mirror.
You have to, see how that guy behind you is using the racetrack. Where's he running? How much of that traction compound is he using, if any at all? How did you use it? Did that grow that advantage to second place?
You're learning the entire time. So Kevin Harvick, now that he has clean air, remember earlier he could not run through there wide open. Then he could. Marty.
Hey, Jeff, this year we've seen this 4-car, Kevin Harvick and Rodney Childers, make a living by being out front. What they do is they'll trim out their race cars with less downforce on it, so Harvick, usually when he gets a lead, can keep it. But Steve, Rodney Childers told me this morning, last week at Kentucky, today here at Texas, 100-degree temperatures, you can't trim out your car as much as you would like to. He said, I've got to stack some downforce on it because when it's 100 degrees, I need that downforce.
So basically what Marty's talking about there is on these restricted races, these mile-and-a-half tracks now, the engines are restricted down to 550 horsepower, and it's just a sliding scale. So we see some great racing back in the pack with Denny Hamlin and Ryan Newman, and the crew chief has to decide, you want the car to be fast down the straightaways or handle in the corner. More downforce, the more stick the car is going to have in the corner. Less downforce is less drag. It's sleeker. It's going to go down the straightaway faster. Once again, Jeff and Junior, you let me know if it's going to be a short run or a long run to the finish, and I'll let you know how much downforce you have as we see the Toyota in-car camera here on Denny Hamlin. Oh, out of the gas.
Yeah, that car's not been driving great for Denny. Starting 7th, fell all the way back to 16th before the competition caution. Sitting right here now in 15th position, trying to move forward. The battle for the lead, tightening up.
Right now, Eric Almirola, he's trying to size up Kevin Harvick. See how Kevin's running. He's kind of changed his line a little bit. He's running lower now. That's giving Eric the top. So Eric's got clean air in that top lane. He's going to help him down this front straightaway. It's interesting why Kevin moved down there. He feels like his car must drive better there.
Great run for the 10 of Almirola as he closed in on the 4. Just can't complete that pass, though.
So Eric right now, he's wanting Kevin to run that bottom again. You saw the kind of run he got on the front straightaway. But this time, Kevin's not going to give it to him. He's going to take the top. So Eric adjusts, and he goes to the bottom. Just looking for clean air. Dave.
So you saw Eric stay out on that first pit stop opportunity. No Sunoco fuel, no Goodyear tires, and no chance to work on the brakes. They said, let's stick to the plan. And then under caution, they discussed the braking issue.
If you're on board, we'll just try and manage it the best we can today. Yeah, I think we have to. If it wouldn't hold pressure, I would probably make you fix it or just.
So again, Jeff Burton, you can describe what you need to do. If you can pump the brakes up, you can get some brake pedal and use it if you need to.
Exactly, Dave. The biggest issue is you see drives to the bottom. Just can't quite make that work. The biggest issue is let's say on a restart, let's say Kevin Harvick had some kind of issue right now, driving into turn 3 and he needed to brake immediately. That's going to be very difficult to do. You don't always have time to pump the brakes up. So that's the biggest concern for these guys, just making sure that he can keep himself in a situation where he doesn't have to immediately jump on the brakes. But those things are normally out of your control.
Yeah, as we're watching on board Kevin Harvick's car, he's not using any brake at all to get around the racetrack, so it's not bothering Eric right now. But like you say, if he puts himself in a tough position on a restart or something in traffic, or just trying to pit properly under green and so forth, could be an issue.
The other thing, guys, these guys brake with their left foot, right? I mean, they rarely will ever put their foot on the clutch. So
it's a little different.
Okay, so for the most part, they'll use their left foot. So it's hovering over that brake if he needs to start pumping it right away, right?
Yeah, but you know, it's a lot different between pumping 3 times and versus having it immediately, and that's the biggest concern. It's just if he gets in that oh no moment, I have to have him right now. What's going to happen now? Sometimes heat, you know, if it is fluid, if it is air in the system, sometimes a lot of heat can help that. Sometimes it can hurt it. I've seen it both ways. We just have to see how this develops. It's a 500-mile race. We're 38 laps into it, and he already has this issue. Is it going to get worse, or is it going to help him? Is it going to get a little better?
Yeah, still almost, well, there's 297 laps to go. So he's got a long time to have to deal with the situation. And we know there's heat that is going to be a part of today's races. The heat now is coming from the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. for that second spot. We're seeing Matt DiBenedetto moving up on the 1 of Kurt Busch. And now Kurt Busch fighting back on the outside. Ty Dillon in the 13. We saw he has the thermometer inside the car. It was hovering around and getting close to 140 degrees inside the car. And remember, these race car drivers, they don't get a break. Like, they don't ever get to go to the sidelines and sit down and take a breather. Their heart rates, a lot of them will put their heart rates on social media through a race. As you see right there, the temperature 135 degrees, but they'll put their heart rates on social media, and a lot of them have hovered around 150 beats per minute when they're resting. But when they're in a green flag condition, they can get upwards of 180, maybe even 200 beats per minute for these guys. At these temperatures, it's grueling. You're watching the NASCAR Cup Series, O'Reilly Auto Parts 500, Texas Motor Speedway. You catch the action from NASCAR, IMSA, American Flat Track, and more with Track Pass on NBC Sports Gold. And don't miss a green flag live, commercial-free, and on demand. Learn more at NBCSports.com/TrackPass. Eric Almirola, look at this. Getting right back to the back bumper of Kevin Harvick.
Rick, it looks really good, but I really believe Kevin Harvick's just said, you know what, buddy, if you can go by me, you can have that whole bottom lane. I'm going to run right here in this black sticky part of the racetrack, and this is what it looks like on every corner. The 10 drives to his bumper, and then down the straightaway, the 4 drives away from the 10, taking the momentum off the middle groove of the racetrack. We'll see if the 10 can find a way to get close enough to him to maybe side draft him, but when he's straight behind him, I don't think he has a chance.
While we're watching this battle for the lead, let's get a few updates from pit road. We'll start with Marty.
Well, Rick, one thing all the crew chiefs are noticing is that tires, the ones who did not pit, not meaning a whole lot. Martin Truex Jr. did not pit at the competition caution. We'll have to start thinking about pitting around lap 68 to 72, somewhere in that range. Truex saying, I'm hitting the track way too hard in 3 and 4. That's his only issue, and able to keep it up front after not stopping at lap 20, Dave.
Marty, with 9 races to go till the playoffs, William Byron needs to make some things happen. Right now, he is 15th out of 16 drivers, just 30 points above the cut line. He took 2 left side tires on that first stop and was a little bit loose at the start of this run, but running pretty well, Marty.
Dave, Ryan Blaney among those who did come down at the competition caution, and he has gone nowhere. Restarted 7th, sitting in 7th right now with 4 fresh Goodyear tires. He says, I'm hitting the track so hard in 3 and 4 through all those bumps, there's no way I'm not damaging the racetrack. He's hitting it so hard with a splitter. Blaney's struggling right now. Dave?
You see him make a move there on Byron. Meanwhile, his teammate, Byron that is, Alex Bowman, he's in the playoffs with a win from Auto Club Speedway before the shutdown. But he said right now about his race car, it's 2 out of the track, a bit on the free side in turns 3 and 4, which is very different from its handling in 1 and 2.
Rick, you heard those reports about tires not having a whole lot of value. 1 through 3 have not come to pit road in 49 laps. If I'm a crew chief, I take every Texas note and throw it in the garbage. This is now a complete repaved type racetrack. It's all about track position. Tires don't seem to matter. Let's listen into the 48 of Jimmy Johnson.
And with everything I see in front of me, you're the fastest car on track by a good bit. Be responsible, be smart, 1 by 1. We'll get there.
That's Cliff Daniels, the crew chief for Jimmie Johnson, and I have to agree. He's all the way back up into the pack in 16th position. Remember, the 48 had a penalty on the last pit stop. A crew member had to fall over pit wall to stop a tire. He went all the way to the back, and as I just mentioned, track position and tires didn't seem to matter much. For the 48 of Jimmie Johnson, if tires aren't the answer, then it's a good race car because he's driven almost back to the top 15.
Yeah, this is a good sign for the Chevy guys because they started the season out really strong. Feel like they caught everybody up by surprise. Seems like the Fords, the Toyotas have gained a lot back on the Chevrolets and haven't seen that sort of spring in their step from the HMS guys over the last several weeks. Dave.
That's right, Junior. How did Cliff explain it to us this week? He said it's been a tough go these last few races for the 48 bunch. The last few weeks, though, the woes are not from lack of potential. They've known it's been there, and if they can just put a whole race together, maybe at Texas, which has been so good for Jimmy, he can find his way back to victory lane after Rick 111 starts away from it.
Yeah, when we talked with Cliff Daniels this week, I think the most surprising thing that he said to me was that he hadn't been to the shop since March 1st. I mean, that's amazing. This crew chief who's in charge of this car has not been to the shop since the 1st of March.
Yeah, that is amazing. That, you know, this, we call it COVID racing, has changed the game. Oh, but you know, look at Jimmie Johnson doing all he can.
Car doesn't look very comfortable.
But you know, so these are the kind of things though that take a good run and ruin them, right? You came in running 8th, and now your drivers had to work really, really hard just to get back to 16th, and you just can't afford these mistakes. It's so hard to pass. It's so competitive. See Ryan Blaney making a move underneath William Byron, but fortunately that mistake happened early in the race and they have time to recover from it. But those are the things that can derail your day. One bad pit stop, one bad penalty, and you can find yourself looking at something that's too big to overcome.
When I talked to Rodney Childers this morning about what type of day to expect, he said mistakes 5 times in the conversation. Can't have mistakes. I said, yeah, but it's a 500-mile race. It's going to be very hard. No, Steve, you're not listening to me. It's going to be the team that doesn't have mistakes. If you trip up, it's going to be so difficult to recover as we see Jimmie Johnson continuing to try to recover and doing a nice job of it. So, you know, when you talk to someone like Rodney Childers and it's that in his forefront of his mind, that tells me he knows this is going to be a battle.
One at a time is what we heard Cliff Daniels say, and he's doing it as look at Eric Almirola fly by the 4 of Kevin Harvick for the lead. What happened to the 4?
Yeah, something.
He's slowing down.
He lost momentum somehow in the middle of the corner. I don't know if he got caught up behind the 77, but without a doubt, the 4 was out of the gas. The 10 had the momentum. 56 laps complete. These leaders will be coming on pit road in the next 4 or 5 laps. Remember, they have yet to pit today, so they will need fuel, but Eric Almirola just stayed behind him, waited for his opportunity. So here you have it. The 4 goes to the bottom, looking to pass the 77, and just never got to his bumper. Gave up that middle groove, and Eric Almirola loved that clean air, loved that clean racetrack. Guys, patience for the 10, right? He stayed there and finally had a chance to make that pass.
Yeah, to me, there's a couple things there. Number one, remember, we're going to pit here soon. You just said it, Steve. Green flag pit stops for these guys. They haven't pitted. Eric Almirola doesn't know how his brake's going to be getting slowed down to get on pit road. So right now, he needs to get as far away from Kevin Harvick as he can. Marty.
Well, Kevin has been saying for a while that their car is a little too tight in the number 4 machine. And he said after he got passed for the lead, we are just, quote, horrible through 1 and 2.
Yeah, I mean, he did run down out of the traction compound. You can see a big difference in how that hurt the speed of that car through that corner. He's going to want to stay in it here as he does. Go down into turn 1. They're starting to move up the racetrack a little bit as that traction compound wears out a little bit in that group.
But Junior, you never want to give up the lead, but he did learn something right there. You know, he went down there, and now he has something to talk to Rodney Childers, his crew chief, about. Hey, when I got out of the traction compound, this is what happened. And as this traction compound wears out, you can see it starting to change colors already. Understanding what your car will do or won't do is really important. So even though he lost the lead, he may learn something from doing that he can apply later in the race.
Well, we see Kevin Harvick has lost the lead. We heard it in the pre-race show. 700 starts for Kevin Harvick, only the 18th driver in NASCAR to have that stat. And what a career it's been. The first Cup rookie back in Rockingham in 2001, thrust into the spotlight when Dale Sr. was killed to fill that ride. 53 wins, 12th all-time, 3 of them here at Texas. No driver, Rick, So I was shocked by this. No driver has ever won his 700th start because it's an impressive list of drivers that have pulled it off. Kurt Busch did it just a few weeks ago, making his 700th start, So we'll see, can Harvick kind of break that curse? But right now he's lost another position to the 19 of Truex. And here's Kyle Busch right on his rear bumper.
Yeah, this is the best Kyle Busch has looked in quite some time. We'll see if he can take advantage of maybe ill handling number 4 of Kevin Harvick.
So if I'm Rodney Childers right now, I probably can run a couple more laps on fuel, but if you're losing time on the racetrack, it might be time to come to pit road and make adjustments. It's a little bit of a risk because you will easily lose a lap here at Texas, but it's a risk you might want to start considering. You don't want to get back too far in the pack. We'll see what the 4 does, how much longer they'll run.
There's an opening in front of the 10's pit stall for Aric Almirola. I mean, obviously, he doesn't want to have to go through his pit stall, but at the same time, they've got that comfort if they do have an issue with the brakes. They're going to become so pretty soon.
Wait. You say comfort? Would you like to be that Jack Man?
No.
Forget the car. How about the Jack Man? He has to jump out in front of that 10 car that has a brake issue. You heard Rodney Childers right there. Call the 4 car in. You have Aric Almirola on the left, Rodney Childers on the 4 on the right. Let's listen into the 10.
Keep running into your switch here, bud.
Okay, just remember I got a lot going on in here with my brakes.
Yes, sir. We're going to give you a heads up, a warning on it.
He's coming now. 10 car's coming now.
Let's see it. He's slowing down. Remember, he's got to get to pit road speed, 45 miles per hour when he crosses that line.
I think he's going to give up time here because he has to, right? Just avoid those mistakes we talked about. Let's see right here off the roof of 4. Looks like the 10 stops in his box, Dave.
Gave himself a whole lot of room there, but he did warn his crew. Remember, I have a lot going on in here, so if he didn't speed coming in, he should be okay going out if he minds the monitor very well. 4 Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel going on Aric Almirola, who has already today led a bunch of laps, Marty.
Kevin Harvick struggling with a tight race car. Those he did not hit at the competition caution. The theory is we want to spend as little time on pit road today as possible. 4 fresh Goodyear tires, chassis adjustment, trying to free up that car. So that's the move here. And they know now they're in that danger zone, guys. Yes, they are going to be down a lap, but they know everybody else has to come back down pit road as well.
And Rick, if I'm Mike Buckner-Ravage right now, I am feeling very good that my car safely came in and stopped in the pit box.
Yeah, we just saw the 10 car pretty aggressive on the blend line yesterday.
Yeah.
We had an issue yesterday in the Xfinity race. Justin Allgaier getting up on the racetrack a bit too aggressive as far as blending back on. Those guys are supposed to get around turn 2, blend onto the back straightaway.
It's so flat down there. You're trying to carry as much speed. Look how there's no banking on the bottom. Well, here's Aric Almirola trying to carry speed. You want to carry as much speed as you can, and here he is on the racetrack. It's pretty early. Look at these dotted lines all the way around the corner. The rule is you have to enter the racetrack. You got to stay below that white line until you get to the exit of turn 2. And NASCAR is going to be looking hard at that.
And again, Almirola dealing with so many things going on with the brakes and everything that he was talking with his crew about, and then coming off of pit road. Maybe a mental mistake there, getting up on the track too soon. Sure enough, a blend line violation for Aric Almirola.
Yeah, and you have to wonder too, guys, is these, the drivers' meetings now take place online. These guys aren't all in a room together to raise hands, ask questions. Typically in a driver's meeting, there's a lot of that. Whereas now these drivers' meetings...
Truex slow.
Yeah, he might be out of gas. Martin Truex
He is
Jr.
out of gas, guys. They wanted him to run until it bobbles. Steve, there's a switch inside the car where they can flip it to an alternate fuel source, and he said it was already flipped, so they were out of gas when he ran. He thought he had a time to flip it, so you have to explain all that, Steve. James Small said on the bottom of your screen, I want you to run as far as you can, but Truex said it just now picked up. It should stay running. So, Steve, they have a switch in the car they can flip, but when that switch is already accidentally flipped, you're out of fuel.
So basically, you can run on 1 or 2 pickups. The idea is you run around on 1, Rick. When the car bobbles, you go to the second pickup, which is in the corner. It can pick up a little more fuel. Well, if anyone owns a motorcycle and you're already driving around on the reserve, guess what? When it runs out, you're out. You have no more warning. Just a mental mistake by either Martin Truex Jr. or the crew member who's supposed to check the switches. One more mistake that I think is because of this COVID thing. No practice. Everybody's out of rhythm. A big mistake for the 19.
It's the first time they've been in the car when they fire the engines, and that switch was in the wrong position. Hockey is back on NBC and NBCSN. The NHL returns August 1st with the Stanley Cup qualifiers, an unprecedented 24-team tournament. The ultimate sports prize, Lord Stanley's Cup, that's waiting at the end. From high above Texas Motor Speedway, aerial coverage brought to you by Geico. Up front, it's Ryan Blaney, Kyle Busch running 1 and 2, William Byron, a couple youngsters back here, Eric Jones, Alex Bowman, Tyler Reddick in the top 6. All right, guys, so the blend line penalty for Eric Almirola. It doesn't seem like he's the only one that has this issue.
Yeah, so why? Why is he up the racetrack so quickly, so soon, right? So right here, stop it right there. Look at the banking change. Look how flat the apron is versus the racetrack itself. Eric's trying to carry as much speed as he can on the flat. He has cold tires. They don't make grip. There's no grip down there because it's dirty and it's flat, and he's up the racetrack. Now look at Harvick. Okay, look how soon Almirola is. Look at Harvick. Harvick's pushing it too. That's as soon as you want to get on the racetrack. Any sooner than that, I think NASCAR is going to be looking at you, but Almirola was way up on the racetrack so much sooner.
Yeah, that second shot showed me that the 10 was on track well before the 4. But if I'm a crew chief on pit road that has waited to make my green flag pit stop, I'm going to let you all know, guys, we saw a guy yesterday, we saw a guy today, and I'm with you. I really think it's the cold tires and all that. Let's listen in to Adam Stevens and Kyle Busch about the blend line.
Are they showing replays? Are you guys seeing where the blend line violation is?
Yeah, 10 went up way early. So you got to get to the hash line, pretty much as you're straight. He was up, before you even get straight on the straightaway.
Yeah, but they always say the dash marks are not in play, so I don't know what those mean.
All right, so look, here's why the confusion. Okay, here's the rule. The exit of turn 2 is when you leave the bottom of the racetrack, right? And he's right. They don't say the hash marks. NASCAR don't want to put you in that tight of a box. They want to give you a little bit of leeway, but you can't pull up in the middle of the corner. And so Kyle's wanting specifics right now. He's wanting to know specifically, what am I supposed to do? Well, if I'm the crew chief, I'm saying, have you ever been penalized leaving pit road? No, I haven't. Then just do that. Do what you always have done, because what we just saw and what we saw yesterday were very unusual.
So isn't it time for a box, though? I mean, we have a box saying when I can come to pit road. Isn't it time for something to tell you when you could go back on the racetrack?
Sure, if you want another rule.
I'd be good with it. Yes, I'm good with it. Because right now, as a crew chief, I can't tell my driver when to go on the racetrack.
Steve, you've told me many times you don't want more rules.
Well, I know at some tracks there are lines and places where they say, hey, don't come up onto the racetrack until you get to this point. There are racetracks apparently where, see the dotted line, like they could just say, hey, stay under the white line till it's dotted. That's the rule. Pretty easy stuff. But NASCAR kind of lets them do what they want to do without being too aggressive, and they have to crack down when they get extremely aggressive, like we've seen in the last 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, the dotted line you're talking about, Junior, is way out there, right? We're seeing, the question is, how far can you come up? Is it this line here? Is it before that? I mean, there's a lot of opportunity to come on the racetrack. Jeff, I understand you don't want more rules, but right now, if you're going to bust 2 guys, and I agree both guys were early, from what we normally see. I don't disagree, right? Allgaier yesterday was very early. Almirola today was very early. But if I'm Adam Stevens and I'm Kyle Busch, right now I would like to see a little bit more structure so I could tell you. I do like what you're saying, right? I would tell my driver, well, do what you always do. Maybe give me 1 extra car length to make sure we're safe.
Yeah, you just do what you've been doing and you're going to be fine. I think the reason we've seen it twice, though, in 2 days, that is cause for concern, right? Because we don't normally see these violations. And so if I'm the crew chief, I'm saying, look, clearly the track's dirty down there, and or the tires don't make grip down there because of the compound of the tire. Do what you always do as far as when you get on the racetrack, but maybe don't try to carry quite so much speed.
All right, so we've had 2 mistakes by 2 drivers that were on a different strategy than everybody else. Kevin Harvick right now has been mistake-free. Steve, what strategy you think is going to play out the best here if we stay green until the end of this stage?
This is going to sound silly, but it really comes down to traffic. It's not strategy, because these guys on older tires, normally we would tell you how they're running slower, how newer tires are gaining speed, but they're not. The fastest car on the racetrack is still the leader in clean air, running 30 flats. Everyone back in traffic fluctuates a half a second just by how they're catching traffic. So at this point, you know, you have Kevin Harvick a lap down, Martin Truex Jr. a lap down because they have pitted. You know, the issue now is they just don't want to be caught. They want to see the leaders be forced to pit under green, which should happen, you would expect, in the next 10 laps or so.
Chris Buescher, that 17 car, having a great run today.
As we see that, the 17 slowing down, and Chris Buescher is going to come to pit road. That means green flag pit stops are stopping.
When was the last time you really looked out the window? What do you see? The awakening of the rising sun, or light dancing across the mountaintops? Look for a moment longer and you'll see beauty is all around us. Like a painting, moving in the wind, speaking to the soul. The world flashing past, still yet to explore. Look out the window. The summer of Jeep is here.
Right now, get 0% financing for 72 months, plus no monthly payments for 90 days on select 2020 Jeep brand vehicles.
Only Wendy's 2 for $5 has all the chicken you crave. You can choose from the spicy or homestyle chicken sandwich, crispy or spicy 10-piece nuggets. But let's be real, you're gonna get those 20 spicy nugs for $5. Only at Wendy's.
Crack open summer with the taste of freedom. Budweiser's red, white, and blue camo cans. Available for a limited time only. In stores now.
USAA is made for what's next. No matter what challenges life throws at you, we're always here to help. With fast response and great service. And it doesn't stop there. We're also here to help look ahead. That's why we're helping members catch up by spreading any missed USAA insurance payments over the next 12 months, so you can keep more cash in your pockets for when it matters most. And that's just one of the many ways we're here to help the military community. Find out more at USAA.com.
If you love peanut butter most, this cup has your name on it. If you love chocolate most, this cup has your name on it. Not literally. That'd be a logistical nightmare, especially if we used last names. Then we'd have to do both sides. Reese's lovers, yeah, they're back.
$5 foot long, pile high with veggies.
The new barbecue rib, or any footlong, is just $5 when you buy 2. Only in the Subway app.
I am the one, back with a full throttle and roar. I am the intersection of chaos, karma, love, legacy, family, and flag. I am the place where we can be as one, united from the four corners of our beloved sport, back with one thunderous return. I am ready for you, if you are ready for me. I am NASCAR.
You saw the green flag pit stops happening at Texas Motor Speedway in nonstop. 4 tires for the 18 car of Kyle Busch now. Many cars coming down and taking either just right side tires or lefts, Marty.
Leader Ryan Blaney on pit road. He and Todd Gordon made a plan this morning. They would run to approximately this lap. They would go with 4 fresh Goodyear tires here. That leaves the window open for them to stay out at the end of stage 1, which could happen. Chase Elliott's made some nice progress. Again, started in the back of the field, started 38th today, made his way up into the top 15. He hits pit road here, says, when I'm behind other cars, I cannot do what I want, but when I'm in clean air, I can do what I want. Clint Bowyer has struggled with a race car that has been tight all afternoon. He is on pit road coming down right now as well, planning to make an air pressure adjustment for Bowyer on this stop too. You guys mentioned it earlier, Bowyer now flirting with that cut line, just plus 47 above the cut line.
Rick, I'm running out of ink in my pen with all the different options on pit road. I've seen 2 rights, 2 lefts, seen 4 tires, as you see on Clint Bowyer, and I've seen some fuel only. So lots of different strategies and plans by these crew chiefs.
Toyota onboard showing us Denny Hamlin pulling into his pit stall, Marty.
Yeah, Rick, last April, Denny Hamlin won here at Texas, but today it has been an absolute struggle for this FedEx team. Going to be 4 Goodyear tires here for him. Hamlin saying the car way too tight. He was hitting the splitter early in this race as well, so trying to make it better. Chris Gabehart trying to get his driver up into the top 15 if he can.
So now the top 5 still have yet to come, and we're seeing Logano. He's also on pit road now, so that means top 4 still have to come, Marty.
Yeah, speaking of guys who we thought might be good today, Rick, Joey Logano, who had a nice run at Kentucky with top 3 speed, came here to Texas with sort of a very similar setup. He and Paul Wolf had high hopes, but they have absolutely struggled with a race car. We heard that earlier on the radio with them talking about how the car was literally vibrating. A little bit of a slow stop here as well. Don't want that under green for Joey Logano, who's been struggling with the handling of the race car. Eric Jones on pit road, Dave.
Interesting comment. He told his team that the car fired off goofy, but then it came around to him. So this will be ungoofy. 4 tires and Sunoco fuels to send him back onto the track. Also, Brad Keselowski on pit road. He brings the 2 car down, and they get left side tires on the 2 as well, as I believe they took rights, guys. And the 95 of Christopher Bell is on pit road as well. The rookie this year, fighting his way for Rookie of the Year honors and for respect in the Cup Series. He'll leave pit road now.
Eric Jones in the 20, the only car that has yet to come to pit road and do his service. And so he is scored as the race leader. Actually, Eric just came off of pit road. So now it's going to cycle through, and everybody's made a pit stop.
So, Rick, right here, you see the 22 of Joey Logano. Watch the right front tire changer. This is slow, as Marty said, because they're adding Packer. He's going to lean up underneath there. What's he doing? Packer just gets the car off the ground. He's been complaining for 100 laps about bouncing on the racetrack. Marty mentioned you don't want to slow stop under green. I agree, you don't want to slow stop ever, but better under green than under caution. Remember, 3 seconds on the racetrack might only be 1 or 2 spots. 3 seconds under yellow could be 10 spots. Good move by Paul Wolf. Make adjustments now. You know you don't have car enough to win this race. Get ahead of it. It's a 500-mile race.
Left side of your screen, now you see the running order. Everyone has been to pit road. It's cycled through. Blaney, Kyle Busch in front of Kevin Harvick. Tyler Reddick up there in the top 5. William Byron as well. 4.2 seconds back from race leader Ryan Blaney. Then you've got Kurt Busch, Alex Bowman, Jimmy Johnson in the top 10, Chris Buescher, and Matt DiBenedetto rounding out the top 10.
It's jumbled up all because of when they came, how many tires they took. I'd love to update you, but like I said, I'm running out of ink on my pen. So many different strategies. It's just crazy to me that there's just not a lot of speed. Jeff Jr., these new Goodyear tires that these guys put on, we don't see the lap times improve, so I guess at this point, I just can't believe these guys are taking gas only in a stage at Texas.
Yeah, it was shocking to see a couple of those guys not putting any tires on whatsoever. And we know we've had some guys that talk about having left side or left front tire wear, particularly if you hang that left front out of the PJ1 traction compound and drag it through the older surface. Let's listen to the One Radio here and see what they got going on.
On a scale of 1 to 10 loose, we're an 11 loose. Come on, man.
That's pretty loose, guys.
11 out of 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's incredible they can get these cars loose, so much downforces in these bodies, but the crew chiefs, y'all figure a way to make them turn somehow.
Okay, so 7 laps to go in the stage. We just saw everyone come to pit road. Well, not everyone, but most people come to pit road with about 10 laps to go. So, Steve, what do they do when the stage ends? Do they stay out on the racetrack?
I would imagine you're going to have a few stay out on the racetrack. The ones that took tires are probably going to stay out. You see Blaney and Kyle Busch took 4 tires. But then you go farther down, Reddick with 0 tires. I think this is just a, gambling for some points. Remember, Reddick is just below the cut line. He's trying to score some points, Dave.
Yeah, that's when I talked to him before the race, Steve, that's exactly what he was focused on, just trying to move ahead just a little bit with the 9 races to go until the regular season is over. 41 points to the cut line, and with no tires on that last stop, it'll be interesting to see what Randall Burnett decides to do for this driver. One slow on the racetrack, Rick.
Yeah, issue here. As we're seeing, crawl around the racetrack. That's 15 of Brennan Poole.
Looks like the left rear
yeah,
tire.
The tire just came apart there. You're seeing the tire on the apron, so it's not on the racing surface. We'll see if it brings out a caution or not.
It looks like it's far enough down. Goodyear, or excuse me, NASCAR could choose to wait until the competition yellow to go clean that up. I'll be honest, I'm trying to figure out how far around he's going to roll here without tearing more sheet metal off.
Yeah, slowing down quite a bit now. So Brennan Poole slow on the apron of the racetrack. He just gets to pit road now. But we know that left rear tire completely had come apart and was actually left on the apron. It was, we see Tyler Reddick trying to stay in front of William Byron, and again fighting for these stage points. At the end of each stage, the top 10 each earn points. And so now with under 3 laps to go, Tyler Reddick holding on to the 4th position, but William Byron all over him. There's Ryan Blaney in the 12.
And Rick, why this matters at the top of the screen is it's been well documented. Kyle Busch, the car in 2nd, 0 playoff points. There's 1 available. So he's trying to run Blaney down, not just for points, but for that playoff point. Not to mention the last few winners at Texas have all won a stage. So maybe deep down he believes, can I go win this stage? Is that the momentum? So right here you see he can close down to 4 or 5 car lengths, just not enough to get next to the 12th.
Under 2 laps to go now. Look at that stat. 2020, 0 playoff points. He had 25 at this point a year ago. Ryan Blaney, though, with a .46 second lead over Kyle Busch, and now just 1 to go still in stage 1. But Kyle Busch is closing the gap. Blaney to the bottom of the racetrack. Kyle Busch stays up in the traction compound. Blaney continuing to go by the lap traffic. Right now there are 29 cars on the lead lap. Bubba Wallace currently in that 29th position, holding on to the final lead lap position.
Oh, Kurt Busch, he thought about making it 3 wide on the outside of William Byron. Look at this battle coming to the start-finish line for the stage in.
So Blaney's going to get the win of stage number 1. It's his 2nd stage win of the season, first since the return from the COVID break. And again, the top 10 in the finishing order of stage 1 will all receive points. The winner of the stage gets a playoff point, and that is going to Ryan Blaney. Stage number 1 win goes to Blaney, and his fans are loving it. Stage 1 complete of the O'Reilly Auto Parts 500 from Texas Motor Speedway. Everyone fighting to get into one of the coolest, well, maybe not the coolest, it'll be the warmest victory lane, speedycash.com victory lane. And that is where they get a cowboy hat, the 6-shooters. Eddie Gossage, the track president here, really does it up. A big show here at Texas Motor Speedway. Okay, so Steve, crew chief, how many different strategies have you seen in the first stage?
How many cars are in the race? Because that's how many I've seen. No, to your point, you know, I think the front 2 stay on the racetrack. Some in the back may stay on the racetrack. They just took 4 tires. A bunch of guys gambled for those stage points like the 8, but now they're on pit road, Dave.
Tyler Reddick didn't take any Goodyear tires last time he came down pit road, so you bet he will want 4 this time, and they'll get that on the Caterpillar Chevrolet. No, oh, just 2. How about that? Staying with the 2-tire strategy, William Byron as well. Marty.
Ryan Blaney and Todd Gordon saying, hey, we're going to stay with our plan. As little time on pit road as possible. The leader stays out. Kevin Harvick, bottom of your screen. A ton of changes. Car still too tight. Wedge, air pressure, and track bar for Kevin Harvick as it changes, and that's why they lose a few spots here on pit road, guys.
Yeah, look at all the 2-tire stops that took place there and all the positions moving up and down. 4 spots for Matt DiBenedetto. Go inside the headset with access to NASCAR Scanner. You can listen in on Pit Strategy, which if you're doing today, your head might be spinning. A monthly subscription starts at just $2.99. Visit NASCAR.com/scanner to start today. You see the temperature 144 degrees right now in Ty Dillon's car. And fans, we're hearing from you. Well, we're hearing from you through Rutledge Wood. Hashtag Hey Rut. Hey Rut.
That's right, Rick. Jennifer Snow said, don't forget, let's give a shout out to all those healthcare workers working in their PPE. We know they are hot all across the country. Keep an eye on stuff. David Reagan said, everybody's been cheating that blend line for years. Obviously, NASCAR just paying attention now. But the best question I found was from Dr. B. He wanted to know, to Dale, what's the hottest cup race you remember competing in, the effects of it, and how long did it take for you to recover?
Yeah, I've been in some pretty hot races. The effects, I mean, you just dehydrate and you get delusional sometimes. You dry out even before the end of the race. And it takes doesn't take long to actually recover, actually. You know, you can get some fluids a day or 2 and you're back to normal.
And remember, Junior, they're racing on Thursday. So the next race is Thursday in Kansas. Things are happening quick, as is the start to stage 2. Ryan Blaney, Kyle Busch making up row 1.
Top 8 stayed on the racetrack under this yellow. Everyone behind them have a mix of 2 and 4 tires. We'll see how it works out.
3 wide in the middle of the pack.
Kurt Busch in the middle of that in that number 1, but they still stay side by side for the lead.
Each restart, the confidence level goes up. These guys have to get more and more aggressive now that they understand where the grip is on this racetrack. We're going to see these restarts get more exciting. These guys side by side down the front straightaway for the lead.
And on top of that, to get a guy like Denny Hamlin, Eric Jones, they haven't seen the front of the pack today. They're now in the front. They do not want to give it up. Track position's huge. See, Hamlin can't really hold that bottom of that DJ1 the way that Blaney could.
Blaney was in front of Kyle Busch when they went across the stripe by 1 foot. 5/1000ths of a second. Now, Kyle Busch in front.
Blaney tried to get to that quarter panel and side draft that 18 and slow him down. Could not do it. Look at the back. Chase Elliott getting in the back of the 22 car. Big wiggle on Logano coming off of turn 4.
Those two stay down at the bottom of the racetrack. We see Eric Jones in the 20 just in front of the 14 of Clint Boyer riding along on Monster Energy number 1 with Kurt Busch.
Looks like that preferred groove is in the middle of the racetrack here. Some of these guys using a little bit lower line through the center and off. I love this racetrack because you can run that middle or high groove and make so much speed down the front straightaway.
You said you love this racetrack.
Well, the one car. Big moment there.
Way loose.
It's a big moment there. That's the thing, man. You'll go through that corner and have so much grip and then do the exact same thing the next lap.
Well,
and the car jumps sideways and you don't even know why.
Yeah, we were riding along with him. His wheel looked good. Everything was fine. And then all of a sudden, back of the car just came around. Great save.
Just a little bit higher than everybody else.
So I'll ask the question. During that break, they came on with the jet dryers and they actually blew some of the debris back toward that groove. Could that be what happened there?
Well, we saw it yesterday with the 21 car, Anthony Alfredo, when they bring those blowers out on the racetrack during the caution and blow the track, they blow that debris down into the sticky. 48 into the fence hard.
Into the hard into the wall, and the caution will come out.
That is a lot of damage. Jimmy Johnson having a good run. A lot of speed.
Did we have a turn down or just get away from you? I don't know, man. It's been an ugly lapper, so I would suspect it's higher.
He's running 11th, but we've seen him drive from the back of the pack.
Right rear corner, and then
yeah, that is a tough hit.
That is how things have gone for this 48 this year. They've had speed.
We're going to get the right side up. We're going to have to beat everything.
They've had speed, but mistakes like this, things like this happen. You heard him say it was an ugly lap. That whole lap was ugly, so he was thinking maybe it was a tire going down. And if you are Jimmy Johnson, when you come in, you are hoping that that tire does not have as much air in it.
Let's look at the replay here. Yeah, let's see what happens.
Just around, he's already loose, and now he's just chasing it up the racetrack and just simply doesn't have enough room.
So what we were talking about, the blowers that typically come out to clean the track come out under the last caution, and they blow that debris, all those marbles, down across that traction compound, which is activated hot and sticky, and all that debris sticks to it like tape. Once these guys are up out of that groove, it's like ice. There's no saving it. There you see Jimmy Johnson. His opportunity to try to win today is over.
He'll be on his way to pit road when we come back. During this year's NASCAR Salutes, refreshed by Coca-Cola program, we're highlighting stories of military members who have gone above and beyond, keeping our community safe and healthy. Let's hear from Coke Racing family driver Ryan Newman, who sat down with National Guard Specialist Charles Hoffman.
Hello, Specialist Hoffman. This is Ryan Newman. Can you tell me what you've been doing in your community?
I was down in Myrtle Beach handing out food to the kids in Corey County. They kept asking for books. I just thought if there was any way I could get them some books, then I was going to try to.
It's exciting for kids, and when it comes to things that educate them, it makes it even more special.
We think what you have been doing is great, and on behalf of NASCAR Salutes, refreshed by Coca-Cola, we're going to ensure military families have plenty of books leading into the school year, both in South Carolina and Dallas. We hope we can have you out to a NASCAR race soon.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, what a great story. As Ryan said, NASCAR and Coca-Cola are continuing to support the USO over the coming months. Now, Ryan Newman actually receives the free pass. They had lost a lap because they had pitted outside the box. They were penalized, but they now have received that after this caution. So they got that back, and Newman will be back on the lead lap.
We're talking about the marbles and what's happening with that. Let's hear from Kevin Harvick's radio, a little more information there.
They're kind of up high. I don't know how much it's helping the groove you want to get to, but you can check it out where they're blowing here. Usually when they blow it that high, they just blow it into the groove. It is a vacuum right above the second groove. Keep that stuff from building up on the PJ1.
So he's talking about the blowers rather vacuum up those marbles than to blow them back into the groove where the guys are trying to run. And we saw it create some issues yesterday and create some issues today as well. And I think this is what happened to Jimmy. Getting loose, that's natural, but typically you'd be able to say that. But now he's on ice on top of that dirty racetrack. And no chance of saving that once you get into that.
And they've also received a penalty. That's why they're sitting there. It's a 2-lap penalty. Steve, explain what happened.
So basically, once you're in an accident, you go on the damaged vehicle policy. It's a clock. You have 6 minutes to repair your car. That's total time on pit road. A few years back, if you had an extra man over pit wall, it was the end of your day. And NASCAR said, oh, that might be a little too severe. We saw Matt Kenseth get kicked out of a race. So now it's a 2-lap penalty. So they have too many guys over pit wall. You see all their numbers. You're basically allowed to have 5 guys working on the car. They have too many. So a 2-lap penalty, which, looking at the damage, I don't think 2 laps is going to hurt them too much. The real question is, are they going to be able to get back up to minimum speed, clear that clock, try to salvage the points? You know, we talk about the playoffs, Rick. They're right on that cut line.
Going through the Geico restart zone now and back up through the gears. It's Kyle Busch and Ryan Blaney up front, making up row 1. Now take a look at the Geico camera on board with Ty Dillon, what he sees in this chaos of the restart.
What he sees, Matty D making it 3 wide on the outside.
Yeah, man, I thought that was going to be some contact there with him and Boyer. A lot of checkup on that outside line. Because of that, everybody gets through safe.
Yeah, that was interesting. As we were riding along with Ty Dillon, you could hear him. He had to check up big time. Had a heck of a run, but wasn't able to utilize it because there was nowhere to go.
Well, look at what he's looking at. I mean, you know, just seeing 2 people wreck. And, you know, you want to push, you want to charge, but where are you going to go, right? You see them, they're too wide, they're everywhere, and you got to push right here. Restarts are so important. This time he went to the bottom.
Now, the 95 car's wrecking.
Sideways. The 95 sideways and maybe even into the wall there.
Man, what a save. Looking at that car, not a whole lot of damage, if any at all. Maybe a little contact with the wall. He's still off pace just a little bit.
And Denny Hamlin took the lead.
Right there. No smoke I can see. Still outside.
He was trying to get to the outside of Boyer. Had been trying to get to the outside of Boyer for several corners, really, really high in the PJ 1 through 3 and 4, and just almost backed the car into the fence.
While he was sideways, Denny Hamlin took advantage of going by his teammate, and now Denny Hamlin is leading this race.
Take a look at this. Watch this 95 car.
Again, he's way high. Look how much higher he is trying to jump on the outside of Boyer, and we've seen when you get up there, it's not good. And
oh man,
yeah, that is. We'll see how much damage that is on the right front. But how many times have we seen this guy make huge saves? Christopher Bell, that thing comes around on it. He has a way of not spinning it out. Great job. Wall helped him out a little bit.
Yeah, here comes Eric Jones. He makes the pass on Joey Logano.
And Chase Elliott pushed that 22 into the corner, giving him the opportunity to stay on the outside. Eric Jones through the corner, and that's going to give, that's going to give Joe the chance to keep the position. Just a little bit of help from that 9 car off into turn 1 made that difference. Otherwise, Eric Jones would have had that spot easily. It's a great track for Jones.
Yeah, Eric Jones currently running in the 5th position, and take a look at this. Ryan Blaney fighting on the inside, trying to take the lead away from Denny Hamlin.
Ryan Blaney's been so fast. I would say he doesn't have the wins as Hamlin and Harvick, but he has been so fast.
And look at Denny. I mean, we started this race, he was in 7th place and dropped all the way back to 16th, struggling with his race car, no speed. Now up here battling for the lead of the race.
I'm selling that story too. If I'm on the pit box of any of these other race cars that are stuck in the back, Junior, I'm selling that story of Denny Hamlin. Listen, buddy, just get you some adjustment, get you some track position. It worked for the 11, it could work for us.
But look what Blaney's doing. He's not running up to the PJ1. He was on the bottom of the racetrack in 1 and 2. Now he's in the PJ1 in 3 and 4, but on the bottom of corner exit. So Blaney's looking around, searching, trying to find something different, and it seems to be working. This traction compound will wear out. It'll change as the race is going on.
Yeah, it looks like at both ends, Blaney was entering a little high and turning the car down, getting a good straight run off the bottom of each corner.
And Logano ran the very bottom of 1 and 2 that time and got a big run on Busch.
As Joey Logano goes inside of Kyle Busch. And remember that green flag pit stop back in the first stage that we showed you, right, Junior? They added some packer to the right front corner. The 22 looks a lot better.
I thought he was done. I thought they were going to struggle all day long. It's incredible how these teams are so resilient in getting these cars some speed in just a few pit stops. Man, we'll work all weekend, even with a full Friday, Saturday of practices, and not find any time in a race car. These guys are doing miracles during these races early on to make their cars competitive.
You can throw a blanket over the Joe Gibbs Racing cars right here as we take a look at the Toyota driver update. Denny Hamlin 2nd, Kyle Busch 4th, Eric Jones 5th. Those 3 all running very impressively now. As you mentioned, Eric Jones, one of his better tracks. Marty.
Rick, I think we're going to see this all day long as Joey Logano gets around Denny Hamlin for 2nd place. You're going to see different players up front. The one constant is Ryan Blaney. He's been up front. But, yeah, Chris Gabehart told Denny Hamlin, hey, you ain't got to be good. You just got to be better than everyone else. They have struggled all day long, no doubt about it. But the 11 up front. Meanwhile, Joey Logano, you know, sometimes you get that curveball. Paul Wolfe hit a home run with it. They put that Packer in the car much better since then. Logano up to 2nd.
It's a great shot for this Toyota cam looking at Denny Hamlin. Watch him as he drives into turn 3. How rough the racetrack is. Big bumps right in the middle of the corner. Look at that. That's violent. You could hear it. You could hear the race car hit the racetrack. That's how rough this racetrack is in 3 and 4. It's rough in 1 and 2, but 3 and 4 is much rougher. This is 1 and 2. Not near the head movement as what he had in 3 and 4 going through the bump in the center of the corner.
They worked on 1 and 2, flattened it out, and right now flat out speed is what Ryan Blaney has as he leads the field at Texas. You know, it was 2 years ago this week when Liverpool visited Roush Fenway Racing during the tour of the United States. There's manager Jurgen Klopp and Mo Salah. They had a good look at NASCAR. And Wednesday at 3 p.m. Eastern, the Premier League continues on NBCSN following their match with Chelsea. League champions Liverpool will lift the trophy after clinching their first title in 30 years. You're watching the NASCAR Cup Series. O'Reilly Auto Parts 500 from Texas Motor Speedway. Still out front, it's Ryan Blaney. He has almost a 2nd lead over Joey Logano. And remember, Joey Logano was worried about handling early on in this race, some major adjustments. And as Marty said, Paul Wolfe was able to hit that curveball and hit it perfectly for the setup because they are doing so well. A very hectic schedule that's taking place right now for the Cup Series. 16 races, 68 days, but in a span of 12 days, they will be in 4 races. So 4 races in 12 days for the Cup guys who are right in the middle of that right now. Take a look at the time in the car. An hour, coming up on an hour and a half already, and the temperature 136 degrees. And remember, under pit stops and cautions, we've seen that temperature go all the way up to mid 140s.
Yeah, when they're at speed, concentrating on running their line, you don't really think about the temperature, man, but when you get a caution, you're reminded just how miserable it is inside there.
And again, their heart rates. I mean, when they're in these green flag conditions, fighting right here, we know their heart rates are up somewhere up 180, maybe 200 beats per minute while they're fighting out here like this. Take a look at the 10, by the way, back up into the top 10 after all that they have gone through.
I bet his heart rate's up.
Yeah.
I mean, leading the race, running really well, got penalized, leading pit road, and now doing a nice job of battling back up to 10th. Remember, he's still dealing with that braking issue.
He already got up to this 21, and he had to change lanes and block. He won't be able to block if we pick a different way right here.
Yeah, so that communication right there is, quite simply, when you catch someone and they're running the bottom, you're running the top, and you're catching them, guess what they're going to do? They're going to go to top, and they're going to take your air away from you. And it's frustrating as a driver. But we've seen people make it work on the bottom. Eric's just got to keep working, find a way to go wherever Matty D isn't. Just try to find a way.
And right now, the only driver in the top 10 that hasn't won in the Cup Series is Matt DiBenedetto. And that's a big change from a week ago when Cole Custer got his very first win in the Cup Series. Ryan Blaney out front and still has about a 1-second lead, Marty.
Hey, Rick, right now, Team Penske is actually 1-2, and it's been a busy weekend, to say the least, for Team Penske. They called it 8 wide in 8 different races across 2 continents, and they've won 4 of the 7 races that they've run so far this weekend. This would be the final one. Simon Pagenaud, Scott McLaughlin, Austin Cindric, and Joseph Newgarden all collecting wins for this weekend for Team Penske. There you see Scott McLaughlin winning down in Australia earlier this weekend, and then also winning the doubleheader in Iowa. They swept the weekend in Iowa for IndyCar, did Team Penske. So I asked all the drivers, any pressure? They all said, oh yeah. In fact, Austin Cindric said, the first thing I saw Saturday morning when I woke up, pressure's on me, because they had won 2 in a row at that point. He did come through with a victory in the Xfinity Series, but Team Penske right now 1-2, trying to get their 5th win across 2 continents this weekend.
Pretty impressive what Roger Penske fields as far as different series, race cars, and the different competitions that he's a part of.
Logano only 8/10 back. He's hanging right there. Little lap traffic, and he could be right on top of that 12 car. Battle for 3rd right here. Hamlin and Eric Jones. Eric Jones said earlier this is his best racetrack. He has the best average finish at this track of any driver in the field. Found that to be pretty impressive.
Eric told me this morning that he just simply doesn't seem to be able to go through a race without making mistakes. So either he or the team are getting caught by a caution. They're just hoping for a clean race. Have nothing go wrong. Dave.
Jeff, that was similar to the conversation I had with crew chief Chris Gale. It's been a little bit on the pit crew. They're down about 10 spots in the ranking from where they were last year. And at times they've had pace with their teammates on the track, and at other times not so much. So he said it's a little bit frustrating, a little bit of a question mark right now as they try to race to the playoffs. But behind him, his teammate Kyle Busch. He was another one who did not pit during this last caution, stayed out on the racetrack, and wants his car to be just a little bit better. I wouldn't ever compare Pocono to this place, but when he had a top 5 run there was something he liked about it. Listen.
Is there a way to help me out? Center exit, kind of like Pocono, but yet still keep entry, security, and all that. 2 or 3 and 4, you know? Yeah, maybe. If you have room on your temp and room on your splitter taken off.
Help me, help me, help me. The Pocono way, because that was a top 5 run and one of the only bright spots recently for this 18 bunch.
Listen to that radio, Steve. I think he's just talking simply about putting tape on the grill.
That's what it sounded like to me. Downforce is everyone's friend.
That was Adam Stevens, crew chief, talking to him. He said, earlier the performance isn't there. He thinks they usually get better throughout the weekend, but because of the way they're running races now, the start of the weekend was when the green flag dropped.
Yeah, I had a long conversation with today by phone, and he said, even though he's an engineer and people just assume he's a simulation guy in his computer, that was never really his strength. The engineers around him did most of that. He was a hands-on guy working on the race car, looking at the race car, talking to Kyle. And this has been a major adjustment for him. Now, he raised his hand and said, look, it's on me to adjust. But it's just taking me a little more time than I had hoped.
Right now, running in the top 5, Kyle Busch is 5th. Ryan Blaney still out front. NASCAR Drive, that is your live race day companion. You can follow your favorite drivers with high-definition in-car cameras or choose an alternate camera to see more action. Visit NASCAR.com/drive, or you can download the mobile app today. Still Ryan Blaney out front. Marty.
Hey, Rick, we talk about COVID racing right now, but when COVID had the sport shut down, remember iRacing? Do you remember the Texas iRace? Who won that? Timmy Hill, who's in the race today, and he won it in a very impressive fashion. Check out the last few laps of this. He didn't make William Byron very happy with that move, but you know what? He got the win nonetheless. And Eddie Gottschalk thought, you know what? That was cool. I like that win. So when Timmy showed up this weekend, Eddie Gottschalk had a little gift for him as he celebrates at Texas virtually. He gave him a cowboy hat. You know what you get here when you win at Texas? You get a cowboy hat. You get some 6 shooters. He didn't get the full package, but he got the cowboy hat. That's worth celebrating, isn't it, Rick?
It definitely is. So it's got to be a bright spot for Timmy Hill's weekend.
Timmy run all 3 races this weekend. Really, really good guy.
Fully committed to motorsports, too. He and his brother own a truck.
Always a smile on his face, no matter what's going on.
Speaking of a guy that always has a smile on his face, let's go to Rutledge Wood's home. And hey, Rut, what do you got for us?
Hey, Rick, I got a question for Steve. Brett wanted to know, is NASCAR planning anything about the heat for the Gen 7 car in 2022 to maybe make some extra airflow for the driver? So maybe you could explain a little bit of that development for fans that don't know.
Yeah, right. That's a great question. NASCAR actually forces the teams to run certain openings in the windows to cool the drivers. But you know us crew chiefs, we're stubborn. You know, you're going to have to really argue with your crew chief to give you any more air because you want your car to be fast, as we see William Byron on pit road. So that will be something that's interesting. We just saw the IndyCar race at Iowa. They added a duct to that new halo. IndyCar drivers were smoked with that new windscreen in front of them, so we saw adjustments there. We'll see if NASCAR adds anything to the Gen 7 car. Marty.
Hey, Steve, we're going to see this all day long. The guys who pitted around lap 90 or so now coming to pit road. The guys who pitted at lap 108 at the stage, they are now staying out. So Chase Elliott coming to pit road. Alan Gustafson has done a terrific job kind of flipping the track position. Again, remember they started back of the pack today, 38th. They've come up. He was running 6th when he came to pit road. Car's been a little bit too tight for him, especially off turn 2. Meanwhile, coming down pit road, Ryan Blaney, Todd Gordon trying to match the strategy with everyone coming right here. Blaney's car has been terrific, and he still thinks it can get better. He said, you know what, I am on the splitter the entire run. I'm not kidding you, on the splitter the entire run, especially in 3 and 4. We're hitting it so hard, I'm shocked we have the speed that we have, but Blaney, clearly the best car so far, leaves pit road. 49 to go here in stage 2.
I know it's crazy, but sometimes hitting the splitter's the place to be. I mean, that's where the car wants to live. Jeff, you mentioned earlier how the 2 ends of the racetrack are so different, so I guarantee the splitter doesn't feel good down in 3 and 4 as you see Blaney going all the way around the corner, making sure no exit violations. So down here in the banking, the splitter probably bangs on the racetrack, but man, you want that thing as low as you can have it at the flat end of the racetrack.
As it bangs on the racetrack, it wears it away, right, Steve? So, I mean, it's going to wear away as he hits the racetrack.
It does. The problem is on a smooth track, it wears it quickly because it grinds along. But here, it's more like knocking on a door. It's bang, bang, bang. It doesn't stay down there long enough to wear a lot of material away.
This would be a good understanding of exactly what tires mean. See, he pulled out right with Matty Benedetto, and that's running in 10th place.
There's your example, right, Jeff? If that's Atlanta or another track with high wear, he goes right by Matty D in that set of corners. Here, he's still stuck behind him.
Yeah, it's just not that much advantage in tires. And that's what makes calling a race very difficult for crew chiefs. If the tires wear out and you get slow, you just pit every time you can. But in a situation like this, it's all about track position and that strategy of when you have track position. That's what all these pit stops are about, trying to position themselves at the right time of the race, Marty.
Johnny Klossmeyer bringing Clint Boyer down pit road. Boyer said on the radio a moment ago, is there anything you can do to help me get through the middle of the corner? They've been struggling with a very tight race car all day long, Dave.
Tyler Reddick went way back in the 8 car. They're struggling on that car too. 2 tires last time, 4 tires this time. And you can see Kyle Busch with a top 5 run in that 18. Is this the day for 2020 for that bunch? A 4-tire change here.
Denny Hamlin also coming onto pit road.
That makes all these pit stops extremely important. We've seen you don't really have that much more speed as you ride along the Toyota Cam. Let's see him hit his pit box, Marty.
Nice stage 2 for Denny Hamlin. He was able to lead 3 laps, still struggling with a tight race car. Asked for a fresh water bottle and a tear off as well for the 11 car. Going to tighten or free him up with some air pressure adjustments here. But Chris Gabehart been very happy with it here on that run, also cleaning the grill for Denny Hamlin.
Good pit stop, right around 13 seconds, 14 seconds for these teams. Pretty clean pit stop there as we see Denny Hamlin is going to stay on the apron all the way to the exit of turn 2, and then he blends out onto the racetrack. Everyone now aware of that blend line and making sure that they don't have the same situation that Aric Almirola had earlier.
Which that's what you got to do, right? You got to adapt. I mean, you can argue all you want, but they've proven they will call you as we got a bunch of traffic stacked up here in front of the 18 of Kyle Busch.
Right now, Joey Logano being scored as the race leader. Erik Jones received his high school diploma right here at Texas Motor Speedway and also has had great success at this track. Kevin Harvick running 3rd, Kurt Busch and Aric Almirola in the top 5. Logano and Erik Jones, they were last on pit road on lap 93 and 94, and right now Logano is on pit road. Marty.
Comes down pit road. Paul Wolfe wanted him to run it until it stumbled, then flipped the switch to the auxiliary pickup. He did that, made it to pit road just fine. Logano said the car much, much better than it was earlier in the race. Still a little bit tight in 3 and 4. That's their biggest issue. Air pressure trying to free him up for Logano, and a little bit longer on the left rear that time for the 22.
As y'all watch these pit stops, you know, Rick, we used to have 7 pit crew guys, down to 6, down to 5, and you just watch the orchestration of the adjustments. The Jackman had the round wrench stuck to his helmet to use on the left side, and when I talk to these crew chiefs, they say that's the biggest challenge, is anytime you're making an adjustment, the pit stops are slower because everyone is fully taxed. They have no spare time to be making adjustments.
There, Kyle Busch trying to put a little pressure on Cole Custer in front of him, as now Erik Jones is on pit road, Dave.
And he'll get adjustments to that race car as well as 4 tires on the Sunoco fuel as well. Erik Jones, you know, running strong today. You guys mentioned the average finish here. This is the chance for him to shine and bring that team back around. Last pitted on lap 94 under green. Another green flag stop here, and a good one for the 20 bunch.
So green flag pit stops are underway. They have cycled around. Kevin Harvick is up front. Aerial coverage of this battle for the lead brought to you by Geico. 4 of Kevin Harvick out in front, and it's been Kurt Busch chasing after him as we still have 35 laps to go in the O'Reilly Auto Parts 500 Stage 2. And now the one of Kurt Busch has decided to come to pit road, as Kevin Harvick was trying to negotiate around traffic. Dave.
Alex Bowman has been fighting the handling of that 88 car most of the day. Just getting an air pressure change this time and 4 fresh Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel.
Kurt Busch was up there fighting for the lead with Kevin Harvick a moment ago. So the car comes to them late in the run, struggling with car being a little bit too free. They're going to go right side tires here only. Matt McCall never afraid to take a little bit of a gamble, going right sides here for the 1 car.
Surprised a little bit by that call. I would have assumed all of these guys would have taken 4, just trying to break up the rest of the race. 157 to go, maybe a couple more pit stops on board here with Kevin Harvick as he rolls down pit road, Marty.
That's going to be interesting. All these guys who pitted at lap 108 now coming down pit road, including Kevin Harvick, who is leading as he came down pit road. He said the car is terribly tight in 3 and 4. That's his biggest issue. They have struggled with tight all day long, but Rodney Childers not having to take as big of a swing with it this time. They make a right side wedge adjustment, trying to free up Harvick, and also a left side wedge adjustment as well.
So Kevin Harvick will make his way back out onto the racetrack.
Look out, see how flat this is? That's why there's so many issues here. It's almost when you're in that banking or lack of banking, you feel like you're leaning to the right. You know what I mean? It's so flat down there. That's why we saw drivers trying to carry speed, get over that blend line a little bit too soon.
Yeah, Kevin Harvick, you could hear him out of the gas, right? There wasn't enough grip there to stay wide open.
Now he's trying to build that speed. You can see this momentum coming. Brad K passed him on the outside. Chase Elliott is trying to build speed now. He's got the same speed as those guys. Dave.
Matt Kenseth is on pit road, and he'll just get the right side tires on that McDonald's Chevrolet. They've been having radio problems already. They're a little tough to hear each other, so in the middle of all this heat, communication problems as well. Communication very good for crew chief Mike Bugaravich and his driver Eric Almirola. After earlier problems for the 10, got himself back on the lead lap, still fighting the braking issue, but as you can see, he can get the car stopped when it comes to pit road. 4 fresh tires and a chassis adjustment this time, along with Sunoco fuel. Next tree, grab that tire, guys.
They did 4 fresh Goodyear tires going on the 10. We've seen Almirola up front today. Right now, it's Martin Truex Jr. leading this race, and currently only 8 cars on the lead lap. Again, still cycling through with green flag pit stops. Truex Jr., Brad Keselowski, Ryan Newman, Bubba Wallace, John Hunter Nemechek, Corey LaJoie. We just saw Eric Almirola on pit road, and Ryan Blaney, winner of stage 1, currently running 7.
So, Rick, I'm kind of holding my breath, Rick, for a moment that's going to change this race. There's been a lot of green flag running, all these different pit stops and pit cycles, and there's so much to cover, but really none of that matters until that moment comes. That's what this is for the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. He has a fast race car. He was on pit road at lap 118. He has some fuel in the tank. He only has 7 cars in the lead lap. That's what I mean, right? So he's like, I'm going to run. I'm going to run as long as I can. Maybe we'll get lucky. If we get a yellow here, it flips this whole field upside down. Guys are going to be taking the wave around. We just haven't had it. Even 183 laps into this race, it's been relatively straightforward green flag racing. Anything but straightforward on pit road.
We mentioned at the beginning of the show, this is a long race, 500 miles. There's still 151 laps to go in this 334 lap race. Now it's Martin Truex Jr. who's out front. They're having to deal with the temperature. It's extremely warm, over 130 degrees in the car. They've been in there for well over 2 hours now. We're getting close to 2 hours, I should say. So Martin Truex Jr. out front, being chased by Keselowski.
So it's really important, crew chief, be reminding your driver, if you have an in-car water system, be getting some fluids in. Little reminders like that. You get in that race car and you forget about stuff. You just focus on making lap time. Keeping fluids in you, these kind of conditions are really, it's really, really important.
You see right here, this is a great shot. You have Denny Hamlin on the top, Kevin Harvick on the bottom. The difference, just look how they sit in the car different. You know, Denny Hamlin, the wheel seems to be a little bit closer, the height of the wheel. This always fascinates me is Kevin Harvick. I think he must do it just to relax his right hand and forearm so he doesn't cramp, but you see that a lot. Takes his hand off the wheel almost every straightaway, where Denny Hamlin stays pretty consistent. I'm a fan of Kevin Harvick's clear shield, though. You can see those eyes work in the mirror.
They do bounce, though.
You see on Denny Hamlin's dash, on the right side, you can see there's lap time right there. So Denny Hamlin, he doesn't have to be told what his lap time is. He can just simply look down there. Why is that important? Because as a driver, you're always trying things. You're seeing how to make your car better. Did it work or did it not? That's the answer. That lap time, the better it is, the better the change you just made. So drivers can always trying to learn, trying to just do little small things to make the race car go faster. That's the gauge right there. Did it work or not?
I'm jealous. You know, given lap time, while that sounds simple, Rick, by the time you get it, they're entering turn 1. I don't want to talk to them in the middle of the corner. Now they're on the back stretch. I can't see them from pit road. I mean, it sounds silly, but you can mess up a driver's rhythm just by trying to read them lap times. Marty.
Hey, Rick, that's the driver's perspective. Steve, I want to talk about the crew chief perspective for Denny Hamlin. So you guys mentioned it with these flip strategies. and it's going to change here in a moment. Only 3 cars on the lead lap. So you're Chris Gabehart sitting on top of the pit box. You're a lap down. What are you doing, Steve, other than just praying right now? No caution, please, as this plays out.
Yeah, I mean, that's really what you're doing. You know the 19's trying to hold you a lap down. He's your own teammate, but he's running his own race. So you hope you didn't get caught by a yellow, but you have to run the strategy. And the beauty is, even if the yellow comes out, the 11 can stay on the racetrack and get back on the lead lap, but he's going to lose some track position. Dave, the 17's back on pit road.
Yeah, they had a part break on one of the fueling cans, and so they wanted to make sure they topped him off before the end of this stage, and only got a little bit of fuel in last time, so still kind of figuring out exactly what happened, but basically a can did not let fuel flow into the 17.
Yeah, so this is the pit stop before. Watch the fueler right here on the top of your screen. He's going to work and work and work and work and work and try to stick that can in. Nothing. Goes back to the second can, only got a little bit of fuel in, so big mistake or just unfortunate failure for the 17 car is going to cost them some time. Here's the 2 on pit road. Dave.
Yep, and leaving. I believe this is going to be a 2-tire stop that they just made there. That's what they had talked about, doing 2 now and then 2 probably at the end of the stage, according to crew chief Jeremy Bullins to his driver. Marty?
And there you see Martin Truex Jr. obeying the blend line, making sure of that. Clayton Hughes, the spotter, said, don't mess that up. Fuel only. So James Small making the call here with 21 to go, Steve, in this stage for fuel only for Martin Truex Jr. to try and keep all the track position he could.
And you see Kurt Busch and the Monster Energy on board as he goes by Martin Truex Jr. Steve, okay, so as they continue to cycle through, and there's been so many green flag pit stops, how about the 12 team? Ryan Blaney right now leading this race. He came to the pits at lap 160. He has a 3-second lead over Joey Logano.
Well, let me tell you why. Because the 22 car on Logano came out behind Martin Truex Jr. and couldn't get by him. And he was costing him about 4/10 a lap. He was about a second behind Blaney or so. Now after this cycle, 3 seconds back, because he couldn't get around the 19 car trying to get his lap back. And Blaney was out there running 29-second laps while Logano's running 30-40s.
Couple Toyotas and teammates running side by side here with Eric Jones and Kyle Busch as we go NASCAR nonstop.
Did you know half of all guys over 40 will experience erectile dysfunction? That's right, half of you. But only 25% get treated, which means the rest of you may want to pay attention. With Roman, you can get ED meds prescribed online, delivered right to your door. Just visit GetRoman.com, chat with a U.S. licensed physician, and if treatment is right for you, you'll get genuine medication delivered in discreet packaging. Roman, let's take care of it. Get started with your free online visit at GetRoman.com/TV.
Now, only in the Subway app or online. Any footlong is a $5 footlong when you buy 2. Even the new barbecue rib. Subway, eat fresh.
is made. So, what are some key takeaways from this commercial? Did any of you hear the bundle your home and auto part?
I like that, just not when it comes out of her mouth. Yeah, as a mother, I wouldn't want my kids to see that.
Good mom.
To see, wait, I'm sorry, what?
Don't kids see enough violence as it is? I've seen violence.
Maybe we turn the word bundle into a character, like Mr. Bundles.
Hey, top of the bundle to you.
My kids would love that.
Only Wendy's 2 for $5 has all the chicken you crave. You can choose from the spicy or homestyle chicken sandwich, crispy or spicy 10-piece nuggets. But let's be real, you're gonna get those 20 spicy nugs for $5. Only at Wendy's.
Thursday. Brooks Koepka, Dustin Johnson, and Tommy Fleetwood fight for FedEx Cup points in Minneapolis. The 3M Open, Thursday at 2:30 on Golf.
Being an Indy
IndyCar driver is like being an astronaut.
It's like being a rock star jet fighter pilot.
Being an IndyCar driver is like being nothing else.
The official app of NASCAR puts race coverage and live in-car cameras right at your fingertips. You can unlock premium content today with a free trial. You get access to team radio communications. Go to NASCAR.com/mobile. Well, it's cooling off, guys. 127 degrees in the car now. I guess if you can call that cooling off. How about the 18 and 20, the little encounter they had?
Yeah, two teammates. Eric Jones trying to get on the outside of Kyle. Kyle got up the racetrack. They both lifted right there to keep from wrecking. And when they did, Eric Almirola said, hey, thanks for the gift. Makes 3 wide, passes both of them. And when he did pass him, look how he's driven away from him. Eric Almirola still trying to recover from that penalty. Getting 2 cars in 1 corner, that felt like Christmas morning for him.
He's thankful. This is the 500-mile race, as you mentioned, recovering from that penalty. Still got a long ways to go, but he's doing a nice job.
Coming up on the final 10 laps of stage 2, Dave.
And you know who was at home taking notes as the 18 driver was making those moves? How about young Brexton Busch, who is the latest generation of Bushes to go racing, but it's at the help of that man on the right. That is Greg Ives, the crew chief for Alex Bowman. Here's what happened. Ives owned a race car that his son Parker had previously learned how to race on, and Kyle Busch, an old friend from late model racing, called Ives and said, you know what, is that car around? Can I get Brexton in it? They found a way to do it safely and at a distance and get him in and out of the car, and Brexton had a great time. You know what that was, guys? A couple of dads who love racing, making sure their boys get good experiences. Greg Ives, crew chief on Brexton Busch's car.
You know, Dave, I called Greg and I asked how that all happened. He told me what you told him about old friends, but he also said something interesting. He said, you know, when I wanted to get my children in racing, Chad Johnson, the crew chief for the 42, he had a cart and he let my children try it. So he said, I felt it was my obligation to pay it forward to Kyle Busch. So kind of the whole circle of racing continues. It was interesting, fun. It was fun to see Brexton, although I did see a tweet that he told his mom he needed a sponsor with certain colors because he had favorite colors that have to go in the car. That's tough for a salesperson.
A little bit of a story developing right here with the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. He's been told to save fuel to try to get to the end of this stage. They left too soon, didn't get enough fuel in it, so he's on fuel save mode at the moment. A lot of mistakes in this race so far, guys.
Well, he's already run out of gas once.
Yeah, switching the wrong position.
Save a little more.
So the teams have that information. They're getting the data from the cars. And they know how much fuel that thing is burning. They believe they know how much is in it, Marty. So they're telling him he needs to save a little more than he is right now.
And that was James Small saying, hey, you need to help me out a little bit more. Yeah, they were tight on that fuel window in the first place when they came to pit road. Then they left a little bit too early for what they wanted. But, Jeff, he told him something interesting, and you can explain this to fans at home. He said, you got to help me out with a brake. You're using way too much brake. Here's a pit stop when Truex did come in a moment ago, and they did fuel only instead of tires. So a lot of times, Steve, that's a bit of a guessing game on how long you need the fuel, correct? But, Jeff, he told him, you got to help me on the brake. You cannot use any brake. That's going to cost us more fuel. Why is that, Jeff?
Well, Jeff, I want to go back to that pit stop real quick. He had a question about the brake, but first let's look at this fueler right here. Look at the clear hose. Look at the bubbles and the white and all that. That should not be that way. That thing should stay a lot clearer. So my concern is not only was he not plugged in very long, but it didn't take very much fuel either. Let's listen into the 19.
Hey, we need to not use any brakes. Try and save a little fuel here. We're pretty close. Copy. That's my fault, I guess, isn't it? Yeah, you got a little antsy.
So it got a little antsy, meaning that the crew chief, in that situation, normally the jack, when the jack falls, that's the driver's cue to go, right? That's when you go. But in a stop where you're only doing fuel, the crew chief says go, 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 go. And Martin was trying to go before the crew chief had told him to. Now, as it relates to the brakes, every time you drag the brake, it slows the car down. And to get the car rolling, you got to give it throttle, right? So to save fuel, the least amount of brake you can possibly use is what you want to do.
So Steve, they don't even think they have, 25 laps of fuel that they got in there because they were on pit road at lap 189. We're at lap 206 now. He only has to go 4 more laps.
Yeah, they were just mathing it out. You don't want to be there any longer. And you heard James Small said he got a little antsy. You know, you
doing anything for you or no? Yeah, a lot better. Yeah, he's on that race.
That's the communication back and forth. As Jeff mentioned, they have that data. So Truex, he's asking his crew chief, is that enough? Whatever he's doing in the car, he needs some feedback.
And something for fans need, I don't know if fans realize this or not. Not only does the 19 team see that data, every team can see that data. So every team can actually watch and see how Martin Truex Jr. is saving fuel. It's something unique in this series. Most series that have that data, they keep it private. But in this series, they want everybody to see it, trying to keep competition close.
Steve, I think you mentioned it earlier that the winner of the stage has gone on, or a stage has gone on to win the race. Well, Ryan Blaney is trying to say, I'm the only one who's going to win a stage today. He won stage 1, and now inside of 2 laps to go to win stage 2, he's still out front and has a 5-second lead over teammate Joey Logano.
And killing my fantasy points. Killing my fantasy points is what the 12's doing right here, because he's just, I mean, he's just doing a nice, efficient job. Dale, you mentioned the gap he pulled by taking advantage of traffic, but he continues to stretch his legs up to a 5-second gap now.
Yeah, he's drove away from Joe Logano, putting down some fast laps. He's complained about that car hitting the ground, but I wouldn't change a thing.
And he will see the green and white checkered flag again. It's the 2nd time now that Blaney has swept both stages in a race in his career. Texas 2017 was the last time he did it. And he's hoping for a better result because he ended up 12th that day at the end of the race. But he gets stage 1 and stage 2 wins. Ryan Blaney now with 2 more playoff points. NASCAR on NBCSN is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day. Progressive, stay on track with great rates at Progressive.com. The Lemon Berry Slush Float for $2.99 only for a limited time at Sonic. And by Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR. Perfect for race fans.
Rick, I've been waiting to see that shot right there. Race fans, you just said it, back in the stands.
Yes, back in the stands, and the drivers have talked about how much that means, just feeling their presence at the racetrack.
All right, Rick, we talked about the heat. These pit crew guys have been sitting in the heat all day baking. Now it's time to perform. This has been a chaotic race as far as strategy. Well, I'm going to expect to see a lot of the leaders pit right here, probably all of them, and kind of reset. Everybody get some tires, get some fuel, about 120 laps. Everybody can do that in one pit stop in the final stage as we see the leader, Ryan Blaney, come down pit road. That big gap from some lap cars.
Blaney, see Hamlin, Joey Logano. Marty.
Yeah, this should reset the field to some extent. Denny Hamlin gauged how his car was off of Joey Logano. We followed for much of that run. He said the 22's better than us because we're tighter than him. Logano's car too free. Kind of feel like the track has changed a little bit. Ryan Blaney, meanwhile, 4 fresh Goodyear tires, easily going to hold serve here on pit road for that team. He said pretty cool. 5-second lead on some really good cars. He said his car also needs to be a little bit tighter, Rick.
Little gamble there for Keselowski. A 2-tire stop gained him 12 spots. That track position so important. Everyone is fighting for this coveted piece of land here at Texas Motor Speedway. It's the SpeedyCash.com Victory Lane. And now let's go to the Charlotte studios and Krista Voda.
Thank you, Rick. Yeah, and here in our NBC studio, post-race show coming up in just one more stage. Here in the building, Kyle Petty very excited because he took the advice of Jarrett and Associates. They went with Ryan Blaney in that stage. Ryan Blaney sweeping the stages at Texas for the 2nd time in his career. It's no fluke. In the last 4 races, Blaney scoring more stage points than any other driver. Now he needs to keep his eye on Kevin Harvick, who has won 3 of the last 5 at Texas. Rut, what are the fans saying?
Kristen, we've been getting some amazing pictures and feedback from the fans like this one. This is Kim. It's her son's 8th birthday, and they celebrated by going to the track in West Virginia yesterday. He got all his cars out. He is a huge fan of Dale Jr. and Lost Speedway. So, Dale, I'm wondering for you, what has it been like to see that response from the fans, especially a birthday boy like this who's loving the show so much?
It's great to hear. Lost Speedways is a show that we go back to these old racetracks from decades ago and see how nature's kind of reclaimed them, and we tell their stories. Some of these tracks have a connection to me. Some of them are, different types of tracks from all over the country, and what they meant to the drivers that race here, and also really what they meant to the communities. We had a blast putting this together. I wanted to make this show for a long time, so fans are going to enjoy it. Go to Peacock, the streaming platform for NBC. It's free, so I hope you guys will check it out.
It's been a lot of fun watching those too, Junior. You guys, you did a great job putting them together, and a learning experience too.
For sure, a lot of fun. Hope we can do another season.
Riding along with Denny Hamlin, you see fuel, so important. Steve, they're shutting them off even before the restart here.
Yeah, so Rick, this pit strategy has been chaotic, but now the end of stage 2 kind of cleaned everything up. Every car on the lead lap has come to pit road. They've filled up their tanks. They've put either 2 or 4, most everybody 4 tires. So at this point, they all need 1 more tank of gas to make it to the finish. You saw them shutting it off, helped the temperature a little bit, shorten their pit stop a little bit. The big question now is, do you get cautions? Do you not get cautions? If it comes under green, it'll probably be the middle of the stage somewhere. But it has been chaos. Like I said, I'm about out of ink. I'm on my second pen trying to keep track of everything. You see Denny Hamlin.
Yeah, putting ice in his driver's suit right now. Trying to stay cool. Well, trying to stay cool. 4 races in 12 days, guys, and the next one coming up is Kansas. That's Thursday night.
And it's going to be interesting. Thursday night, as you mentioned, and no Xfinity race. Xfinity race is on Saturday. The first cars on the track are going to be the Cup guys, and they can tune in and listen to us, Rick, 7:30 Eastern on NBCSN. Kansas, I love that track. I wish we were going. I wish I was going to be above Kansas Speedway, calling it from there, but we'll be here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
And we're thankful that they have let us utilize this booth for these races. All right, so Steve, put your pen down. I'm going to have you kind of reset this because there's been so much chaos going on. The field approaching the Geico restart zone, getting ready for the final stage underway in Texas.
Push right there. Joey Logano's giving his teammate, but Denny Hamlin pushing Keselowski on the bottom.
Team Penske looking very strong here. 3 cars in the top 4.
Oh, he's so close to being clear. Didn't quite get clear of Keselowski. Now Logano's got the advantage. Keselowski side drafted him.
Yeah, it's critical for Brad to get this lead. He's only got 2 tires versus 4 behind him. Oh, the 12 gets loose up the racetrack.
And the 22 almost into him. He has to check up. They all check up behind him.
And the 4 almost got into 22. Now they're 3 wide.
And around goes the 18. He catches the 19. Mark Truex Jr. into the wall.
Straight. Get going. They're wrecking behind it. Pick it up a little bit.
Contact. Cole Custer involved.
From the highest of high to now the low. Cole Custer wins at Kentucky, and now wrecks out at Texas.
And that wreck started at the front of the pack on the exit of turn 4, and the wreck didn't happen until almost the start-finish line. It just bottle jammed everybody up.
Look at all the damage to Cole Custer in the 41. Martin Truex Jr., he was one of the first ones that went around. It was the 18 that got sideways, hooked the 19. You see the 17 also. Chris Buescher with a lot of damage.
Let's take a look at the replay here.
It starts. This is the start of it. So, good restart. Everybody's pushing each other. That's what you have to do on these restarts. Hamlin pushing Keselowski. Blaney side drafting, holding Keselowski back. That's what you do. Got to side draft, slow everybody up. Then as they approach turn 3, Keselowski with a big run. Clears Blaney. Blaney loses grip, goes up the racetrack, and now that Joey had to lift and look behind and just stacked everybody up, Junior.
Now let's see how this 18 gets loose here. Oh, he gets tagged by the 10.
Did the 10 get hit by the 1?
Yeah, I think the 1 got the quarter panel of the 10, turned him into the 18, and look at that behind him. Chris Buescher was having a really good day. It's just a bobble right there, and he has to get out of the gas.
And Joey all the way out of the gas. Harvick out of the gas.
So watch the 10 down there on the bottom. The 1 and the 10. Turn, yeah.
Yep.
That's there.
Nothing intentional. It's just they're all three wide, and when your cars are that close to each other, the air moves your car around a little bit. You're not in complete control.
Yeah, we haven't got a good look at that 18 car, but I'm surprised that the front splitter's still on that thing after that trip through the grass. Byron spinning out of control here.
Oh, Buescher, did he make? Yeah, he made contact. He's been fast.
Yeah.
Had the trouble with the fueling.
You see the 42 going through the picture there with a lot of damage, a lot of smoke from Matt Kenseth's car.
See right there, Joey with a great job, and just everybody behind him. There's nothing you can do at this point, and everybody has to go somewhere, run into each other, and then look how close everybody is, and just not enough room. Watch that 18 car.
Man.
Yeah, that's
Truex got in the fence hard there.
Yeah, he did. They got hit hard.
Yeah, that's a bad angle.
Stenhouse Jr.
We'll ride along with Kevin Harvick.
Easy, go low. Hold your line here, inside, 3 wide top, tight, 3 wide top. Keep digging. They're clear, yellow's out.
Middle begin, top is clear. Stay middle here, stay middle with the 18.
Yeah, Kurt was trying to stay out of the quarter panel. He was trying not to hit the 10 car, but really just didn't have the room.
Look at that. Yeah, it's got to be damage on that 18 car.
I'm telling you, the splitter actually held up pretty well considering what we usually see going through there.
And listen into the 19 radio.
You okay, bud? I got the wind knocked out of me. 12 got out of shape over there. Kyle made it 3 wide. He got spun and slipped you. I cranked it left as hard as I could out of the dog leg to stay away from him.
Yeah, caught his breath. And all right, guys, a red flag condition, meaning they are sitting there with the cars not running, no air moving through these cars now.
Yeah, this is the worst situation to be in when the car's that hot on the interior. To have a red flag. Now there's no air moving around from the NACA ducts into the car. The helmet blowers, everything, nothing works the way it is intended to work without that air traveling through it. They'll try to make this as quick as possible. NASCAR will try to make this process quick as possible for these guys, but this is excruciating for the drivers in these cars sitting there.
We're looking at the left front fender of the 4. It looks like he had a little bit of damage. I couldn't tell if it was going to rub or not.
Yeah,
there's just a lot of cleanup that has to take place. That's why NASCAR has stopped them right here on the front stretch.
There's a good shot from on board the Monster Energy Cam. Side panel from Kurt Busch. Normally gives us a great shot under the action. Well, this gives us a pretty good shot sitting still. You kind of see that wrinkle on the left front, right in front of the G on Goodyear. If I'm Rodney Childers, I'm looking at this camera right here, trying to make sure, do I need to pit? Do I not need to pit? You know, even with 115 to go, you don't want to give up the track position, but you know, Jeff, we've seen small rubs, right? Flat tires quick.
Yeah, it's a tough situation to be in. You don't want to give up that track position, but terrified to have a tire rub. 10 cars involved in that wreck. That's how quickly things can change.
Yeah, you mentioned 10 cars. The 37, the 17, here they are. Busch, Almirola. Almirola having such a good day today. Chris Buescher also was running well. Kyle Busch, Martin Truex Jr., William Byron, Ryan Preece, and others. This is why we're under a red flag condition. Red flag condition in the O'Reilly Auto Parts 500 from Texas Motor Speedway. 115 laps remaining in this 500-mile race. Let's take a look at today's Ram trucks built to serve, guys.
Yeah, the heat. I mean, there it is, 129 degrees. Pretty unbearable conditions today for these guys. And this red flag's not going to make things better. It's going to make things a lot worse. Be interested to see if these guys can hang in here.
Pit calls. Tires haven't been worth a whole lot. There's 115 laps to go. We now have some cars wrecked. When do you pit? When do you put on tires? How do you get your driver track position, Jeff?
Well, you can't do it by making mistakes. So, and at this point in the race, if you make mistakes, you're just not going to have time to recover. We've seen some drivers have them early and have time to recover, but now you just can't afford it.
We're seeing the safety crew delivering water to these drivers, too, by the way.
Yeah, so I heard Ty Dillon was saying that he made it through the wreck fine, but he got hit under caution. And that was it. He just, look at the quarter panel. I mean,
who hit him?
It got folded under.
He said the 48 hit him. Oh.
Yeah, there's the damage to the 48 over there on the hood. Jimmy's car just
he had just taken the wave around to get back in a lead lap. Ty Dillon.
No, the nose of the 48.
Yeah, the nose of the 48. So he ran into the back of the 13.
I think that's the damage that come from that contact.
All right, while this red flag condition is underway, let's dial up the race leader, Brad Keselowski in the 2.
Hey, Brad Keselowski, Dale Jr. Booth. Can you hear us, bud?
Yes, sir.
Man, how did you get in the lead? You weren't running that great all day long, but now you're out front.
Well, it's a good question. Jeremy Bowles and the team keep working on the Worthford Mustang and keep getting better and better and better, and just now starting to get track position to go with that. So hopefully we can hold it off. I know one thing, being stopped under red flag and almost 100-degree conditions, I am really thankful for the art department that painted me a white and red black car rather than just a solid black car, because it is hot.
Yeah, buddy. How good is that race car now that you had some clean air?
Yeah, I mean, when we were in traffic, we weren't great, but when we did laps where cars in front of us would pull off or something would happen, we could run, you know, maybe not quite as fast as leader, but close to it. So, you know, I'm hopeful that we can keep that pace for better now that we have clean air, and looks like we're going to have our shot here.
All right, buddy. I know you're miserable, but I appreciate you talking to us and the fans. Have a good day.
Heck yeah, well, I appreciate the fans that are here today watching in the grandstands, and we're glad to have them. Hope everybody stays safe, and hopefully we can have full capacity tracks here real soon.
You know, it's this right here is the best part of NASCAR. Fans are what make NASCAR great. Drivers know it. Drivers appreciate it. Drivers feel the fans. Driver introductions. Fans bring an energy to the racetrack, and I know the fans, I know you guys all want to come back in the worst way, and I can promise you everybody in the sport wants you to come back, and as soon as the tracks feel it's safe, they can't wait to have you.
Yeah, the fabric of any sport. I was shocked at the noise they made at Bristol. I think I'd have been conditioned to not hearing them for so many races. They were so loud during the All-Star race. We've heard them today. And Rick, I just have to think, with this accident knocking out a couple cars, you know, who's going to step up? Who's going to have the day? We saw Cole Custer last week jump through and get his first win. He unfortunately was caught up in this, but you know, who else out there? Can Matty D maybe back there in ninth? Can he jump into victory lane? You know, is it going to be Hamlin or Harvick? You know, same two guys. Are we going to have maybe a Kurt Busch can take advantage of this situation?
Well, it means that we're going to have another restart is what this means with the car stopped right now, and we'll go back to caution. Before we go to break, we want to check in with Dave Burns on pit road.
And Rick, we saw those race fans. Nobody got better shots of the fans at the Speedway than our teammate and friend Brian Ware. Well, this week Brian Ware lost his battle with cancer and went home to be with his Lord Jesus Christ. We miss him so much already. He was a great friend and father and an excellent videographer on pit road here. He actually served several teams, regional sports, but a lot of NASCAR the last 5 years, and he was my cameraman most of that time. He got the name Snacks because between shows, all those shows we do, yes, he would sit down and he would eat snacks, and he took it gladly, always had a smile on his face, and had the kind of attitude you always want. Snacks, we'll see you when we see you.
And take another look at what just happened. The reason we're under a red flag condition, all of that dirt, grass thrown up on the racetrack, and the melee that took place after the restart. Look at the slam that some of those guys had. Again, some are out of their cars, had to go to the infield care center. One of those is with Dave.
And that is Cole Custer. He's trying to get a good look at it, but a lot of glare down here, as you can imagine, on this sunny day. Looked like just a big chain reaction situation. What did you see?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously one of the most humbling sports you can be a part of. Winning last week and part of a wreck this week. But I just, I still was on the brakes as hard as I could, and then the 19, I think, came down from hitting the wall, and just one of those things you couldn't really go anywhere. And it felt bad. I mean, I thought we were getting our Haas automation, Mustang better as the day went, and it just was trying to keep up with the racetrack and just didn't really have much to show for it. But I thought we would have ended up pretty good right there.
How'd you keep up with the heat? If you could describe for our viewers what it was like racing today.
It was hot. I mean, it was definitely just trying to put ice bags on you, spraying cold water on you. Hopefully your AC was working good, but it was definitely pretty hot out there. But I think we were able to manage it fairly well.
Was your AC working good?
Huh?
Was your AC working good?
Mine was. Hopefully. I don't know if everybody else's is, but I was happy with mine.
All right. Cole was cool until just now when he's out of the race, guys.
Yeah, you mentioned highs and lows. You see the temperature, it's still 96 degrees.
It's kind of funny how when you win a race and you're in the playoffs, you get in a wreck, you're still laughing.
Yeah.
Something tells me if you hadn't won last week, that laughter wouldn't have been there.
2 hours and 28 minutes. These drivers have been in the car. They just sat through a red flag condition. The 19 team, they were at the ready when it went from red to yellow. You can't work on a car under a red flag condition. You can start working on it in yellow, though.
Yeah, we showed you under under red flag. The 4 of Kevin Harvick had a little damage, a wrinkle on that left front fender. He's come to pit road, as well as the 18, Dave.
Yeah, Steve, you saw Kyle Busch's wild ride through the grass there. Just a little bit of quarter panel damage on that 18, and then a small hole in the front of the car. So they're going to go to work on that slowly, carefully. And you see him also looking underneath the right front there, just checking the suspension, because he did bounce pretty high there, Marty.
You see Kurt Busch, they were working on that right front as you saw it, trying to make sure that damage was okay. They obviously were in the middle of that incident, making contact with a 10 car. And yeah, there was a long debate between Rodney Childers and Kevin Harvick. Initially, Rodney Childers said, I think our damage is fine. There's going to be no tire rub. But initially, afterwards, Kevin Harvick said, you know what, let's just come to pit road, make sure everything is okay, and get 4 fresh tires.
One car looks like they're just trying to get some clearance on that right rear. You can see the dent behind the right front tire. That concerns me that the nose may have moved up or down when he ran into something. He tries to get some clearance in front of the right rear. Got a thumbs up. You've taken the penalty to come to pit road at this point. Just take some extra time. Make sure you understand where you are. The only thing I will remind everyone is if you were involved in the accident, you are on that damaged vehicle clock, so you don't want to let that expire, Marty.
And the 19 trying to finish up repairs here. You saw Blake Harris, the car chief, with the saw out. Remember Martinsville a couple years ago? He had that massive saw on pit road. That's the same guy, but he has done his work, and they've gotten it fairly clear, they think. But see, if you're at this point, you're just in damage control with cars kind of come into the garage. You're just trying to get a couple of laps if you can. You can pass a few cars if you can stay out there.
You can stay out there for some points, and you ask yourself, well, what does that matter? Martin Truex Jr. solidly in the playoffs. What do the points matter? Well, 2 things, Rick. There's points available for where you finish in the regular season, and you don't know when this is going to come handy in the playoffs. So let's go ahead and get some practice, see what we learn. We talk about that saw, that stuff that they've learned over time. So at this point, Truex is going to try to continue, because I would imagine Jeff and Junior, I don't expect the restarts to get calmer from here on out.
Yeah, there is also just some pride in no DNFs. For a team like that, if repair their car, get back out on the track, keeps the morale going. No matter what gets thrown at them, they're going to continue to work hard.
Look at these playoff points. Jimmie Johnson and Austin Dillon pretty much in a tie right now. William Byron only 30 points to good. Eric Jones gaining some points today. Reddick gaining some points today.
Yeah, the trouble with Jimmie Johnson has been great for Austin Dillon and Eric Jones. Eric coming in here 42 points from the bubble, now sitting right here at 17 as they run. He can even gain more. He can move up a few spots.
So Keselowski, leader of this race, he picked the bottom.
And it looks like, the lights are going to go back on. They're not going to go.
So this sometimes happens, Rick. When the whole field doesn't pit and other guys have penalties. We saw back there a minute ago on the onboards kind of jockeying for position. NASCAR knows how important all these spots are. They're trying to get the lineup correct. You see 3 wide right here.
Yeah.
That's never a good sign on a restart.
It's a long race so far. What we've seen early in the race, Jimmie Johnson was running really well. Tire got away from him. Extra man over the wall. That was a penalty. Went all the way to the back.
Eric Almirola comes up a little early on the blend line after a pit stop and gets a penalty. Also having a great run. Harvick being a little bit aggressive with that, but NASCAR's watching these guys now.
Ryan Blaney with a lot of speed. 1.5 miles this year. That continues. Won stage 1. And then Jimmy Johnson with a big issue this time. Up out of the groove and in the wall. A lot of damage. Too many men over the wall just trying to get the car back on the track.
Blaney wins stage 2. I had him pick to win that stage in my fantasy, so easy 10 points for me there. And then here we are. Under caution, a red flag actually for this crash. 3 wide down the front straightaway. 10 car clips the 18, clipping the 19. Takes out a lot of race cars here back in the back. Hard contact for Truex in the outside wall, but he says he's okay. They take through the infield. It looks like he's going to be okay to continue, and there's Cole Custer.
And then you can see the safety workers passing out bottles of water to all the drivers. Here we come to the restart.
Keselowski on the inside, Denny Hamlin on the outside.
So Brad picked the inside, and was curious about that, but man, he gets a great launch.
It doesn't matter what lane you pick if you launch like that. Great job. See Ryan Blaney in that second row, the number 12 car.
Big push.
He's been the fastest and lost some track position on that last restart.
Yeah, he pushed that 11 car, Denny Hamlin, right to the outside of 2 car. Denny wide off of turn 4, though. Has to get out of the gas. Yeah, Blaney had a great run pushing that 11 car into the corner, but just too much. Got the splitter on the ground. 11 goes up the track. Brad in the bottom groove. Let's see if Denny can get some momentum off the top here. Remember now, Brad's on 2 tires. All these other guys took 4 tires last time they come to pit road. Brad's still in the bottom groove. Denny working that high side.
Chase doing a really good job making that bottom work. Blaney's not been able to clear him. Blaney's car is not as good right now as we've seen it most of the day.
Yeah, I was wondering how he'd handle this, being in traffic just a little bit.
And he's been better on the long runs, I think. I think that's been his strength. Look at Chase Elliott, side drafts him, turns. Now Blaney going to get on that right rear quarter panel right there. Marty.
Hey guys, speed for this year for Ryan Blaney has not been an issue. Getting stage points for Ryan Blaney has not been an issue. Being good in stage 3, that has been their issue. Todd Gordon told me this morning, putting the entire package together, I challenge Ryan. I want you to be a student of the game. I want you to learn how racetracks change. I want you to learn what can make us better in stage 3. They've been fast all year long. This is the part they struggle with, putting it together to get a win.
Yeah, they talked about the car bouncing. You see the nose of the car bounce through the middle of 3 and 4 right there, and the car been into the racetrack. As we get later into this race, pace will pick up a little bit. Hopefully they've made the adjustments to help that car fire off.
Well, Keselowski very loose. Yeah. Hammond with a big run. Blaney with a big run.
We got a battle now right here for the lead. Where do you go? 11 car to the top. Denny trying to get some momentum going around that top. Blaney trying to get underneath Denny. Off turn 4.
So difficult when you're Denny Hamlin right here because you don't know where Brad Keselowski's going to go. You want to go where he's not. Brad goes to the middle. That moves that moves Hamlin even further up the racetrack. Blaney trying to make the bottom work.
Yeah, Blaney just wants to be able to get to the quarter panel and side draft that 11 car if he can.
Like Keselowski's slowing these guys up just a little bit right now. Look at the speed difference in the center of the corner. Denny Hamlin able to carry a lot of speed. And watch this run down the straight. Gets a little bit of a draft.
Denny pulls out behind the 2 to try not to push him because that bubble's still there that we talk about on the plate races. You can't push that car away from you down a straightaway. So Denny's smart to get out from behind that 2 car. Dave.
Just a reminder, that 2-car Brad Keselowski, the last stop, just 2 left side tires was all they changed. Everyone behind him 4, including Hamlin, who's going for the lead here.
So right now, Hamlin, if he doesn't clear him, is he going to lose his spot to Blaney? Blaney sees this as an opportunity. He's going to go to the outside, push Keselowski. He had to try it. He had to try to get underneath him, but he just didn't make it work. Now he's going to be fighting not only for the lead. If he's either going to get the lead or go back to third. Oh, Blaney really tight.
Oh, he had to lift there. He almost fenced it.
That's the best thing Hamlin could have seen. Now, if he doesn't pull it off, there's a place for him to go and get back into second. Oh, is he clear?
Almost clear. Off turn 4, Brad, those side drafts. Here comes Blaney again. Blaney more apprehensive to get up there behind that 2-car.
Yeah, now the pressure's on Hamlin. He's got to clear him.
Oh, did he?
Both of them up the racetrack. Oh, that's awesome. Here comes Blaney, going to try to go to the outside. Hamlin drives it in deep. Going to move up the racetrack. Take the groove away from Brad.
Yeah, Brad couldn't hang on that quarter panel there as a good deal. Then he had the side draft into the corner. And then the shorter distance to the center, that helped him clear.
And look at Harvick right here. Harvick is, remember, he pitted. He's the first guy on 4 tires. We've not seen tires matter, but Kevin Harvick, with his Hunt Brother Pizza camera, he is driven back up to 7th place right now.
Well, while all of that was happening, they brought in a bunch of guys to get up to the front here. We want to take a look at today's Xfinity fastest lap. And we will do that in just a moment, as we still see these 2 teammates fighting for position. Now it's for second as opposed to it was for the lead earlier.
Yeah, Blaney around the 2-car for second place. Now see if Blaney can get up here and put any pressure on Denny. Just how good is Denny's car? Blaney's been much better, but man, it looks like that car is all over the racetrack through the middle of 3 and 4. Watching that splitter and that 12-car bounce across the racetrack. But down here, it's going to be helping him have that car low.
Interesting how low Hamlin's running. We've seen that second lane be the fastest most of the day. As this traction compound in that second lane starts to wear out, Hamlin has decided to go to the bottom.
Watch the nose of this 12. And it's hard to do. So rough on the back of this 11 car, you can't really even see how much it's hurting the 12 car. But that shows you just how many bumps there are through turns 3 and 4.
All right, I do still want to take a look at today's Xfinity fastest lap, as we see Hamlin has posted that fast lap as he's out front now. 182.186 miles per hour, the average around this 1.5 mile track, as Logano now going by Keselowski. But Blaney, Almirola, Johnson, and Elliott all on that list as far as fast laps that were turned.
You just said Almirola. He is slowly working himself back up. This has not been a march from behind. As we see the battle for the lead, Blaney on the bottom.
Man,
look how low he came off that corner. His car is driving great.
Yeah, can he do anything about it? Oh, don't look like he can. Don't look like he can stay on the quarter panel to slow that 12 car down. Blaney back to the lead. He slipped up the racetrack, caused it right before that big wreck. Now he's drove himself back to the lead.
Let's go NASCAR nonstop.
Providing a layer of protection you can count on, WeatherTech features non-porous surfaces that can easily be wiped with germ-killing disinfectants and can easily be washed out for complete protection, front, back, and even up the sides. It's not so easy with carpet mats. Stay safe with WeatherTech, the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Order today at WeatherTech.com.
The new barbecue rib, or any footlong, is just $5 when you buy 2. Only in the Subway app.
Give everyone something to look up to. The all-new Highlander Hybrid. Toyota. Let's go places.
Daddy, what's that big moving house thing?
It's a motorhome, Junior. Modern invention.
Modern invention? We carried our homes with us since, like, forever.
Yeah, but humans have Geico to protect them. Something goes wrong, they're covered. What do we have?
What could go wrong? Ooh, a feather.
A feather. Duck, Junior!
That's no duck, Daddy. That's a vulture.
Geico for RVs. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Tomorrow can only be better with Wendy's breakfast. Win with a breakfast Baconator, honey butter chicken biscuit, sausage egg and Swiss croissant, or a maple bacon chicken croissant free with mobile order purchase. Tomorrow's looking good.
Thursday. Brooks Koepka, Dustin Johnson, and Tommy Fleetwood fight for FedEx Cup points in Minneapolis. The 3M Open, Thursday at 2:30 on Golf.
Being an IndyCar driver is like being an astronaut. It's like being a rock star jet fighter pilot.
Being an IndyCar driver is like being
nothing else.
One of the Rookie of the Year contenders, John Hunter Nemechek. You see the damage to the back of that 38 machine, and that brings the caution out now for the 6th time today. So John Hunter Nemechek's going to take that car to the attention of the crew. He was running 23rd when that happened.
Unfortunate for John Hunter. For one rookie, helps another. Tyler Reddick, I believe, is going to be in the free pass position.
He is the first car scored 1 lap down. And right now there were 20 cars on the lead lap. If you add Reddick, it will be 21.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity for Reddick. Let's see what happened to the 38 car. I don't know if he had a tire going down or not, but it looks like he just lost control all by himself there, no help. This Logano had a little issue getting into turn 3. He drives down to the corner, gets loose into 3, has to chase it up. Slow to get back to the gas. It cost him a handful of positions. He did regain speed and got going again. No issues there. Let's hear the 22 talk about that issue.
Like I went off in the corner and just like it got lazy and then it gripped up and got loose on me. But the balance itself is awful. I'm just a little bit tight in the center.
Yeah, getting into 3, you can't get really loose into that corner. It's like you just got a surprise.
It's going to be interesting to see who pits and who doesn't pit. Harvick on those new tires drove right back into the top 5 and then kind of stalled out, you know. So I think new tires help if you're in the back half of the field, but I wouldn't pit from the front row. We'll see what the 12 and the 11 that fought hard for this track position. Are they going to give it up? The 12 stays out. The 11's going to follow. Someone's going to be first. There it is, Kevin Harvick. And see what he did, Rick? He drug everyone behind him on the lead lap. That's the most important part, to be at the front of that break. Dave.
Brad Keselowski's on pit road. He said that 2 car was just loose enough so that the other guys could pressure him. So he gets 4 fresh Goodyear tires this time and a full load of Sunoco fuel. Marty?
Kevin Harvick coming down pit road. He said the car just loses the nose for the first few laps, but is still just too tight for him overall. You see the call there for Paul Wolfe. Fuel only for Joey Logano, kind of putting them in maybe a little bit of an interesting window. But 4 fresh Goodyear tires for Kevin Harvick in that race team who's been struggling with a tight car all afternoon.
Steve, they still can't get all the way to the end, though. 89 laps is too many, right?
Too far to go, but maybe a shorter pit stop later.
Only 88 laps to go in the O'Reilly Auto Parts 500 from Texas Motor Speedway. Ryan Blaney continues to lead the field. Let's check in with Rutledge Wood.
Oh, Rick, we've been getting so much great stuff for the Hey Rut hashtag. How about a house divided? Dr. Elizabeth put up that she's a big Joey Logano fan. Her partner is a big Chase Elliott fan. They're trying to see who's going to finish higher up in this one. I don't know. Good luck either way, Doc. But also, we got a great question from Dominic, and this is something I think a lot of newer fans are going to do the same thing. Steve, why don't they just change the 2 rear tires when they do a 2-tire stop? Like when I went through my mom's set of tires on her Astro van in high school, and tried to tell my dad it was bad alignment. Why do they change one side or the other when they do that?
You know, Rutt, that's a great question. When you look at it right now, currently in NASCAR, you change either rights or lefts. But for years, it was only ever rights. No one just changed left side tires. So they currently just don't change rears because there's no good way to jack the back up and have an efficient pit stop. We've kicked the idea around at the short tracks like Martinsville, but I don't think maybe it's a bad question. Maybe it's a good idea. Maybe some of these teams should think about rear tires only at the short tracks.
All right, drivers, what are we expecting?
Well, Ryan Blaney's had the best car all day long, but I'm watching Eric Almirola starting in third, got his track position back. I expect him to make a charge for this win.
Yeah, I think this is the day that Ryan Blaney finally does go out there and really make it happen here at Texas. The guy's been pretty fast all day long. I don't know that anyone really has any speed for that 12 car. If he gets out front, he's gone.
Matty D. Nobody took the 21 car, Rick. Come on.
Well, Blaney has been strong. Let's see if he can finish the deal. They talked about that's what they're working on, trying to finish the deal. Green flag back in the air.
That was a great start by Denny Hamlin and a great shot from that camera to show it.
We've seen it time and time again. It's about the pushers in the second row. 10 of, oh, Eric has a little issue there. He's 3 wide now.
Almirola falling back. The 21 of DiBenedetto goes by.
Ryan Newman comes with a ton of help for the 10 car. Got him going again.
Fight for the lead, though, yes.
Hamlin trying to grab that quarter panel, that 12 car. Now hoping Chase Elliott will come and push him.
Yeah, that's going to be the difference. What's Chase do? Well, he's going to try to help his buddy.
So he did that because he wants to run the bottom, but he goes to the top.
Here comes Almirola once again to the bottom.
That was an interesting move by Chase Elliott.
That was absolutely because of the friendship between the 12 and the 9, I think.
I don't know. I would have preferred to push the 11 and try to get him on the outside and then try to take the outside, try to take second place.
So it's Ryan Blaney. You go 12, 11, 9, 10. They've screwed it up a little bit from the restart there, but Blaney, Hamlin, Elliott, and Almirola are the top 4, and Ryan Newman up there in the top 5. Good run for the Roush Fenway driver.
Austin Dillon also in 7th.
And Ty Dillon hard into the wall once again.
All right, hold it up, hold it up, hold it up, hold it up.
There's another car up there that was part of this accident.
Come down if you want, right here.
Oh, there it is. William Byron. Let's take a look. William on the outside of the 13. Yeah, it just looks like Ty lost the back of his car up the racetrack into the side of William Byron. Williams going to hit the fence, 13 into the wall.
And remember, William Byron is one of those drivers we've talked about multiple times. 15th in points coming into this race. Great shot here.
Outside, hang on to it, hang on to it, lock it down, lock it down, lock it down, lock it down.
A little too hot.
We're in the fence, right side damage.
Back of that car was kind of hopping a little bit into the corner, which was interesting.
That's a horrible feeling, driving into the corner at that speed and lose the back end.
And I thought 1 and 2 was flatter or smoother than 3 and 4, but it did look like the 13 was bouncing as it entered turn 1.
You can see Ty Dillon's got his hand out the window saying, hey, man, I'm sorry. Obviously nothing intentional there. Ty just lost his car.
You mentioned it, Jeff. This really changes the battle around that final playoff position. Byron's probably going to lose a few more spots today. And it's allowing Austin Dillon, Tyler Reddick, who just recently got back on the lead lap, Eric Jones to really gain a lot in just one event. Make themselves a part of that battle, part of that playoff picture.
Clint Boyer's not had a good day. He's clawing himself. He's in 12th right now.
The 24 right front on that car, I believe he's got broken suspension.
That thing's hurt.
Yeah, so much damage to the 24 and the 13. Under caution once again. We'll take a quick break. Take a look at this, the 14 car on the pit road, and is that a leaf blower that they're blowing on the driver right now?
External cooling device, we're going to call that thing, Rick. It's real fancy, but poor Clint's going to take some harassment from this. But this just shows how hot it is. We talked about the cars sitting in under yellow. The insides get very, very warm with very little air moving. You heard Cole Custer say, my AC was working good in his helmet. Maybe everyone's isn't, trying to keep their driver cool on pit road.
Yeah, and when he said air conditioning, these guys don't really have air conditioning. Some have cool boxes and like cool suits, right?
Yeah, well, so you see right here, you see 140 degrees. And what we're talking about air conditioning is this hose right here out of the top of his helmet. So air conditioning is a relative term. It's not like in your house or in your car at home where you get 65 or 70 degree air. That takes in ambient air and cools it 10, 12, maybe 15 degrees, and more importantly, filters it. Takes any fumes out of it. That's really the most important thing. Just tries to keep his head, his core cooler. Some drivers also wear a cooler suit that puts some air in around their chest. You see ice packs on the chest. Just a lot of studying of what's the best way to keep a driver cool.
So when it's 140 degrees in your car, there's been multiple times I thought my head cooler had broken, and I'd raise my shield up to think, well, I'll get cooler air.
Yeah.
Quickly realized that it was way cooler, you know, that the head cooler was working. You can see right here.
That's Chad Knaus.
Yeah, the 24
they're done.
William Byron. They're
Chad Knaus actually on baby watch as well, expecting his second child. Keith Rodden has been on standby the last couple weeks. We'll see if Chad can make it to Kansas. If has a baby, congratulations to Chad and his wife, but not the race day he was looking for.
There's a coincidence there then, because the 24 and the 13 involved in that incident, well, Ty Dillon and his wife are also expecting another baby, their second child.
Oh, so they go to separate hospitals.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Byron right now, he's going to lose another 15 spots, possibly by the end of this race. And his comfortable advantage coming in here over the bubble is going to evaporate to almost nothing.
DVP, damaged vehicle.
Yeah, 6 minutes. Has 6 minutes to make minimum speed. Martin Truex Jr. was able to make repairs and clear that clock, so he's still on the racetrack, grinding away all the way back in 32nd. That's what the 13 is going to try to do.
8 different organizations are a part of the top 10 right now, guys.
And you see once again Ryan Blaney picking the bottom. Great shot from his Toyota Cam. That time Blaney got a better launch.
He did, but he doesn't have any physical help from that 9 car yet. The 10 and 11 are now locked together, pushing that 11 back to the outside of the 12. Denny Hamlin in that white 11. Going to go side by side down the back straightaway with Ryan Blaney in the 12.
I find it interesting that they're picking the bottom. See what happens over here. Blaney's so fast. Hamlin cannot do anything with him.
Blaney moves up, takes the air away from that 11 car. Denny Hamlin. Denny has to lift just a little bit.
Almirola looking strong as well as he moves up to 3rd. Here comes Matt DiBenedetto. He's up for 4th.
Eric was super fast in that first stage. This is the first time we've really seen him back inside the top 3.
Moving out of line, Joey Logano trying to take a spot away from Chase Elliott.
Oh, that's tight. Oh, I think he had Chase clear, but then Matty D had trouble in front of him, and he couldn't pull up because Matt had gotten slow. Now it cost him that spot. These starts are so intense.
Almirola, DiBenedetto, Elliott, Logano, Keselowski, Austin Dillon, Kurt Busch, Kevin Harvick, the top 10. Marty.
How about this run for Chase Elliott? 38th to 5th for this race team, and they've done it on speed and a little bit of strategy as well at what they say is one of their worst racetracks at Texas. In fact, they only lasted 10 laps here in the playoffs last year. For the first time since March, Alan Gustafson went to the shop this week. He told me, hey, we've got to get our program turned around. Yeah, it was nice to win the All-Star race, and that's great for the bank account. What we need, though, are points. I needed to be in the shop getting this car ready for Texas, so they certainly answered the bell today.
You know, this has been a fascinating conversation. As you see a little wiggle out of the 22. I've been talking to the crew chiefs of all the big organizations, Stewart-Haas Racing, Gibbs, Team Penske, and all their crew chiefs have found a way to make it to the shop for a half a day or a day a week. Remember, all these teams have to manage this COVID protocol a different way, as Matt DiBenedetto is taking the pressure to the 10 of Eric Almirola. Those other teams found a way to get their crew chiefs in the shop to see the organization, to see the race cars. Hendrick was unable to do that until this week. I actually think that's hurt Hendrick a little bit. Those crew chiefs need to get in there and see those cars. We'll see if it helps the organization moving forward.
Steve, nice run today for that red and white Wood Brothers car of Matt DiBenedetto. Doesn't get the spot from Eric Almirola right here, but I asked his crew chief Greg Irwin about Matt. He's very much in shape, but he's a bigger guy. I said, is he going to be able to handle all this heat? Irwin told me, remember Martinsville? It wasn't quite the same, but a lot of guys were gassed after Martinsville, and Matt got out of the race car, looked like he was ready to go to dinner. So Matt DiBenedetto hanging in there and a top 5 run today.
We saw a lot of quotes between Matt and his crew chief Greg Irwin where at the beginning of the year they might have tried too hard. They sat down about a month ago and said, you know what? We need to work on our race car. When you normally run 15th or 20th, you try to look 5 spots ahead. But when you start running inside the top 5, you can't look at the leader or the second place guy and try to adjust your car off him. You got to just worry about you, your car, and how it can be better. And that's what Matt said. Matt's quote was, you need to focus on your day, your car. And he's done that the last few weeks. And ever since that meeting, they have gained a ton of points.
Yeah, one of the things also that came out of that conversation, Matt DiBenedetto has always been one that has tried to get the best out of what the car can give him. And he said when he moved to Wood Brothers and they gave him this great equipment, he's like, now my focus almost ended up on winning races more than what the best my car can give me, as we saw a big wiggle there out of the one of Kurt Busch.
And talking about Matty D, he's driving for the Wood Brothers, the famed Wood Brothers. 99 wins, trying to get their 100th. What a cool day that would be.
We're going to go NASCAR nonstop. You won't miss a thing.
Open summer with the taste of freedom. Budweiser's red, white, and blue camo cans. Available for a limited time only. In stores now.
If you love peanut butter most, this cup has your name on it. If you love chocolate most, this cup has your name on it. Not literally. That'd be a logistical nightmare, especially if we used last names. Then we'd have to do both sides. Reese's lovers, yeah, they're back.
USAA is made for what's next. No matter what challenges life throws at you, we're always here to help. With fast response and great service. And it doesn't stop there. We're also here to help look ahead. That's why we're helping members catch up by spreading any missed USAA insurance payments over the next 12 months, so you can keep more cash in your pockets for when it matters most. And that's just one of the many ways we're here to help the military community. Find out more at USAA.com.
I am the future, and I am now.
How about winning Daytona?
I am a face you may not know, with a number you may not know.
Ross Chastain back on Algar.
But you will. Trust me, you will. I am going to make sure my name will be the one you'll remember forever. I am the NASCAR Xfinity Series. I am NASCAR.
Second half of the season. This stretch of road has always been tough. You've got to earn it every week. And this year, it means even more. NASCAR on NBC and NBCSN. The best racing is now.
Aerial coverage brought to you by Geico. As we see the gap between 1 and 2. Ryan Blaney out front. Denny Hamlin running second. Blaney, a win already this year. 7 top 5 finishes, but he's competing against a guy who has 4 wins already this year with Denny Hamlin. One of the hottest drivers, Denny Hamlin, and the 4 of Kevin Harvick, as we see Matt DiBenedetto and Eric Almirola fighting for the spot.
Matt's been trying to get this 3rd position, but he just can't do it on the bottom. That top just has so much grip, and then the momentum on the straightaway that comes with it.
Matt DiBenedetto has not been utilizing that side drafting like we've seen with other guys when he's racing Eric Almirola. He's been giving him a lot of room.
Well,
here's Keselowski and Harvick on the bottom of your screen.
They would have cleared Keselowski pretty easily. Brad just kind of gave that spot up, knew he was faster.
Harvick's running some impressive laps, even while passing cars, being able to match the leader's lap time.
Almirola getting to these lap cars a little bit quicker, and so he's able to negotiate around where Matt DiBenedetto had to check up there, so he's lost some ground. Here comes Logano in the 22 as well. Dave.
Remember, we started our day with Austin Dillon talking to us about how the heat would affect him today. He said it'll be hot for sure, but I'll be able to handle it. And on that last stop, they just took 2 left side tires, and the speed has really been there for Dillon. The 3-car had a nice run today, currently 12th, Rick.
Yeah, Dillon and Reddick have been fighting both with Richard Childress Racing, but they've been fighting back and forth to see who would be the best finisher of the organization. And a lot of times it's been Reddick. The Rookie of the Year contender, Tyler Reddick, has done a great job stepping into this number 8 for Richard Childress Racing. But now you see Austin Dillon showing a little speed here, and right now 9 points below the cut line for Austin Dillon. And then his teammate Tyler Reddick just behind him, 22 points back.
Yeah, and you mentioned it earlier about Jimmie Johnson. Why do these guys fix the cars? Why are they fixing the 19 car to go out there and run laps? Well, Jimmie Johnson, his guys fix their car. They're out there racing. With the Stenhouse car falling out of the wreck, Cole Custer falling out with a wreck, Ryan Preece out, William Byron now out. Jimmie Johnson's gained several spots in the duration of this race, 5 to 6 positions. Those are 5 to 6 points that he would not have gotten if they pulled off the racetrack with that earlier crash.
So Ryan Blaney, he has been the best car all day long. This is the 7th time that Blaney has led over 100 laps in a race. He has failed to win in 6 of those. So they've had the speed. And what this team is hoping is just no problems, right? They just want this race to end with no problems. They have the fastest car, but that's not how these things happen, is it, Steve? You never know what's going to happen.
Well, you mentioned that William Byron out after that incident. It helped Jimmie Johnson. Let's hear from William Byron. He's with Dave.
Yeah, and Ricky started the day 15th out of 16 drivers trying to make it into the playoffs. Now, how tough will these next 8 races be, William?
I don't, honestly, it's going to be tough. You know, we just have to find speed first. You know, we're not really running good at all, and we've got to figure that out. Obviously, the 13 got up into us there and took us out, but we were pretty far back anyway. So thanks to Exalta, everybody on the team, you know, we just got to figure it out quick before the fall.
A lot of hard work left for these guys, Rick.
Yeah, a lot of hard work.
Yeah, he certainly seems to understand the situation they're in.
Very frustrated, obviously. You know, clearly today was nothing he could have done, but what he's saying is that, hey, we shouldn't have been back there. We need to find a way to be closer to the front. You know, today is one event, but he's concerned about the speed they've had, and it's just not been what they need.
He referenced the 13. Ty Dillon and that 13 team also are done for the day, not able to get back out onto the track.
Rick, it's been a long year and a lot of work for Bubba Wallace in this 43 car that continues to improve and impress with his runs on the racetrack. We spent some time with Jerry Baxter as crew chief, new to this organization this year, and asked, you know, what has he seen in the 43? This car is continuing to run better. What is it? What did he bring to the organization? It was an interesting answer. Jerry said, you know, I think what I brought to Richard Petty Motorsports was just some confidence. Yeah. I came in here and I saw a team that just was a little beat down. They didn't think they could run inside the top 15 or the top 20. But he said, you know what? I believe you can. He took that confidence, that and his friendship with Bubba Wallace over time. They've spent so much time together that I think that combination has given this 43 belief in themselves that, listen, are they going to go run top 5 against the biggest organizations? Eventually, that's their goal. It won't happen overnight, but they continue to make gains. Once again, you see tape on the nose of that car. He's running 16th, has a chance for a top 15.
Yeah, they had success together when they were in the trucks, and Jerry Baxter was his crew chief in the trucks. Well, Bubba Wallace was involved in a little bit of an incident with Michael McDowell at the All-Star race, and so with that there was some sheet metal and some car parts that came off of the 43 car. So Bubba Wallace ended up with the frustration. He decided, I'll take the front bumper off my car and I'll let McDowell know that it was his fault. So he put the bumper on McDowell's hauler. Well, they made the best of it. So then they put it up for auction. And I believe we heard at the pre-race show it was over $15,000 right now that they are raising for MRO, Motor Racing Outreach. And it ended up being a frustrating situation, I'm sure, for both drivers, but it's going to be a beneficial thing because of charity.
Looking at the tape on that car, maybe there's a green one that could be up for auction after this race.
It's a great battle right here. Chase Elliott and Kevin Harvick. It's fun to watch these guys in this situation try to find how to get around each other. Kevin's been working on this pass for a long time. He can get up beside the 9 car. See him gain through the center of the corner. Get a little tight right here. Oh, that's the lift. Yep. Just trying to get more in the center of the corner. Overdrove the fronts on exit.
Kevin's frustrated because he's faster. Look how quickly he's able to regain that position and run Chase Elliott back down. But with that middle groove being so gripped up, it's just nowhere to go.
All right, guys, let's go through the field. We'll start with Marty Snyder.
Quickly approaching green flag stops for these leaders. An interesting point in the race for Ryan Blaney. The car has been very good. They currently have over a 2.5-second lead. He has constantly said, I need to be better in the last third of the race at telling the team what I need from the car. Well, he needs to get that information right now. He's coming down pit road here shortly to Todd Gordon's attention. You know, Denny Hamlin almost won the Brickyard 400 a few weeks ago, and he told me, I took the loss at Indy harder than I did losing the championship last year. To be honest, he said, I want to accomplish that, checking off another crown jewel. He told me it was heartbreaking, but Chris Gabehart told him, Dave, there's so much to look forward to with this team, it's not worth looking back. A win or a run like today, very helpful for the 11 team.
Quick review of Eric Almirola's day. He started on the pole, but had a blend line violation that sent him multiple laps down. They got the free pass eventually and got back on the lead lap. Right now, his car just a little bit loose. They'll need that adjustment when he comes to pit road for the final time. Matt DiBenedetto, we already mentioned, having a great day. When I talked to Greg Irwin about what this driver is doing with this car, he said he's gaining confidence, including Wednesday at Bristol when they raced this car into the All-Star race in the Open. He said that was a boost, and we took advantage of it today. Marty?
Hey, Dave, Joey Logano has admitted, hey, we've struggled at the bigger tracks this year, so they went kind of back to some basics at Kentucky last week. It worked. They brought it here this week. It has worked once again, and the advantage they have, they're going to have about 20 laps or so. They're going to be able to stay out longer than the other guys who will pit here in a moment, so we'll see how that plays out. Alan Gustafson told me, hey, this part of the schedule may be the toughest part for the 9 team. Kentucky, Texas, New Hampshire in a couple weeks, all of those tracks are very difficult for us. So if we can run well, that's big. They're doing that right now in the 6th position. And Kevin Harvick has worked his way back up to the 7th spot. They, too, hit at lap 245, so they're in a good spot as well to be able to stay out a little bit longer than these guys who will come to pit road here in a bit, Dave.
Brad Keselowski is currently 8th. I asked his crew chief, Jeremy Bullins, why they've been running as well as they have been during this no-practice type situation on these weekends. He said, you know what? One of our fortes is that we roll off the truck well. The early part of the year, that was something we did well. So now it's basically what you do for the race. Rick?
Yeah, a close call there. It looked like car was coming to pit road. Yeah, Chase Elliott. And as he was coming to pit road, we saw Brad Keselowski whiz by him. Chase Elliott will come to the attention of his crew. And now we're having green flag pit stops take place. Marty?
Here come all those guys coming down pit road. Chase Elliott says, I'm losing my time in 1 and 2. Going to be 4 Goodyear tires for Chase Elliott coming down here and seeing if they can gain a little bit of position. His car has gone loose, actually, like a lot of people. Tight early in the day, but loose here later in the day. Here comes Ryan Blaney, who's been so dominant today. He's led 150 laps to this point with 46 to go. They come to pit road. He said the car is still a little bit free, but much happier with it as this day has gone on. We're going to take 4 Goodyear tires here. Sunoco fuel for Ryan Blaney. A slight air pressure adjustment, and that's it. We'll see how this cycles out. Again, Blaney, the dominant car. Can he hold the lead through this series of stops?
Marty mentions the series of stops. It's going to take a long time to get everybody to cycle through. We have a group of cars that pitted on 213, including the 10 of Eric Almirola, who's now in for service in front of his crew gate.
So you just want to take your time here in a very quick way. Get your driver on and off of pit road. Driver did his part and hit the marks, even with the brakes that have been a little flaky for him today. All tires are back to the wall. Tires going on the left-hand side. Goodyear's on. Sunoco wins. Eric's gone.
interesting, Rick, as we see now Denny Hamlin join us. You have the 22 car, the 4 car. They can run 30 laps further. So I assume they're going to stay on the racetrack and keep all these cars trapped a lap down, hope for a yellow, or perhaps just have a short pit stop to the end. Marty.
Left side.
This could be a call here. Chris Gabehart saying left sides only for Denny Hamlin. An interesting move for that team. We'll see if it gains him a little bit of track position. You see that big adjustment there. Denny saying, biggest complaint I have is once I get going, it's too tight, but it's too free to fire off. So left sides there, Steve. What do you think about that call?
Well, I like it, right? They try to get the 11 in front of the 12. We saw that it was going to hold them up. He was getting stuck in traffic as we see the 21 come to pit road. We'll see if he takes 2 or 4 tires, maybe joins the 11 strategy.
I see the left-hand tires, side tires up on the wall. They come off the wall now, so he will take 4, guys.
So 4 tires on the 21. We're showing you Denny Hamlin. He's out in front of, we're looking for the 12 car, who's also come to pit road. You're going to see a huge gap. There you go. Now the 12 is just coming in, that bright green car at the top of the screen. So basically the entire front stretch is what Denny Hamlin has gained over Ryan Blaney with a 2-tire strategy. But as I said, Joey Logano, Kevin Harvick, Brad Keselowski, they're the leaders of the race. They can go probably 25 more laps. So it's going to be stressful for Blaney here, hoping not to get a yellow.
Steve, it was interesting watching the 11 do their pit stop because you knew that he was only doing a 2-tire stop. He was easy on the brakes and almost went out of his box. The front of his car was right at the line, and they can't do that. They can't make any changes if they go out of the box.
Yeah, no, he's slow. He's not gotten up to speed very well right here. He left pit road, but Logano and Harvick both got in front of him. So now, even if he generates the speed, he's going to be slow going through these guys. So that gap that he gained on the 12 car, he's got to get through this traffic very, very quickly. If not, like right there, think about the amount of time that's costing him with Harvick jumping on the outside of him. He can't have that happen. He's got to clear these guys. You heard him say 2 loose.
Yeah, cold left side tires. Guys, the driver I think that's in the catbird seat right now is the 22 of Joe Logano. He's not only the leader of the race. Normally we would focus on Blaney and the guys that have already pitted, but here's the difference. This guy right here, what's the difference? No one in front of him, Jeff. You just talked about traffic. Look at that big clean air in front of him. Run laps, qualifying laps, as hard as this 22 can go. And then if I'm Paul Wolfe, it might be a gas-only stop. He can run so much further. He needs so little fuel to get to the finish. It might be a gamble for gas only, Marty.
Hey, Steve, great call. But remember, on their last stop, it was fuel only. So do you do back-to-back stops? I know there'll only be a handful of laps left. Do you do back-to-back stops, fuel only, if you're Paul Wolfe for Joey Logano?
You do if you have 2 wins. Matt Brayan on top of the pit box. And that driver in the 22 car, 2 wins before the break.
Let's go NASCAR nonstop.
When was the last time you really looked out the window? What do you see? The awakening of the rising sun or light dancing across the mountaintops? Look for a moment longer and you'll see beauties all around us. Like a painting, moving in the wind, speaking to the soul. The world flashing past, still yet to explore. Look out the window. The summer of Jeep is here.
With employee pricing, get $5,103 below MSRP on the purchase of a 2020 Jeep Gladiator Overland.
Tomorrow can only be better with Wendy's breakfast. Win with a breakfast Baconator, honey butter chicken biscuit, sausage egg and Swiss croissant, or a maple bacon chicken croissant free with mobile order purchase. Tomorrow's looking good.
Hey guys, if you're experiencing erectile dysfunction, you can now get treated anywhere. Like here, 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 even here. Okay, maybe not there. That's why we built Roman. So it's easy to get ED meds prescribed online, delivered to your door. Just visit GetRoman.com, chat with a U.S. licensed physician, and if treatment is right for you, you'll get genuine medication delivered in discreet packaging. Roman, let's take care of it. Get started with your free online visit at GetRoman.com/TV.
Now, only in the Subway app or online. Any footlong is a $5 footlong when you buy 2. Even the new barbecue rib. Subway, eat fresh.
I am the one. Back with a full throttle and roar. I am the intersection of chaos, karma, love, legacy, family, and flag. I am the place where we can be as one. United from the 4 corners of our beloved sport. Back with one thunderous return. I am ready for you if you are ready for me. I am NASCAR.
Free. Get ready for a shock because this guy is free.
You're all free.
Free.
Well, if it's free.
Free.
Thursday. Brooks Koepka, Dustin Johnson, and Tommy Fleetwood fight for FedEx Cup points in Minneapolis. The 3M Open, Thursday at 2:30 on Golf.
What a full motorsports weekend it has already been on NBCSN, and still coming up. It's a post-race show, NASCAR America post-race show, MotoGP Racing, the Grand Prix of Spain, and Mecum Auctions from Indianapolis wrapping up the weekend. As we look down onto the cars here, Joey Logano again leading right now over Kevin Harvick by a half a second. Let's bring Rutledge Wood back in.
Hey, thanks, Rick. Mitch noticed that Ty Dillon downshifted or kind of took it out of gear when his car was spinning around. So, Jeff Burton, for a driver, when you start to go around like that, what are the priorities or kind of your first movements when your car goes into a spin like that to try to make it get out as safe as possible, I guess?
Yeah, Raj, that's a great question. Now, for me, like when you spin on corner entry, when you know the back gets lined up to the wall, basically go to the throttle. Go full throttle, get the RPMs going, get the rear wheel spinning to try to keep it from getting into the wall. That's about all you can do. But typically when you spin as quickly as he did get in the corner, it's hard to control it. It's not much you can do. Kind of along for the ride at that point.
Again, strategy changing here as Logano, Harvick, Kyle Busch, Eric Jones all at 245.
Yeah, exactly, Rick. So you look on the left side of your screen, 245. Look at Hamlin all the way down in 15th, lap 290. Behind him, Blaney, lap 288. Almirola, lap 289. Those are the three drivers we know, without a doubt, can make it to the finish with the current fuel load in. There's a few question marks on Hamlin only taking lefts. Did they get enough fuel in? At this point, I'm going to assume they did. Part of their strategy call. Logano, Harvick, and Kyle Busch all pitted at lap 245. That means they'll have to come to pit road. The question is when and for how long? Are we looking at right sides, left sides, no tires? Is it fuel only? And then it's all about managing traffic. We have seen that before.
Oh, man.
Who gets through traffic better? Right now, it's Kevin Harvick.
Yeah, the 22 got real tight behind the 32 of Corey LaJoie. Had to get out of the gas big time on these old tires. New leader. Wait.
Here
Not
comes
yet.
Logano, and a caution comes out. The 0-0. Looks like a lot of damage there to Quinn Houff.
Now a huge advantage to those cars that stayed on the racetrack.
George.
Oh, man. That's a big hit right there.
This just changes everything.
Quinn, just 22 years old. Look at how quickly the AMR team got to him. Safety team here at the track.
Quickly is a great work. I mean, they do such a great job getting to those drivers as quickly as possible.
Let's see what happened. Oh, he's coming down to try to get to pit road.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you can't.
Oh, got Matty D, too.
Oh.
He did. I'm assuming he was trying to get to pit road and pitting from
You can't do that.
the middle of the racetrack. Yeah, trying to come to pit road from the middle of the racetrack.
That was a huge hit.
I don't think any of the guys had a clue that he was going to be doing that.
So
he caught Christopher Bell, the 20 or the 95 right there, and then a little bit of the 21 there.
That's a lot of damage on the 21 car. Obviously, we see Quinn with a lot of damage on his car, but
you see him climbed out of the car. They're going to put him in, and he will be taken to the infield care center to be checked out.
There's 14 cars in the lead lap right here, Steve.
So I think all 14 are going to pit. They have to get fuel to get to the end. The 11 should get the free pass. Blaney can take the wave around, but this is a huge break for Kevin Harvick, Joey Logano, Kyle Busch, Eric Jones, the front four cars. Let's see the decisions on pit road, and then we can set the lineup for the restart, Dave.
Kyle Busch gives up third place in the 18 car. He said his car was chattering and it was slow taking off. so they'll make some changes for that. Looks like air pressure adjustment and 4 tires for Kyle. Marty?
Joey Logano comes to the pit road. He had just lost the lead to Kevin Harvick. They're going to go with 4 fresh Goodyear tires here. He said, I was a number plus tight. Free on entry, but tight center. That's my biggest concern. Actually, Kevin Harvick and Rodney Childers debated about fuel only here. They decided to go with 4 fresh Goodyear tires. But you see all those cars speeding by them on pit road. So a lot of strategy played out here, Rick.
So you look at this. No tires for Reddick, and he wins the race off of pit road. It is going to be a sprint to the finish of the O'Reilly Auto Parts 500. There'll be 25 laps to go when they come back by the start-finish line. And guys, a lot of things have changed here.
All right, so look at the left side. Tyler Reddick, a rookie. Can we go rookies back-to-back? No tires on the 8 car. Wins the race off pit road. RCR teammates will line up on the front row. Reddick and Dillon. You see Kurt Busch also on 2. Logano and Harvick. Kyle Busch, big break, catching that yellow. They have 4. But Jeff, this doesn't completely eliminate Blaney, Hamlin, and those guys. They're right now just behind the pace car, where they're going to take the wave around. They'll line up at the back, but they will be on the lead lap.
They will be on the lead lap, but they're going to look where they're going to be starting. They're going to be starting behind everybody that stayed on the racetrack. So the opportunity to win this race has just become extremely difficult. We talked about Blaney. Led over 100 laps in 6 and 7 races so far and is yet to win one. And it's going to be way difficult to do that today.
I mean, Tyler Reddick has had a great season. I don't want to take that away from him, but not really today, right, Rick? Like,
oh, yeah.
We had this conversation a couple times. Where was Reddick today? We expect him to be up there. And here he is, Dave. Tyler Reddick has cycled to be the leader with 25 to go.
I know. On the last caution, he got the free pass. And the crew radioed him just after that. His crew chief told him, you know what, little buddy, we've got our stuff back together, and you need to go to the front. That was when he was restarting 21st. He did pass a lot of cars, and now his crew chief, Ronald Burnett, has gotten him track position.
Yeah, I mean, he finished in the top 5 in stage 1. So maybe they got more confidence in their car than we think. It's clean air, and Reddick, he gets up on the wheel. Could make something happen.
Tyler Reddick, his aggressive nature won him a couple championships in the Xfinity Series. You take a look at the rookie points entering today's race. Tyler Reddick, 371, Cole Custer, Christopher Bell, John Hunter Nemechek. I mean, this is a great rookie class right here.
You heard Kyle Petty ask Dale Jr. in the pre-race show, how good was this rookie class? He compared it to the famous class of Jeff Gordon, or even before that. And I have to agree, Dale, you made the answer. You think these guys are going to do something special, right? And I really think they can. I think these guys can go out and win races. They're already proving it with Custer a week ago, but now there's Reddick in position, and I just like what they look like on the racetrack.
Yeah, they're all talented, and it's rare, but we love to get rookie classes like this.
So we saw what happened with Cole Custer, a rookie, won last week. It mixed up the points. Remember, if you win a race, you advance to the playoffs. Well, what if Austin Dillon, who's 17th in points, behind the cut line, if Tyler Reddick behind the cut line of not making the playoffs, if they win this race, they immediately move in, and that moves somebody out. Jimmy Johnson right on the edge. Clint Boyer only 36 points to the good. So not only would it be a monumental day in their career, it would be a monumental day in Austin's career, not a rookie, but winning would get him to playoffs. It would completely shuffle this thing up.
Let's see where Reddick's going to start this race. Most of these guys have been choosing that inside line and making it work. Reddick's going to go to the outside here of his teammate, Austin Dillon. And again, it really comes down to who gets the best push.
Yeah, watch that third row. The second and third row has a great deal to do with these restarts.
So you guys mentioned lane choice. Well, let's just clean this all up. All these cars were off pit road. There's Blaney. He's going to be all the way back as a wave around. There's Denny Hamlin. Well, as we get wider here, look at all the cars in front of them. So we're going to want to keep an eye on that bright white 11 and that bright yellow 12. But they have their work cut out for them. I love what Dale Jr. was talking about the 8 and the lane choice. Let's listen in.
Just remember, you are the leader here. You control it when we get to the restart zone. The box is yours.
Might be a little rusty, so you'll have to bear with me.
You just get through the gears good. Make sure we keep the 22 to our tail. When we get to the box, we'll be just fine.
We'll see how rusty he is as he come into the restart zone. Tyler Reddick, Austin Dillon making up the front row. 23 laps to go. Dillon hugging the white line. He's going to surge out in front.
Austin Dillon to the lead. What's going to happen down this back straightaway? His teammate Reddick's going to push him. Man, Reddick had a chance to go to the inside there. Just really surprised he didn't try to go to the inside, but great battle for third here. 22 trying to block the lane of Kyle Busch on the outside.
How about Kyle Busch? Remember, he was through the grass. Thought his car was destroyed, wouldn't be able to compete like this. Still in the battle. Kevin Harvick on the bottom.
Bubba Wallace to the outside of Kurt Busch off of turn 2.
Here comes Harvick. Way down the racetrack in that number 4. Bubba Wallace on his outside.
Now the 22 gets a little high there in the middle of the corner. The Hunt Brothers beats the side panner. Yeah, the 22 got high in the middle of the corner now. He's got Kyle Busch to his inside down into turn 1.
Reddick closing the gap back up on Austin Dillon.
Yeah, he did. He got down in the corner though and lost the nose of his car trying to follow him into the bottom.
Harvick did clear Bubba Wallace back there. Now he's clean 5th.
What a day for RCR. Could they pull this off? Could they run 1-2? Think about how far they've been behind and the work they've put in. Reddick has just invigorated this company. He's also, in my opinion, improved the running of the 3 car, the new Chevrolet. Somewhere RC is pacing.
Well, and that's funny because this week I was listening to the 81 Budweiser 400 and RC was in it. He was running 15th and I was like, wow, back in 1981, RC was still racing in the Cup Series. That's pretty cool. Well, right now, his 2 cars are running up front at Texas Motor Speedway.
Richard Childers takes so much pride in his organization. They've been working hard. Really hard to get back to where they're used to being, and that's in the front.
Austin's making those 2 tires work. Reddick, though, struggling with no tires back there. He's missed the corner a few times, getting real tight behind that 3 car, so you see the gap widen.
And look at Austin pull away from this field.
This battle right here still waging for 3rd place. It's between more than just the 18 and the 22. Kevin Harvick's in the middle of this battle.
If they're going to catch Austin Dillon, they're going to have to get this cleared up. I think that Harvick has the best car of this group.
There comes Keselowski. He's going to throw his number into the mix.
I keep waiting to see an 11 or a 12 join the picture, but they just can't seem to catch up. We showed how much traffic they had to go through.
Look at that, Bubba Wallace in the 43. That lime green number 43, as damaged as it is on the front, he's also running up here inside the top 10, running 7.
Harvick trying to make that outside lane work, just can't quite do it. It gets good momentum.
That momentum pushes that 18 car up to the inside of this 22 once again. Harvick backs the corner up, trying to get this run down the back straightaway.
This is a chance for him if 18.
Yeah, he's got some momentum here. What does he do?
He'll go for it. He'll try to make it.
He tried to get the 18. He tried to get the 18 to look low down the back straightaway because he wants this high side. He knows he can't pass that 18 on the bottom. He wants that 18 to fake low or go low and to be able to jump on that outside quarter panel.
Yeah, because Harvick has Brad Keselowski right behind him. So if Harvick tries the bottom and doesn't clear him, Brad's going to be there to jump on the outside.
Oh, look how high 18 is. Harvick has no choice. Now we're 3 wide. We got to crash.
All the 11's around. Denny Hamlin with damage. Also, the 88, we saw Alex Bowman slow.
Still coming under you.
Caution has come out again. Another restart.
Got right in front damage.
Goodness.
Under 16 laps to go now.
Yeah.
And look at the right side damage to Denny Hamlin.
That is not what Austin Dillon wanted to see.
No.
He was rolling in great shape.
He was. The 88 was also involved in this.
They were 11th and 13th. You see 88 trying to figure out how much damage
88's
he
got
has.
some big damage on the right side.
That is a big damage.
Another HMS car with some big right front suspension damage. He's not going to be able to.
Yeah, his day's done.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to finish the race, I don't believe, with that right front suspension broken. Let's take a look. Denny right behind the 88, getting down in the corner. Denny got loose, corrects the car into the side of Austin, or I'm sorry, Alex. Alex locks it all up hard in the outside wall.
Not been a good day for Hendrick. 3 of the 4 cars had issues today.
Let's watch on board Toyota camera for Denny Hamlin. Denny dropped it down in there. He's loose.
Clear low behind the truck. You need it. Middle, clear. Hang on to it. Hang on to it.
That's a helpless feeling when you're on the inside of somebody and you're spinning out.
Get it fired up if you can.
You know you need to turn right to save it. You know where that's going to take you.
So he'll bring it to the attention of the crew, and Alex Bowman goes behind the wall.
Thankfully, he has that win in the bank, right, Rick?
Yeah.
And that's another position for Jimmy Johnson, who's right around that bubble.
They go to work on the 11.
Quickly things change in the sport. Denny Hamlin, Ryan Blaney battling for the win about 30 minutes ago.
Yep.
Yeah, Blaney's only worked his way up to 11th position. And he was on the inside of the 11 car and the 88 as that was all happening. He was just ahead of them.
Okay, guys, now the decision for Austin Dillon is, what lane do I choose on this restart? Let's listen into the radio.
What you were doing right there through 1 and 2 will win you this race, buddy. Awesome job. Now we need to think about what lane you want.
We picked bottom, we'll have 22, top, we'll have 18. Both are about the same for each other.
Well, guys, so my question is, the 8 chose the top and the 3 took the lead from the bottom on the last restart. So this is where the crew chief says, whatever you drivers want, let me know where you want to start.
What's difficult is on most mile and a half, you'd pick the top, right? But we've seen most of the leaders today pick the bottom. And right here, Austin Dillon on the last restart, he was given the bottom, right? And it worked for him. So I think it's the same car, right? The 8 is going to be on the outside of you. So I put him in the same spot. I'm the leader. I try to get the jump. I take the bottom. It worked the last time, and on top of that, it's worked most of the day for the leaders.
I agree with you, and I think the spotter's going to play a big role in that decision as well, as they're watching all these restarts and seeing a little bit better of a view of what's going on than some of the crew chiefs even. So I think everybody sort of pays, sort of pitches in a little bit of their opinion on this and hopefully helps the driver make the right choice. And I agree with you. I think the bottom is the one to choose. I just don't feel like, if you choose the top, you got to worry about that guy behind you if he's committed to you, if he's going to try to drive to the middle, maybe go to the outside of you. Even if you choose the bottom, the 22 could make this 3 wide and go to the bottom on the entry or turn 1 and put you 3 wide in a bad position.
Pushes have been so important on the restarts. Take a look at the top 10 right now, and the wins this season, yeah, only 3 of them have been to victory lane, but it's been pretty impressive for the 3. 2 Penske cars and Kevin Harvick with 4 wins. Let's listen in to Tyler Reddick's radio.
Straw's so big, a dang ice cube came shooting 3 there and got stuck in my throat. Oh, man. Exciting stuff going on in here.
Yeah, don't be choking yourself out, man. You still got like 13 laps to go here.
This team, they have fun no matter what. I mean, think about it. He's sitting here on the front row trying to win a NASCAR Cup Series race, and he's making jokes about choking on ice in the car. I mean, that's not normal stuff.
Straw's too big. He had some ice come through the straw for him.
I mean, remember the Xfinity race last year at Bristol when he spun out with a few laps left in the stage, and they just all laughed about it. We think that his night's over, it's miserable. They're just laughing, having a good time. Marty, what you got on Joey?
Well, to add to all of this, Joey Logano sitting back there in the 3rd position said, I have a very bad vibration. It did not get worse. I am, quote, pretty sure I can make it to the end. He's confident it's the left rear. The team told him we got all the lug nuts tight, so they don't know what it is, but he definitely has a vibration in that 22.
Well, a vibration again.
Pretty sure?
I'm looking for a little more than pretty sure.
I know. You got to give me some confidence, Steve. I'm the driver.
Yeah. RCR, last time they finished 1 and 2 back in 2011. 9 years ago, and right now they're running 1 and 2. Austin Dillon on the inside, the race leader. Tyler Reddick, he's going to spin the tires. Both of them spin on the restart. They're both getting equal pushes. Joey Logano pushing Dillon. Can he push him ahead of Tyler Reddick? Reddick with a big shove. Now down the backstretch. Reddick has the momentum.
Austin has to side draft him. Reddick, if he can stay right there, he's going to have the advantage. He's able to stay there. Now he's going to have big momentum on the front straightaway.
These guys are lucky they're side by side behind them. No big runs coming from either line. As they go off into turn 1, the 3 is going to clear. Looks like Austin's clear again, back into the lead.
Austin carried a ton of speed into the corner, was able to make it stick.
And now here we are again with that battle for third between the 18 and 22. Kyle Busch is going to clear that 22 finally. Now what does Kyle do? He's got to go to work on this 8 car quick.
And what does Austin do? Does he keep running the bottom or does he go to the middle of the racetrack?
9 laps to go.
One thing we know where Tyler Reddick wants to run. He's going to run that middle. He likes the high side of the racetrack. Austin's got to keep his eye on the mirror. Clearly, he's got good speed on the bottom through the corners.
Oh, Bubba Wallace back there on the back straightaway out of shape. Lost a lot of spots there. On the 14, Clint Boyer also with an issue. A lot of battles throughout the pack as these guys are pushing hard to the end of this race. Back up front. Oh, the 22 back to the inside of the 18. Man, Joey Logano's not going to give up on that third spot.
And you know who's cheering for that battle right there? Richard Childress loves that battle for third. That's slowing those guys up. Reddick making ground up on the outside.
Yeah,
big run off of 4.
I think if you're Austin Dillon, you better be getting some information about what that 8's doing to make that time up.
There he went to the middle of the racetrack. Now back to the bottom.
I'm telling you, wherever that 8's running, that's where I'd be running. I'd be telling that driver, that 3 car, to try to use that big spoiler to your advantage. Take away the air from Tyler Reddick.
Think about this 3 car, guys.
Austin missed the line that time. He didn't get to the bottom. Let's see if Reddick can take advantage of that. I mean, he just missed it by about 2 feet. Look at the run that gave Reddick.
Oh, 11 of Denny Hamlin spinning through the grass in the front stretch. Another caution comes out. Another restart.
Wow.
Got a couple more coming here. Just stay really low.
So if I'm Austin Dillon, I'm thinking right now, right? I'm already thinking this is going to be a green-white checkered situation. Can I clear? I picked the bottom. Can I clear Tyler Reddick in 2 laps? That's what it's going to boil down to. Can I do the bottom, pick the bottom again? Is that going to work for me? It almost didn't work the last time. Now I'm second-guessing myself. Do I pick the top? Do I pick the bottom? Tough situation to be in.
Sure is.
But he's been, even when they got clear, he wants to run the bottom. Let's go back and see what happened to Denny Hamlin.
Yeah, Denny was trying to get through. Oh, the air off of the nose, the right front of that 9 car just turned him around. We saw that yesterday off of turn 2 with Austin Cindric and Noah Gragson. How the air off the car behind you can actually move the car around.
It moved the 11 all the way around and brings out another caution. This is the 10th caution of the day as we ride along with Denny.
Back in here. Hang on to it. Hang on to it. Still green. We're still green. Caution. Caution.
And Denny Hamlin has spun out twice on a 1.5 miles and has yet to hit the wall. I'd say he's been fortunate.
Guys, the 3 of Austin Dillon, it's been documented, RCR trying to rebound. This guy right here, Justin Alexander, he was paired with Austin Dillon back in 2017, 2018. They won together. They won the Coca-Cola 600, one of the crown jewels together, but they thought that their relationship had to be split up. Danny Stockman came in. He had so much experience with Austin Dillon. They thought that was a better pairing. It didn't come to fruition. They paired Justin Alexander back with Austin Dillon. I've talked to him many times this year. He believes in this young man. He talks about his maturity. Austin Dillon just had a baby. Ace was just born this month. He believes as RCR builds up, and here's Justin Alexander, the chance to deliver his driver yet another win. This pairing is truly underrated. I know Austin Dillon doesn't have huge career wins, but if he wins today, all 3 will be with this crew chief.
And if I'm Richard Childress, I'm feeling like, hey, great news, my guys are first and second. And us, at the same time, I'm thinking, oh my goodness, terrible news, my guys are first and second. I want one of them to win, but they got to work together to make that happen. But they both deserve that shot, right? You can't get on the radio and say, hey man, y'all take, Reddick, take it easy with Austin, or Austin, take it easy with Reddick. You can't do that. You got to let them go battle and go make it happen. So it's great to be up front, but now you got 2 guys that are going to be racing hard for the win and their teammates. Dave.
Well, to Steve's point, Justin Alexander has been pumping up this driver, not with a lot of hype, but saying, I believe in you. I know you can do it. And he told him before the last restart, now you know how to go through turns 1 and 2. That's where he really gained an advantage last time. But you see the difference. He's going to go to the top this time, Burton. He said, I just don't know about the bottom. And then Justin reasoned with him, said, I think you'll be better off on top. Top lane for the 3-car.
He will have Kyle Busch pushing behind him. Take a look. Richard Childress Racing. I mentioned it back in 2011. That was the last 1-2 finish. So 9 years ago, it was Clint Boyer. And who else finished second in that race?
The problem with that is that Clint won, not me.
Oh, they switched it up, guys.
Oh, look at this. Austin Dillon will stay on the bottom, and he'll have Logano behind him pushing. Tyler Reddick.
I just imagine if, Austin's had some experience restarting on that bottom. No experience restarting on the top. And how do you make the change?
Let's listen into the radio communication of the A-team once again.
Man, I thought I drove it off into turn 1 deep there, but Austin proved me wrong for sure.
We got to want it, but we got to be smart too. Like I said all day, we've got to finish. Doesn't matter if it's first, second, third, fourth, whatever it is, we got to finish as far up as possible.
Absolutely, buddy. I agree 100%.
You got to finish, but at 24 years old, the Corning, California native, I'm sure is looking at this saying, you know what, Cole Custer, a rookie, won last week. I'm a rookie, battling for Rookie of the Year. I can win this race as well.
Well, I don't want to be Debbie Downer, but there's 81 race wins in the second row. So, I don't want to be that guy, but let me just let you know, that second row has 81 wins. There's a reason.
This is going to be a wild 2 laps either way.
Yes, it will.
And be clear, let's be clear, the aggressiveness level in that 8 car is always high. So his crew chief telling him, hey, we just finished, make sure we finish. That's not telling him a whole lot because he is going to be going for it.
Back into the gas they go. Austin Dillon, a great launch there.
Exactly what Austin Dillon needed.
Big run by the 8 on the outside. He had a good shove from the 18. Down the backstretch they go. The 18 moving ahead, trying to take third from Joey Logano. Austin Dillon trying to get to that white flag. One more time around. 1 lap to go. Presented by Credit One Bank.
At 22 and 18 side by side, that's the best thing that can happen for Austin Dillon. No momentum comes from that 18 or 22, pushing that 8 car back up to the 3.
He wants to take away the draft from the rest of the crew, from everybody behind him. His son, Ace Bourne, about a month ago, he'll be cheering for Dad. He's going to win at Texas. Austin Dillon gets the win.
Back to victory lane. Let's go. God, thank you, Jesus. Oh, man. Thank you guys so much. I can't believe it. Thank the good Lord above, man. Good job. Let's go. Oh, my gosh.
These guys work so hard. These team members work so hard. Richard Childress.
Way to go, Austin. Man, I'm proud of you. Congratulations.
Richard Childress, Austin Dillon's grandfather, has put his everything into his race team. Huge day.
Yeah,
Austin Dillon into playoffs. Who does that knock out?
Remember, last week you said, oh my gosh, Cole Custer winning. What does that do to the playoffs? How about Austin Dillon now getting a win and locking himself into the playoffs? He's going to burn it down right at the start-finish line. There was RC, Richard Childress, telling his guys what a great job they've done. This checkered flag moment brought to you by Advance Auto Parts. The crowd here to see it. Austin Dillon hears it. And Marty's there now.
Rick, it's been 88 races since Austin Dillon got to do this, celebrate with a win in the Cup Series. Maybe this one a little sweeter. He had to do it on 3 different restarts with guys like Kyle Busch, Joey Logano, and Kevin Harvick behind him. And Austin, there's fans here cheering you on. How about that?
Not bad for a Silver Spoon kid, right? I'll take that. Got to thank everybody at RCR, ECR, Bass Pro Shops. Man, Tyler Reddick, he raced me clean. 1-2 for RCR. This is big coming, man. We've had good cars all year. Justin Alexander, my whole crew. I got my baby Ace back home, my wife. I love him so much. And I don't know, I'm just so happy. Thank God.
What is the significance for RCR? Dave started the day asking you about the cut line. Now you're above the cut line and in the 2020 playoffs.
Tell you the truth, means a whole lot. Just for the family, for everybody, all of our partners. Truthfully, I'm out of breath right now. I'm about to go down. I need a drink. That was fun.
Well, how about beating the best in the business? 3 straight restarts you had to do. You had to earn this one, Austin.
Yeah, I had to change it up a couple times. The cars wouldn't roll back when I let it go. Yeah, definitely had to earn it. I changed it up. I waited the second one, and I went on the last one, so it worked out for me good.
Perfect for Austin Dillon. We'll get him a drink of water here in a moment. Hey, Rick, when it's been 88 races, you don't care if the car rolls away. Austin Dillon wants to celebrate with the fans right now. He's in the playoffs in 2020.
He's looking for that checkered flag. This is just the 3rd career win for Austin Dillon, but a huge one. As he mentioned, a family now of his own. Austin Dillon. And a big win for the 3 car. Bringing that number back.
Yeah, I don't think that's, he caught a little flack for driving that number that my dad made famous, but that's one thing my dad never did at Texas Motor Speedway was put the 3 car in victory lane. Austin Dillon could say he did.
Well, the one thing that Austin Dillon gets to enjoy is a trip to victory lane. He is headed for the SpeedyCash.com victory lane. What a day it has been for the Welcome North Carolina native Austin Dillon. Leads the 1-2 finish for RCR. What a run for the Chevrolets here today. Austin Dillon winning at Texas Motor Speedway. After 88 races, you're going to burn it down. Well, the left rear tire's shredded. Doesn't matter, though. For Austin Dillon, he has the win. Let's take a look at the Coca-Cola winning moment for Austin Dillon. This final restart. A great jump, guys.
Just a great jump. Got out of the restart zone first. No one on his right rear quarter panel, and then held on for 2 laps. The excitement for RCR. 1-2 finish. Something about long events. Austin Dillon won the Daytona 500, the Coca-Cola 600, and now 500 miles at Texas.
And he gave credit to the crew.
Hey, I want to give some credit here for this win. Justin Alexander made a great call. Along with the crew chief for Tyler Reddick, Randall Burnett, they both made great calls, Steve, to put these guys in position to win.
But right before that last pit stop, the 3 of Austin Dillon was in 7th position. He came down pit road in 7th. All of the cars in front of him take 4 tires. Justin Alexander puts on 2. The 8 car, as you mentioned, takes none. That lines these 2 cars up on the front row. That and some excellent driving by Austin Dillon on the restart brought this car to victory lane.
It's teamwork. This is a team sport. The driver gets so much of the credit and so much of the blame, but it takes everybody to make it happen, and that's a great example right there. Great call on pit road, great execution by the driver.
You see Bass Pro Shops, an outdoorsman for Austin Dillon, and this might be one of his more cherished trophies right here, because it ends up he gets a cowboy hat here at Texas.
And boots, man. Look at
and
cowboy
boots. Eddie Gossage, the track president here, will be down to congratulate Austin Dillon.
See him right here. We talked about the heat all day. He even mentioned it on the front stretch, right, guys? You needed a drink of water. I think it's what you guys were talking about, a little bit about the heat. I'm sure some of the emotion, probably didn't feel any of it on those last restarts, but then when it was all over, kind of all came rushing at once.
And Austin trains really hard, takes a lot of pride in his conditioning, and you heard him say, I'm about to go down. I was worried about him.
And yeah, he's got all that fire there in Victory Lane. It's pretty warm down there as it is. Let's see what the playoffs are looking like after this race.
Oh, I'm telling you.
Look at that.
Now 10 drivers have clinched playoff berths.
And the bubble. Jimmy Johnson +2. William Byron came in +30. He's going to leave -2.
Tyler Reddick only 14 back right now.
Tyler Reddick was 41 out coming into this race. Big shifts right there around that line.
I mean, Eric Jones ran 6th in the race. Had a good day, another good day at Texas.
Hey guys, there's still 8 races until the playoffs.
Oh boy.
I know Eric Jones is -24 out, but I'd be thrilled coming in this race -42. Any gain on that bubble is a good day.
You know, as a driver, you want to celebrate. You want to be able to enjoy it.
Getting wins in this series is hard to do. You got to celebrate every one of them like they're the last.
So we heard Austin Dillon mention that he has a newborn in Ace, and Ace is hanging out with Whitney. Let's bring Whitney in now. How's the celebration going for you, Whitney?
Hey, we're doing this in the backyard.
Hi, Whitney. We can see you.
Hey, guys.
Ace is still celebrating, right?
Oh, we are screaming and yelling right now. We are so happy.
Any game. It was a good day.
You want to celebrate?
Getting
Want to be able to
wins.
enjoy it?
Getting wins in this series is hard to do. You got to celebrate everyone else.
So we heard that Austin Dillon. Well, guys, that's pretty awesome. When you get to see your husband win in this very difficult time when you can't go to the track, people can't be there with you, and then you see something like that where Whitney still screaming. So it's Ace.
You know, when you have a new child at home, it's so hard to leave them. You know, it's hard to leave and go do your job. And now that he's had this amazing day, he can't wait to get back home. Can't wait to go home and embrace his wife and his family after achieving something he dreamed about doing.
Your family lives this with you. That, you know, they go through the good, they go through the bad. They see what it's really like. And you know, when you go through those years where you're not winning like you want to, you're still working as hard as the people that are. And your family sees that, and they want to go to Victory Lane. They want to experience that. And it's great. It's sad that they can't celebrate it together, but at least we got to see, you know, Whitney's emotion. And I know that Austin cannot wait to get home to hold his new baby and hug his wife. It's such an emotional moment. Because the family lives it with you, the good and the bad.
Well, you guys mentioned family for Dillon. It's generational, right? There's his wife, Whitney, but his grandfather owns this race team, right? He's trying to do his part, and he did it today, getting RCR back to Victory Lane. You can hear the excitement. You can see the excitement from his wife. Just a special day, and from a sport that has grown. Much has been talking about how NASCAR has grown over the decades. RCR, this is still family, Rick. That's a family driver in a family-run team. RC proves that he can continue to put winning race cars on the racetrack.
Very tight-knit group, very tight-knit organization. Tyler Reddick coming home in second. Dave was able to catch up with him.
So, Tyler, you go from 41 back of the cut line to 14 below now, entering the next race. How would you describe today?
It was about strategy. In our Cat Oil and Gas Chevrolet, we had good speed in our
our Chevrolet ZL1 1LE, but we just couldn't get our Camaro back in contention after we took right sides. It really shifted the balance of our Camaro, and that just put us behind, and we had to catch a few breaks. Some cars got collected in carnage. We avoided, but can't ask for much more than what we got there. Me and my teammate on the front row there the last couple of restarts, and you know, he's done this a little bit longer than I have, and I'm a little rusty. I haven't been on the front row in a while, and he just snookered me those times. Kyle was doing a really good job of pushing me, but that last one I put us in a big deficit and just couldn't get back out of it.
Was it going through your mind, I really, really want this, but man, this is my teammate, and this looks good to RC?
Well, I knew it was going to be important. There was one restart I probably could have put him, went to his inside. And I just wanted it to be between us. I didn't want to, you know, bring other cars into it, make sure that we could fight it out. We just got the restarts that kept giving us opportunities. Unfortunately, we just couldn't get it done today, but hats off to the three, all those guys. They were working hard, and it gets one RCR Chevrolet into the playoffs, and now we're below the cut line. We got to keep fighting. If we can keep running like this, we won't have to worry about points, hopefully.
Congrats on a strong run.
So a 1-2 finish for Richard Childress Racing today. Austin Dillon, after an 88 race hiatus from Victory Lane, is celebrating there now. And a lot to talk about on the post-race show, NASCAR America post-race show. Let's bring in Chris Devoda. I'm telling you right now, DJ and KP, they've got a lot, I'm sure, to try to figure out here with strategy and how it worked out for these guys.
Yeah, absolutely, Rick. We were all just talking here in our NBC studio. Kyle and DJ are inside the studio as we speak. I'm just outside the door, socially distanced. We're going to break everything down. What does this win mean? Not just for Austin Dillon for the playoffs. We know Whitney Dillon, Austin's wife, is excited. The celebration continuing at their home in North Carolina. Welcome into the NASCAR America post-race show, Texas Motor Speedway. If your last name's Dillon, it did not disappoint. A hot Sunday afternoon in July, and Austin Dillon brings the heat to the finish. Another driver outside the playoffs jumps in for the second week in a row. Kyle Petty, Dale Jarrett, we have a lot to talk about. DJ, we said last week that the playoff picture was blown wide open. I don't know what you call this. This is just wild.
Yeah, the word that is getting overused in my mind now is wow. These races are just incredible. The decisions that crew chiefs are making to put their driver in a position to go make things happen on the racetrack is just incredible. And then the driver's doing an outstanding job. That was really, really special driving by Austin Dillon and Tyler Reddick, his teammate. It's as they both pointed out, it's hard to race your teammate at the end, knowing that you want to win, both of you do, but you don't want to tear up the cars when you're from the same stable. So just a great day for RCR and everything there, but Austin Dillon has shaken things up in the playoff picture again.
Everything he just said. I'm telling you, I mean, I got to pick my jaw up off the ground. I never imagined that this would come down as we watch this race unfold to two teammates, and especially two teammates from RCR, from Richard Childress Racing. They both did a fantastic job. What about these rookies? One wins last week at Kentucky and then comes out here and challenges for the win, and Tyler Reddick at the end of the race. So the future of the sport is healthy. This was a great finish to a good race. Not a great race, but to a good race. And the calls that were made were gutsy calls. The drives from these guys were gutsy drives. It was just a fun day to watch the way this race unfolded.
Yeah, you talk about the pit strategy, the restarts, the youth movement, plenty to talk about here on the post-race show. Let's hear from some more players, because it was an RCR day, but throughout most of the race, it looked like this one was going to go to one of the Penske drivers. Dave Burns caught up with Joey Logano.
So for former Texas winner Joey Logano, put us behind the wheel a little bit, those final laps and what you couldn't quite get done today.
I couldn't believe it. I thought when they did fuel only and we were sitting fourth, I'm like, we got them. Those two cars were okay during the day, but they weren't, spectacular by any means. And I thought, boy, we're going to win this race. And we just needed 15 laps to get off the splitter down in 3 and 4. That was the problem. And by the time I got to that point, the race was over. So congratulations to those guys. Great call, by both RCR cars. But overall, I'm proud of what our Shell Pennzoil Ford team did today. We've been a little bit off on these 550 tracks. It's not a secret. And I thought today finishing second in the second stage and then a third overall with a shot at winning is progress. So that's what we need to do. Build a little momentum. It's things not to win. I'm looking at victory lane with the fire, and it's super cool, but hey, it's progress, so we'll keep moving.
Everybody keeps calling that fire super cool, but I know how hot it is down there. You do too, because you've been there before. How was the heat in the cockpit today?
Nothing.
Nothing?
I had plenty of Coca-Cola. I was good to go.
Logano came home third today.
Well, it winds up being a fifth today for Kevin Harvick. And, man, that was a chaotic race, Kevin. How tough was it to keep up with that behind the wheel, all the different strategy that was playing out during the day?
Yeah, the cars were just so bad in traffic. Ours was, anyway. Our Mobil 1 Ford Mustang guys did a good job of putting us in position and doing all the things that we needed to try to we got in a wreck there and had to fix the car and put tires on it, and the tires just didn't mean anything. You parked a couple of slower cars out there, and nobody could pass them. So just really proud of our Mobil 1 Ford Mustang guys for the day and all the fight that they had in them, and got a top 5 out of it. Always want to win here, but it is what it is.
Well, you were in the middle of that wreck. You mentioned it. How in the world did you wind up not getting as much damage as you could have?
I just closed my eyes, honestly. I couldn't see anything because the 22 and the 12 were checked up, and I was right on them. So I was just trying not to run over them, and then I got hit in the side, and luckily there wasn't much damage, but it was pretty wild.
Day of survival for Kevin Harvick winds up being a top 5.
Well, it was a day you could describe as adventurous. How would you call it, Kyle, finally coming home to a top 5?
I don't know, just early on in the day, the first stage, the Interstate Batteries Camry was good, had some good speed. We led a little bit. The 12 was really, really fast, and so we could kind of hang with him. But once we got more cars around us and more traffic situations, it just became more and more ill handling for us. And the rest of the day, we just kind of kept going backwards. But then got the shot through the grass, and that killed the front end. Hard to tell by the naked eye that there was anything wrong, but it was definitely not right after that. And we just kept trying to free it up and get the splitter back down to the ground somewhat to finish it out and get a good finish. And fortunately, we got that, but still not even close. Long ways to go.
I can't believe you could still drive. How did you drive that after hitting the grass like that and bending that splitter?
KFB.
Kyle Busch, a strong comeback today after a lot going on, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a day, too, for Marty and Dave, by the way, in that heat. Kudos to them. So Joey Logano, Kyle said the heat was no problem. Here we just heard from Joey, Kevin, and Kyle, drivers 3rd, 4th, and 5th in the race. Anything in their comments stand out to you?
Well, first, Joey's going to say it's no problem because he has won the chug points for Coca-Cola for the last number of years. So he's going to get that Coca-Cola plug in there. But, a lot of things. I think Joey and those guys, and Dale and I commented on it during the race, junked that first segment. They spent some time between segment 1 and 2 putting Packers in the right front, got him up off the racetrack a little bit, and he came to life. Still not where he wanted to be, but as he said, we'll take this and we'll move on. I think today's run by Kevin Harvick shows why he and Rodney Childers are a championship team and a championship contender week in, week out, year in, year out. And Kyle Busch, we can talk about Kyle Busch all we want to, how he's not really done what we thought he was going to do under this scenario. But you put him in a junk car, and he puts it on his back, and he carries it to a top 3 or 4 finish. That's the Kyle Busch we all know.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. Joey Logano hasn't been having very many good runs. And as you said, Kyle, they made some good changes there for him to give their driver an opportunity to run good and have a chance at winning. But the most impressive thing was Kyle Busch, that he managed after what I thought tore the front end off of that car, and they made some adjustments for him. But that was just strictly talent and the will to try to get that car as far up there as he could at the end, because the car wasn't capable of really doing what Kyle was doing with it. But I'll say this is what strikes me now. We're 8 races from the end of the regular season and going into the playoffs. We've had 10 different winners to this point, and Kyle Busch isn't one of those yet. So we've got some fun races coming up.
Yeah, and throw Eric Almirola in there, at least for consistency. Yeah, still some guys they're looking for those first wins, as you see the scoring pylon from the race today. So we heard from our analysts a little bit. We heard from a few drivers. let's hear from the fans. Let's check in at Rutt's house, Rutledge Wood. What do the fans have to say, Rutt, about this race today?
Krista, it was so fun. What a great experiment that was to try to plug in the fans as much as we could. What I loved is how many pictures we saw of families watching together. Way more people have TVs on their back porches and by their swimming pools than I ever realized. But the amount of questions that we got, it was so cool because a lot of fans, especially fans that are newer to the sport, are asking questions that so many of us are things we've just sort of taken for granted and thought like, oh, this is just how this works, but we've never really had to stop and explain some of those things to other people. And I just loved seeing that interaction from fans, all just using that hashtag, Hey Rutt. So big thanks to everybody that helped us out. It was so great to see the fans back there in Texas, but to be able to show fans and really celebrate them, because we all know if we didn't have fans for this sport wouldn't exist, and NASCAR and NBC wouldn't be here. So huge thanks to everybody that reached out to us today. I loved it. I think it went great. I want to do more of it.
Yeah, absolutely. It was fun to see not just the comments, the questions, but the pictures too. So we hope all those Austin Dillon fans out there are still celebrating. We know his grandfather, team owner Richard Childress, is. We're going to try to check in with RC here on the post-race show when we come back. Welcome back to the NASCAR America post-race show. Texas Motor Speedway was the race today. Our post-race show coming to you from our studio here in Charlotte. And there you see a very happy team owner and grandfather, Richard Childress, joining us now. Richard, what a day for both Austin and Tyler. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. It was a great day for RCR, ECR, all of our partners. And I know Johnny Morris, he is such a great guy. He's helped carry his career from the old Bandolera cars to where we are today, and Dow, and so many people that's really put us where we are and kept supporting us when we didn't make it. Those 3 restarts, wow, I don't know if I could have stood one more.
Okay, Richard, who was more nervous, the car owner Richard Childress or the grandfather Richard Childress?
I don't know. You know, I was just so nervous all the way through it. I'm back here at the race shop in the command center. We have a command center with our engineers and our whole group up here, and I was watching the race there, and I thought it was 1 to go, and they all of a sudden they jumped up hollering. I said, we won. So I don't know. The emotion is great, and I could see how weak Austin was. A lot of that was just emotion.
Hey, congratulations to you and Mike and Tina, to the family. But this is my question. Tyler Reddick, okay, since he has come into this organization at the Cup level, there's a pep in the step of everybody at RCR. You guys seem to get to the racetrack, have a solid attitude about what's going on. He's a little bit of Cale Yarborough and a little bit of Dale Earnhardt Sr., and he just drives that thing. How has he changed RCR racing so far?
I think just having someone come in like him with the competitive attitude is just great. You know, the one thing about Tyler, I told him, I said, you will win before the year's over. And I knew he's going to win a race before the year is over. And I know it. He's that type of driver. I call him a little Cale Yarborough because he reminds me a whole lot of the Cale back in the day, you know, with the way he walks and moves himself, and especially the way he drives a race car.
Richard, you talk about the family, the business, and it was one of the first things Austin talked about, you know, was the family, and obviously him being a new dad. What have you seen, just how he has grown and matured? I'd love to say throughout his career, but really just even in the last month since becoming a father.
Oh, it's a life changer. When you have a child, he's so proud. You know, he texts me pictures constantly about him. And little Ace, he's going to be a handful once he gets a little bigger, if he's like anything like Austin. So I tell you, I'm just so proud of him and Whitney, and you know, they believe in God, they follow the Bible, they understand the gift that we all have been blessed with to live in such a great country and to be blessed every day in and out.
You know, the last few years, you guys have kind of fallen about a quarter step behind or a half step behind. So I just have to ask the question. Dale and I didn't pick any Chevy drivers for our fantasy league this week, but here a Chevy sits in victory lane. How close is Chevy, and how close are you guys being right back in the mix of it on a week in and week out basis with Stewart Haas Racing and Penske and those guys?
We've had some really good runs. Our finishes haven't showed it. We've been up there close to the front. We've had, been getting stage points, but we're getting closer. We still got a long way to go to catch some of those guys, but we do want to contend for that championship, and we'll be putting everything we have into it here, going after the championship.
Well, Richard, congratulations. You mentioned that command center. I know that's impressive there at RCR, Richard Childress Racing, a way for you guys to get as close to the racetrack as possible. Congratulations on the win there at Texas for Austin.
Thank you. They probably will make me stay in this and never let me come back to another race. I know when Earnhardt won Riverside, I was in Africa. He said, "You're going back to Africa." So thank you guys, and thank NBC for sure.
Thank you very much. Richard Childress, proud team owner, as we said, grandfather of Austin Dillon. And Kyle Dale, there's not a lot of time to rest on the laurels because they are racing again in just 4 days. Kyle, we are Cup Series racing from Kansas on Thursday.
Yeah, listen, I got to be honest with you. I'm glad there's only 2 or 3 days between now and Thursday, and we're back at another 1.5 mile racetrack with what we saw here, with what we saw from Ryan Blaney, with what we saw from Eric Almirola, the things we expect from those two guys who haven't really busted out and been there, even though they've been there week in and week out. They're not winning on a consistent basis week in and week out. We know that Kevin Harvick's going to be a factor. You know that the 11 of Denny Hamlin and some of those guys. But as we watch those guys, we get a Cole Custer, we get a Tyler Reddick, we get an Austin Dillon. So you never know what to expect when you turn your TV on to NBC. When you turn your TV on Thursday night and watch, you never know what to expect. That's why you got to be there until they throw the checkered flag.
Yeah, I think that's the great thing about this. From a driver's standpoint, you're like, hey, we're getting to race all the time. That's what drivers always say. They want to race more. That's why they go race other series during the week whenever they are Sunday to Sunday. And so now we get to see this just Thursday because the anticipation of what may happen now as we move closer to the playoffs is just incredible. So glad that we only have to wait 4 days and we'll have some more great racing.
Well, a few hours ago, we told you one of the headlines was going to be that playoff bubble. What would happen? Wow, did it change today? Because Austin Dillon, who was outside looking in, jumped in with the win today. His teammate finished a second, 1-2 for RCR. And now the second half of the season and this stretch of a road is a tough one. The next stop is Kansas this Thursday at 7:30 Eastern on NBCSN. We'll be back. Whitney Dillon excited for her husband. Our coverage gets started with NASCAR America on Thursday at 6:30. See you then.